All right, everyone, welcome to the inaugural stream here on the YouTube channel. I am joined by my great friend, one Mr. Rich Hribar. I texted him last night. I was planning to just fly solo, and I was like, you know what? We should try. I need a Sherpa. I need someone with some wisdom, with some guidance here on the very first stream. So we are going to be drafting a Best Ball Mania 5 team. I think that Liam is going to join me in the second hour of this. I think we're going to try and go for a while. But Rich, it's beautiful, man. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Yeah, listen, anytime. I mean, you are the first person I ever podcasted with. I always, anytime you reach out for something for me, I'm always gonna, extend whatever branches I can to help you out. I love hanging out and just shooting the shit with you. We very rarely have anything ever planned anyways. So
Correct.
it's perfect. It's right on brand for when we get together.
It's exactly what we like. All right, everyone, you gotta do me a favor. You gotta hit the like button. You gotta hit the subscribe button. Once
That's
we
right.
get to 1,000 subscribers, I can turn on memberships, so you guys are gonna be able to get into the Discord and all of that cool stuff. I also did realize I think I am wearing the exact same shirt that I wore on ADP chasing yesterday. This is my go-to. It's my go-to shirt. But
We don't leave the house, guys. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I just have house clothes. Like, my wife keeps like the air conditioning on like 68, and I'm like a freeze baby. I just like put on like the same sweater every day. This happens. You don't leave the house.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. It's like here's the deal. You give it the smell test, and if the smell test is fine, we're rolling it over into the next day. So we are picking from probably my least favorite slot in the entire contest, which is the ninth slot. I mean, it's not ideal. Reeves, I hate drafting from the ninth slot because by my estimation, there's a pretty big tier break after Bijan and Brees to AJ Brown and Puka. Maybe that's not a popular opinion, but that's how I view it.
Yeah, I find myself in that area of the draft just largely ending up with similar teams, and they usually involve taking AJ Brown. I mean, AJ Brown I still hold like in higher regard than like that next tier of wide receivers. He feels like a little bit discounted. I know like Dwayne has been on it, Dwayne McFarland, and like I've uncovered some stuff too that I'm gonna have in my wide receiver tiers about just like the Kellen Moore stuff could be beneficial for AJ Brown, like could be a nice addition for Jalen Hurts too, just because that offense, losing Shane Steichen was so bad last year in terms of creating easy buttons. I mean, they didn't run any pre-snap motion, they didn't use any, play action passing. So like those are all things that are going to change under Kellen Moore. Outside of just the natural regression that the Eagles had going from like that amazing 2022 season to 2023. But AJ Brown feels a little bit like kind of disrespected in this process to me in that area of the draft.
I think that is reasonable to say. Like, I mean, he was on pace for a
He's
long
been better
stretch.
than Jamar Chase. Like,
yeah, he was on pace to dog walk Jamar Chase last season, and then kind of the whole Eagles infrastructure fell apart. And we're also discounting Kellen Moore. Like, had Kellen Moore gotten hired by the Eagles last offseason, I mean, we would have been like, oh my God, Saquon Barkley to the moon, Devonta Smith to the moon, Jalen Hurts to the moon. And I mean, there's a little bit of just Chargers stink. I mean, come on. Like, don't you think that? Like, can anyone related with that organization, can we just give him a little bit of a pass?
I mean, he should be, especially because like, the first month of the season before Mike Williams got hurt, like it looked fine. Like it looked good. And then Mike Williams got hurt, they're Austin Eckler had an ankle injury in week 1, and the Chargers were relying on like Josh Palmer, like the 31-year-old Keenan Allen, and then like Josh Palmer, Gerald Everett to like carry the passing game.
So we're actually, by my estimation, going to run a little bit hot because Bijan got taken at 1-3 and AJ Brown got taken at the 1-7. So we get my favorite first round pick. I think I just got given a gift for my very first stream. We just got given Justin Jefferson at the 1-9. Probably my favorite pick. Actually, not even probably, definitely my favorite pick in the entirety of the first round. So that is an absolute gift.
I mean, I love that. I don't have a lot of Justin Jefferson based on where he is in ADP. So this feels like really great to catch him here. Obviously, you just worry about a little bit of the transit. We lived this whole season last year. I'll try not to talk through our whole next pick though. But that's an awesome value for where he typically goes. And you want to catch the, these picks when they go But below ADP is like, Hated Winks always says, don't reach on him, let him come down. But I do worry a little bit about just like the receiving stuff. So we lived it last year, right? Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson, elite wide receivers impacted by bad quarterback play. We had a month where Tyson Bagent sunk DJ Moore. We were gonna probably live it with Keenan Allen and Easton Stick the last month before Keenan Allen was just like, I'm not gonna come back for the rest of these games. So I mean, it is kind of tied into where we're seeing some. Drake London wasn't able to like elevate because of Desmond Ridder, so I think we have to at least have some concern when you look at Jefferson, how he played like that final month without Kirk Cousins.
All right, I'll let you choose this one. I think they're totally equal. Adams or Nico here, totally up to you.
Oh man, that's rough. I like Olave more than those other two guys. Probably the most anti-Davis player.
Yeah, it is. We'll do Olave. We'll do Olave. You're a guest. You're a guest on the program. We will do Chris Olave, which I think is fine. That's also probably a more unique pairing, actually. Thinking about what combinations you normally get with Justin Jefferson, you're much less likely to get Olave. You're much more likely to get Devontae Adams. So I actually like that. That probably strategically was the right thing to do. Here's why I am not worried about Justin Jefferson. These were Nick Mullins' games as a starter last year. 26 for 33, 303 yards and 2 touchdowns in a loss to the Bengals. 22 of 36 for 411 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Lions. 30 of 44 for 396 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Lions in Week 18. I think that I don't care if it's McCarthy. I don't care if it's Zach Wilson. I mean, obviously, I would greatly prefer it to be McCarthy than Zach Wilson, but or not Zach Wilson, Sam Darnold. They're the same guy to me. I don't care which one it is. I think that fake Shanahan offense, I mean, it just super boosts these guys. I just feel like if you're a little bit better than Jaren Hall, you're going to be able to get Justin Jefferson his numbers.
He's just going to get so many targets. I mean, the Vikings are also a team that have historically run a lot. That system's run a lot, 11 personnel. They really didn't add a viable wide receiver 3. We're expecting them to be without TJ Hawkinson for a portion of the season. So, I mean, like
they lost KJ Osborne. Like who is going to get the third
Brandon Powell
there? Brandon Powell. Yeah, is Olabisi Johnson still kicking around on the roster?
Yeah, I mean, we saw this. I think like when you comparable, like you're probably looking at the floor to be something like Devontae Adams. You still had like massive
spikes,
especially during the fantasy playoffs last year. Because like I imagine Jefferson's going to push, as barring injury, like 175 plus targets, which I think is what Adams had 175 last year. Like, and there was some volatility there, but there is going to be spike weeks.
Not that you're getting a huge discount on it. I mean, Jefferson is my biggest position relative to average draft position in the entire field because I take him over Chase. And I'm not anymore, but I had been taking him over Tyreek.
Yeah. See, I can't do that.
So right now I've got like 28% Justin Jefferson, but I'm starting to reel it back. Cause like, look, I don't want to show up to week 15, week 16, week 17 with like no Tyreek Hill, but I am comfortable, making a huge stand with Justin Jefferson. I kind of think JJ McCarthy can play. I kind of think he can spin it.
I mean, you're hoping he can. So
yeah, definitely hoping. All right, so by my rankings, it's either we take Jalen Hurts. Unfortunately, Devonta Smith is gone, so I think that is
no. We won't force it.
Yeah, I probably should. I prefer Diggs or Dell. Totally up to you. I'll cede this one to you again. Diggs or Dell, or Kelsey. Diggs, Dell, or Kelsey.
Yeah, we could try to do like a Mahomes thing if you want. If you want to do like Kelsey, Mahomes.
Beautiful. Look at that. We are creating some synchronicity here on the program. The chat is they are getting introduced to the star method for the first time. That is
are you queuing guys? I'm not really
Yes. So what I do is I click all of a player's correlated teammates and their week 17 opponents so that I've got them all starred up when I get on the clock. This is honestly very similar to what I would do if I was just drafting this team on my own. I for sure would have taken Kelsey there, maybe Dell sometimes, though I don't love taking CJ Stroud, especially because we already have 2 late quarterbacks built in with McCarthy and with Carr. I actually probably would have taken Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I mean, we took Olave.
Yeah, we took Olave.
Yeah, I mean, Waddle's pretty fun because you can do like inverse 49er stuff with him, like a lot more better than you can Tyreek. It's a little bit tougher for like that fantasy playoff, kind of schedule. You can do a lot of different things there, but I'm for all those guys. I mean, listen, that's a pretty flat wide receiver tier for me though. Like, wide receiver, basically 13 through like 24. Very flat.
Dude. It's the same dude. It's the same dude 15 times. And we, if Preston R88 is not watching the show, we don't run hot here. This is a bad spot of the board for me. I like Pacheco here.
No, we can take Mahomes, right?
We can't. It's a little early for Mahomes. We can maybe push it. Nah, we got to do it though. First stream, we got to do a Kelsey Mahomes. You're right. Yeah, that's the only way. It's the only way.
Yeah, because then we open it up still. We can still get Hollywood or Worthy on this team too. And if we wanted to do our first running back is typically an area where maybe Mixon falls, and then you've got the Mixon correlation. And I like Mixon anyways as a bet where he goes in ADP because he's typically at a firewall where receiver gets soft.
Yeah.
And
you're looking at Jordan Addison or Roma Dunze.
And he also goes after the entire he also goes after the entire passing game for Houston. So it's like kind of a bet against all the early ADP stuff. So it's like he has a couple game theory vibes, and then he might potentially, if he falls to us, have a correlation vibe for us too.
I mean, if you really want to go all in on game theory stuff with him, you can say it's also if you get him to the final and like, let's say the Texans passing game goes nuclear in week 16. I don't even know who they play off the top of my head, but they go nuclear in week 16. So they're really overrepresented in the finals. Then he is insane leverage on those teams, on Tank Dell, on Diggs. Yeah. And we are set up so good here because this. I mean, we are going to live in this running back range right here.
Oh yeah.
Ramondre through to for me, all the way to Chase Brown, like that. That'll probably be one of the first articles that I write for.
And we did double onesie early, so wide receiver, especially on Underdog, is gonna be uphill. But like we did get Jefferson at 109, like way underpriced on value. But like we will be chasing a little bit of wide receiver because these Underdog monsters.
Yeah, and we can also take 9 wide receivers on this team because we don't need to take a third quarterback or a third tight end because we did double elite onesie. In fact, we probably will just do 2. Where are you at on elite tight end? I kind of want one of the top 7 guys, maybe 8 guys if you include Ingram, pretty much in every draft.
Yeah, I'm for in the best ball format. Yeah, I think that you want that upside and you want that spike week potential. You don't want to be taking the 3 tight end whack-a-mole teams very often. Like Kittle's usually kind of like my cutoff. I'm still pro Pitts. I know that many people aren't, but I'm still pro Pitts, especially with the transit. I at least want to give Pitts another year with the transitions that all the changes they've made in his knee being kind of healthy.
I mean, imagine giving up on the Kyle Pitts experience before the miracle happens. You do not want to be the diamond mining meme with Kyle Pitts. I mean, could you imagine a worse feeling than being the diamond mining meme with Kyle Pitts? And you just have to watch him just absolutely crush when you have like 4% exposure. Miserable.
Yeah, I mean, just there's too many just pulling factors that say it could be really good for him this year. He's not going to just be living on go routes. He's getting a more accurate quarterback. Like all the things are just lining up for him to have that breakout. And he's healthy.
We are living the dream.
No Arthur Smith,
Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and we get my number 1 stand guy of the year, Xavier Worthy, at a little bit.
He would be. Xavier Worthy is the most Mattek player.
He's perhaps the most Mattek. The only thing that could have made him more of a Mattek player was if he was at Oklahoma, not Texas, but the fastest player of all time who played in the Big 12 and is a Chief. I mean, it's beautiful. Now, do you think that Rashi Rice or Mixon is a better fit for this team with our next pick?
I would say probably Mixon just because we've made a bet on one of the wide receivers and already Kelce. And like typically that's like too much. It's probably an overstack. But I have been taking a lot of Rice where he goes, just on the off chance he doesn't get suspended where he's going, because it's already priced in. And now that Hollywood's like completely jumped him.
Yeah, Rice is coming back up a little bit. There was like you used to be able to get him like 2-3 weeks ago.
It looked dire at first. It looked real bad. And then so it's like I've been trying to scoop up enough of him at this point before, like, because if we get like another like month, if we go into August and we haven't heard anything yet, like people are it's gonna go a little more.
All right, Mixon goes. So we can either take Kenneth Walker, who's my top ranked guy by a lot, or we can take Rashi Rice and feel very good about our wide receiver room.
You just want to go super chief stack?
I think we got to do it. I think for the first stream we got to do it, and then we are. So actually, we can probably make this a 8 wide receiver team and do 6 running backs, a 2, 6, 8, and just hammer. And we can leave the 17th and 18th round picks for our onesies. We can take a 17th round Bo Nix. We could take Drake May. We could take Noah Fant and Gino. We could take. Where are you at on Levis? I've been doing a lot of Levis Chig, like round 15, round 16. Where are you at on that?
I'm pro taking darts. I talked to Mike Clay about this on my podcast, just about making micro bets on the Titans in general, just because they've accumulated so much talent. It's another thing, like we talked about Atlanta and the changes going from Arthur Smith, to Zach Robinson, going from Mike Vrabel and Dowell Logates, whoever the hell the offensive coordinator was there last year, like, and then getting rid of Derrick Henry too from that offense is also going to open it up. And then going to Brian Callahan, they add Tyler Boyd, they had Calvin Ridley, they had Tony Pollard. They're going to be able to play Pollard and Spears kind of, interchangeably, like they've talked about. Like there still is upside there. And, if JC Latham is at least serviceable and above average, tackle in year one, you build on Skronsky, they add Lloyd Cushenberry. It is a better offensive line than what they put on paper last year. So I do want to make micro bets because everyone's so cheap in an offense. Like, what if they're just like kind of okay to good? That's a huge come up for a lot of those guys.
If they're kind of okay to good and they're not lying about all this passing stuff, like all of the things that that Callahan and honestly, like the ownership and everything, they seem to be kind of in on throwing the ball, on trying to be like a forward thinking organization. I know this happens to me. I just have the Titans coded as one of these teams that plays boomer ball, and I mean, if I'm going to look at some of these teams that could like jump like 200 pass attempts or 150 passing attempts from last year, the Titans could, you sign Calvin Ridley to this crazy money. You acquire a running back whose like best skill set is in the passing game while letting your octogenarian running back go. I mean, their backfield is like just 208-pound scat backs, basically. Like they are signaling their intent to throw the ball a ton.
Yeah, I mean, and that system is pretty bankable as far outside of like Shane Waldron. Shane Waldron's like really the only guy to like kind of outright disappoint on that coaching tree in terms of fantasy football. So I mean, I still want to bet on these guys like Zach Robinson and Brian Callahan, even though they're younger and getting their first opportunities to be coordinators and call plays in the NFL. I mean, Callahan had a stake in the Zach Taylor offense, but like I'm still betting in because that system in general, that Shanahan and McVay, like combination, like they are suited to attack where the defensive meta is right now. I always talk about the defensive meta.
Aaron Jones. Yeah, we gotta decide if we want to take Aaron Jones, even though we have these crazy bye weeks. We have all of our players thus far, other than Olave, are on bye in week 6. So we either take him or Jonathan Brooks or Jalen Warren.
Yeah, and Warren, we'd love to kind of stay around because we have the Chiefs. He's the week 17 Chiefs like kind of guy, and or Najee too. I would say, well, we have also Justin Jefferson, so we took Aaron Jones would be.
I'm gonna take Warren and see which one of these guys, because Warren is the guy I don't want to lose. Warren is the one that's most important to me for the core. I mean, I also think he's got crazy ceiling. Like Jalen Warren, I think, is my highest drafted running back anyway. So I really wanted him. And if we get Aaron Jones back around, that's good. If we get Jonathan Brooks,
we already bet on Justin Jefferson. Like I don't know how much the Vikings offense.
Yeah, how much
like overplay it.
And how much do those guys correlate? Like they probably don't correlate. They're probably negative correlation, to be honest. Unless JJ McCarthy is CJ Stroud, more or less. He's the one
I
who
mean, the
beats his
bull case for Aaron
expectations by a
Jones is
ton.
there. I mean, when he was healthy last year, he was still an
He
excellent
was really
player,
good.
especially the final 5 weeks of the season. He was great in week 1 before he hurt the hamstring the first time. And then that Vikings layout put out where there's no wide receiver 3 and Hawkinson is hurt could help Aaron Jones in the passing game too.
Yeah. All right. Next pick, we're going to be looking at running back again. I think Brooks is who I have by ranking. ADP is Brooks, Zamir White, DeAndre Swift, James Conner. I think Brooks is probably, because we need to be firing some upside here. What do you think?
Yeah, probably I would typically like Brooks. We have a couple players that are maybe like kind of slow burns too, but I don't mind still Brooks and like that kind of end of season.
Mostert is the opposite of a slow burn, but he also has the week 6 bye. Not that it really matters.
Yeah, I don't think it's a concern at this point of the draft.
Yeah.
Like overstacking buys at this point. Obviously, we've got so many picks left.
All right, Brooks or Pollard? Pollard helps us set up a backdoor quarterback thing.
I still would rather have Brooks.
Boom. Jonathan Brooks, who I look at his Underdog blurb and it tells me he is on track for camp. So we are through 8 selections. We've got Mahomes and Kelsey for our onesies, Jalen Warren and Jonathan Brooks in our running back room, Justin Jefferson, Chris
There's no
Olave.
way I'm taking Brooks in a redraft league, but these Underdog drafts are for it.
That's actually a really good point, because he's the type of guy that you like tilt drop after week 4 when he's splitting carries with Chuba Hubbard, and then 2 weeks later he ends up having 22 carries in a game or whatever. I think there's a pretty good chance if he doesn't get put on the PUP list, his ADP is going to go up a good bit. I think he'll end up going at where David Montgomery goes. I think he's going to jump like a round.
Yeah, I think it's tough for him to go like significantly higher where he goes in context of like the actual running back room.
Yeah,
but we're going to see those guys naturally climb once the general public comes into these drafts.
Starts
anyways,
drafting,
in August. You'll see the quarterbacks too, because right now Underdog is this weird thing where like if your quarterback like can't be stacked, like they'll fall. Like you'll end up getting like stacks like rounds later than ADP because they won't get drafted because they don't complete a stack for another gamer. But that's not going to happen in August when the general public comes in. The quarterback ADP stuff's going to climb again.
Yeah, like right now, if the Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill drafter decides they want to push Tua, I mean, no one is calling your bluff on that. Like
right.
I've seen like round like 13 Tua and stuff, just because the Dolphins drafter just decides to push them. And the week 6 bye, the week 6 and the week 14 buys are absolutely brutal for fantasy players. It really stinks.
Yeah. The attack for the NFL putting all of the Konami quarterbacks in one singular buy was an attack on my brand, a personal attack on me for week 14 with Richardson, Daniels, and Lamar all on buy the same week.
How insane is it that Jaden Daniels and Lamar have the same buy? It's like fantasy gamers would just absolutely love to pair those guys together. Yeah. I mean, I sadly, this is I probably need to try and figure this out, but I don't have that much Anthony Richardson because I draft so much of Mahomes and Lamar. Like I just draft so much of those guys, and I don't want double elite quarterback teams,
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes has been kind of like the one go-to kind of reach in that area because you can do the double stack, the where you take Kelsey and Mahomes in back-to-back rounds. And Mahomes, where we took him, I don't mind even taking him over Lamar anyways. I think we're going to see a bounce back. I don't need to sell you on a Patrick Mahomes bounce back, but I mean, this is a team that's just going to be philosophically changed this year with Hollywood and Worthy joining that roster compared to what they were trotting out last year, where Marcus Valdes-Scantling and Justin Watson took 60% plus of the routes.
All right, we are about on the clock. Tyler Lockett does just go. We could take Dontavian Wicks, who's my top wide receiver. You're probably not much of a Wicks bro. I really like Chase Brown. We could get Bowers, who's my top guy here by a mile.
No, we don't really need to force that though either, right?
No, we definitely don't. Who would you take here?
Looking at just like your picks up there, Shaheed stands out.
I like Shaheed. We have Olave, so that's a good Saints bet. I'm good, and then we probably are gonna get. I'm probably gonna overrule you on the next pick, and we're probably gonna take Chase Brown with the next pick. Yeah, I do like taking Bowers. This might be an unpopular opinion. I do like taking Bowers with one of the elite tight ends because I think that's going to be an uncommon pairing, and it's one of the few ways. It's one of the few types of
I'd
ways
be
you can
okay taking
actually.
Bowers because you get Saints correlation too.
Yeah, he went the
Oh.
pick right after. But I'm trying to when people remember this season, I really want them to be like, yeah, Davis was really pushing Bowers. I should have listened. I should have listened to him more. I think our Kyle Pitts scars are actually keeping us from being more in on Bowers. I think if Kyle Pitts didn't exist, Bowers would be like 15 picks more expensive.
And we still have a couple options here. I mean, like Freiermuth could be a tight end too, and he's cross correlated with Chiefs. Remember, when you're taking tight ends, don't fall for this Mike Gesicki, Noah Fant type
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, I'm
Like,
already falling for the Noah Fant stuff. So
because here's the two questions you ask yourself, and it fell under Jake Ferguson law last year.
Yeah.
Is the player still on the early end of the age apex, and can you make an argument for him to be second on his team in targets? And like Bowers has both of those things going for him. Like it's yes and yes for those two. If your answer is no and no to those two questions for a player, you got to get the fuck out, or you're gonna end up with Gerald Everett. This is how you talk yourself into like guys like Gerald Everett and Mike Gesicki and these guys year over year. But that's how you make more accurate tight end picks.
I could make a disingenuous argument for Noah Fant to be the second.
Listen to this. He's going to be the fourth on his team in targets. It doesn't matter.
Here's the deal. The chat, Dan K mentions Davis is trying to beat down the Chase Brown narrative for when Samaje Perine gets signed by Cincinnati. Here's the deal. If Samaje Perine gets signed by Cincinnati, Chase Brown is going to absolute zero, and my bags are going to be useless. It would be the single worst thing probably that could happen to my best ball teams. Samaje Perine getting cut by Denver and signing with the Bengals.
This is the first Chase Brown team I have associated.
Yeah, there could not be less of a Reeves player than Chase Brown. I mean, Noah Fant, I guess, but it's like it's all based on one college season and like 2 plays last year.
He's expensive.
Well, is he?
Yes, the Bengals are a team they're trying to win a Super Bowl. There's no way they're going to give Chase Brown like any type of real runway. He was an awful pass protector in college. He had 8
that's not true. Rookie. That is not true. He actually in his final season at Illinois, he was the second highest graded pass blocker of any draft eligible running back. Now, he was terrible last year. I think he only got 8 pass blocking snaps total because the coaching staff said he couldn't do it. But Reeves, I've actually been using your argument for Chase Brown. I'm hoisting you with your own petard, which is that good pass catching running backs, buddy, they don't pass block. They're out there. They're out there to run routes. And I mean, Zach Moss is one of the few NFL running backs I can say is like actually bad at catching passes. Last year was the most targets he ever got, and he had 5 drops on 35 targets, and he had the worst PFF receiving grade of his career in the season where he was targeted most often. And that's a real staple of that offense. You know, like it's not as if that's going to go away.
I would like Chase Brown a lot more if he was like 4 rounds cheaper. I would be more open to the argument.
Well, you gotta understand that that profile of guy, the explosive guy who scored a 50-yard touchdown and whose competition is a vet that has burned everyone. That guy's going to be 2 rounds more expensive 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I still see the Bengals being especially Zach Taylor, like. He's kind of like he's going to trust like the veteran running back. I think they'll overplay Zach Moss if he's bad. And I'm not even drafting a lot of Zach Moss for the reasons you cited as well. I see Zach Taylor playing Zach Moss a significant amount.
I think so. I think I agree with you conceptually, but where we disagree is I think Chase Brown is good. I think he's a pretty talented rusher and receiver, and if he can figure out the pass blocking just a little bit, if he can figure out the pass blocking just enough to not be a 0, I think that opens the door quite a bit. So we are about up on the clock. We have a 1-3-5-1 build. We have nothing really set up for a secondary stack right now other than Derek Carr.
We have all Chiefs.
Yeah, we have all Chiefs. We have all week 6 and week 12 buys. Top player by my rank is Jermaine Burton and Jalen Polk. I know you are not a Jalen Polk guy. Top guys by
I have
8.
Holden Polk just a little bit, just because of the ADP, just because he's not priced near all those guys that he went alongside with
in the draft. Yeah.
in the
So
draft.
we could do
I've
Judy.
dabbled a little bit, but I've been largely adopting a no Patriots.
Yeah. I mean, we could do him. Who would you take if you were on the clock here?
We could
It's not great. This is like my least favorite pick.
We can't really take Kendry because we already invested in the Saints pass game. I guess it doesn't matter really, but I'm definitely not taking Bo
taking
Melton.
Judy. We're taking Judy, and we gave ourselves a backdoor. Judy is one of the guys I very rarely draft, but I think he does fit. One, he is not a week 6 or a week 12 buy, and I've been convinced a little bit by Kerrane that I shouldn't be completely out on Deshaun Watson.
Oh, dude, Deshaun Watson's one of the better values at the position. I mean, he was top 10 scorer in 3 of his full 5 games last year. He goes QB like 20-ish, 21, QB 20, QB 21.
Yeah.
The Browns playoff schedule for the fantasy playoffs, they play 3 teams that, even if you believe their defense is good and could stymie some of those offenses, they play 3 really good offenses in the playoffs. I think it's Chiefs, Dolphins, Bengals, weeks 15, 16, 17. He still runs. He definitely fits the archetype. Judy and Jahan Dotson, I think at their ADP are fine, like wide receiver, like 6+ picks, because those dudes, like the team investor, they're just not going to come off the field. They're just going to be on the field. And I think they're fine in these best ball leagues. Like, you're going to hate taking those guys in your seasonal leagues, like coming up, because you'll never play those guys. You'll never be able to get the weeks right, like when they finally get targets. And they also can carry contingency value. If anything were to happen to Amari, if anything were to happen to Terry McLaurin, those guys have a little more upside. I think they're better picks in this than they get credit for.
I don't have very much of him, but I just knew that was a Reeves-esque pick. All right, we got to take a running back here. I mean, for my ranking, it's and Dowdle just goes. So we are kind of in jail at running back.
Is Freiermuth gone?
Freiermuth is gone. Kmet and Hawkinson are there. Marshawn Lloyd is there. That's a bring back to our Justin Jefferson. Ty Chandler is the backup running back there. Burton would be the guy by my rankings by quite a bit.
Are you trying to do? So I guess you're trying to do like a little Browns Bengals thing, backdoor action.
We just got Ty Chandler. We got star methoded there, which I think is fine actually. I actually like that correlation a good bit.
This is why you don't do the star method, man.
This is why you don't do the star method. We got star method on the very first.
It's not a true contraceptive, guys. It's not.
It's not. It's what it is that it makes you feel good, but it is not that ideal. I actually think Ty Chandler, I'm fine with that. Like a little bit ahead of ADP, but actually you could probably make a pretty good argument that Jones being removed from the offense is like a super boost for Justin Jefferson. But yeah, we had to play the hits here. We had to get star methoded at least once. So I'm glad that happened, and it happened at a very low impact spot. I really was tilting because I was about to just snap take Rico Dowdle there.
What's your Rico title, Bert? Like Rico, I think you have to go like back to high school with the when they did it 1,000 yards rushing.
You do have to do that, but when would you have to go back for the last time that Ezekiel Elliott scored fantasy points above expectation in a game?
And the Cowboys are, I mean, outside of Lamb, the Cowboys are a scary team. I mean, this is by far the worst objective roster they put on the field with Dak Prescott in his tenure. If anything happens to CeeDee Lamb, that team is definitely going to crater this year. It's probably the worst offensive line he's had on paper in his season. It's the worst group of running backs. It's the worst set of pass catchers. You know, you could say, well, it was similar last year for the pass catchers, but he also threw the most touchdowns over expectation. We have to expect regression for Dak Prescott this year in terms of that. So the Cowboys in general are a scary team to me. Like this is.
Are you not? I mean, so I feel that way too, but I also felt that way last year with no Kellen Moore and with McCarthy calling the plays and was so wrong. Like it's definitely the blow up risk is so real, like the risk of them going to like absolute zero.
I mean, they're not gonna like be like the Giants or anything.
No, but they could be fairly brutal.
But
like
this is a team that's screaming. They're like screaming regression from all like the metrics offensively they had and efficiency. And then you pair it with just like from an objective roster look, and it's just not that strong. It's easy to kind of make the argument against them.
I mean, we had a 10-minute conversation yesterday on ADP chasing about Jalen Brooks. If that's any indication of where the Dallas Cowboys offense is at. So our next pick here, really, I think we could kind of go in any direction. We could take a quarterback. We could take another running back. We do probably want 6 running backs on this team.
Oh yes, we do.
Yeah. I mean, I really like Jermaine. If we took Jermaine Burton, we could maybe even be done at wide receiver. You're probably not a Burton guy though.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with them
in
like this type of format.
I'm a noted T. Higgins hater. I don't even really like Burton that much, but I am looking for a way to short T. Higgins. And
I'm pretty sure Yoshivas is going to play in the red zone more than people want to. And
you want to talk about true RotoViz all-stars, like true the essence of what RotoViz was. It's Andre Yoshivas, a Princeton heptathlete. I mean, if Andre Yoshivas had come out in 2014, there would have been 14 separate articles about him and Aaron Millette on rotoviz.com. Like it would have just been, we probably would have gotten him on. We probably would have hired him. He probably would have ended up being a RotoViz staffer.
100%, dude. I mean, who was the other dude this year who's the Holy Cross wide receiver? Like he would definitely, people would have been it. RotoViz definitely had right smart.
I don't even remember him, but I do know who you're talking about. Our next pick, I really would like to take Antonio Gibson. I'm gonna guess that is not a Reeves play either.
That's
no
fine.
Patriots. No
it's
Patriots.
Fine.
Well,
no,
we've got Algier and Ray Davis as well as options. Freiermuth is gone. I'm not that into Luke Musgrave, although he is a bring back. Doesn't give us any optionality. Does not add optionality for a second quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it. It is what it is. If you want to take Gibson, your favorite player to ever draft.
No, we take Algier. I like Algier.
Algier is fine. It's like a contingency bet. I think Ray Davis might have like more standalone value than like Algier has, with potential if like just James Cook is
no more. We could take Ray Davis. We
could also take Marshawn Lloyd.
He's gone. He went right. He went right after our Ty Chandler pick.
Oh,
all right. We've got Ray Davis.
Probably being overdrafted, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, what's the difference between Ray Davis and Marshawn Lloyd? It's not a ton. So we've got a 1-5-7-1. Got Mahomes and Kelsey. We've got Jalen Warren, Jonathan Brooks, Chase Brown, Ty Chandler, Ray Davis. We've got Justin Jefferson, Chris Olave, Xavier Worthy, Rashi Rice, Rashid Shaheed, Jerry Jeudy, and Jermaine Burton. Deshaun Watson actually went before our last pick. So now we are set up to either take McCarthy or Carr.
So Watson outright jumped Rodgers.
Yeah.
Maybe that gamer had Amari or Njoku, or no?
He had Chubb and he had Njoku. So he was setting it up. Yeah, and Amari. Yeah, he had all of them. He had Amari, Njoku, and Chubb. So I think that's actually secretly David Kitchen. I think David Kitchen is secretly drafting out of the 12 hole. Mims versus Troy Franklin. Where do you stand?
Probably still just more Mims, but it's pretty nebulous.
I am now psyoping myself into being a Knicks guy. Once I realized that.
Seems
you want to talk about it is definitely a mistake, but you want to talk about secret Konami code. Bo Nix might be the most secret Konami code quarterback, kind of like Daniel Jones, actually exactly like Daniel Jones, where you don't expect it, and then just out of nowhere, he's got.
I don't think he's going to be in the pros though, because he didn't have a high scramble rate, and like I don't think it's going to translate to where like they're going to be putting him in a lot of like read option stuff.
Yeah.
Also, Denver, like for our stuff, has one of the worst schedules in the NFL. Like he has one of the worst surrounding probably offensive cores in the league. You can do the Sean Payton thing. But like it's a pretty terrible roster top down, and they have a terrible schedule. It's hard for me to like be Bo Nix brained. And he's also goes against everything. Like if there's no COVID, Bo Nix isn't drafted. He's not drafted in the first round.
That is an insanely good point. That is an insanely good point.
I mean, it's just real tough, man. It's real tough. The only quarterbacks older than Bo Nix that were taken in the first round are Jason Campbell and Carson Palmer, and Brandon Weeden in the 2000s. So like, I don't know, man. And I don't know.
All right, I think I just talked myself out of it. Should we try and do Levis Chig on this team?
I think both, but what I say is I think that Nix's rushing stuff, I think is a red herring for NFL. I don't think he's gonna run a lot. He didn't scramble a lot in college.
All right, try and do Mims, Nix, or try and do Chig, Levis. It's up to you. You decide.
Levis, I think, is more fun.
I agree. I do think Levis is more fun.
Is there there's no Jaguar potential out here at this point, like the ghost of Gabe Davis or anything?
No, they're gone. So we are going to take Levis, and then we are going to hope to either get Chig, or we are going to have to take Tyler Boyd, which is, No,
Levis is completely fine naked.
Sure. Yeah. You're right. I'm not going to sweat that. I'm good with that. Or if you want to talk about, you want to find a sleeper, you want to talk about a guy who's getting drafted 0% of the time on Underdog Fantasy, Josh Wiley. Or maybe it's Wild.
There's a reason it's Josh Wiley. Come on, man.
I mean, he's bad, but he's bad on no teams. Of course, everyone. Yeah, we've all seen Levis do well naked. Classic.
But he's the archetype of quarterback. Like you don't have to force a stack.
No, he throws one touchdown to Chig. He runs for one, throws one to Hopkins. We
could have did Derek Carr there too.
We could have done Derek Carr. Which probably it does correlate better for our team. Do I want to be showing up to week 17 with Derek Carr and his eyeliner? I don't know. I put Carr in the same bucket that I put Deshaun Watson in, where I know it's like a total eat my vegetables pick, but I don't want to make it. I have no interest in doing it. And I took Chig. We completed our stack. So we have 17 and 18 now. One more running back, one more wide receiver, probably. I think maybe two running backs, honestly. Feel pretty good about the wide receivers.
Yeah, we definitely are taking a running back. Who are you looking down here? Evan Hall, maybe as like just a shitty dart.
I have been taking a lot of 18th round Audric Estime.
I'm fine with Estime too.
Yeah. He's actually kind of the reverse of Chase Brown, where it's actually like no one is excited about Audric Estime. Like the only guy who's excited about Estime is Silva, because he's a Notre Dame guy. But he's like what the coach wants. He's just a big guy who can pass block. You never have to take him off the field. He kind of is like, he's like non-explosive Javonte, I guess would be the way I would explain it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we just got to get that Notre Dame strength and conditioning guy fired, because we saw it with Kyron Williams 2 years ago. Kyron bricked the combine, but was like a good player at Notre Dame and a productive player. And that's kind of what Audric Estime was. I mean, he was a really good runner the last 2 years.
He was a good pass catcher too. I mean, not like great, but he was fine.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to probably catch passes, on that team, because of the way Peyton likes to, compartmentalize the running backs.
But they throw to the running backs so much that he might get some. You know what I mean?
A handful of catches. I'm not expecting him to really be any type of like receiving asset.
This is so funny. No one on Notre Dame had more than 29 receptions last season, and only 4 players had more than 19 receptions on Notre Dame. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, they had like an 8-year quarterback, Sam Hartman, but great looking dude. But
Sam Hartman, great looking dude. It was year 6 for him after Wake Forest, which is just, I mean, it's just very funny. Estime, I love. I do kind of like Alexander Madison. I actually don't like him at all, but I like his situation. Devontae Walker is like my favorite late round wide receiver.
That seems like a Mattek guy too. Listen, we got it. Like, stop overdrafting Baltimore Ravens 4th-round picks. Like, put a moratorium on this.
Moratorium?
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Go
like
down the list of all the dudes that they've drafted, like Tylan Wallace and Miles Boykin, and like,
man,
I mean,
Tylan Wallace? Those are
it's
dudes.
just
Those are dudes I
it's
love.
just a cesspool of dudes that have
It
failed.
is. It is
And every
total
year, the Ravens
mediocrity.
take a day 3 wide receiver, and Twitter loves it. Twitter's like, that's the dude they should have got. And like, they all, none of
Yeah,
them ever
it's
work
me,
out.
dude. You're just talking about me. They drafted Devontae Walker, and I'm like, Ozzy does it again. He's a genius. How does anyone beat this guy? Yeah. It's the call is coming from inside the stream for sure. All right, I'm gonna take
And like
Estime.
we're injecting hopium into Zay Flowers at his ADP. Like, Zay Flowers didn't score 1 touchdown last year with Mark Andrews on the field, but last year.
Yeah. There definitely is very real zero, like just gets 0 point possibility for Audric Estime, but I mean, I do think he'll probably make the roster. I mean, they got to cut P Ryan, but he'll probably make the roster.
What about your dude Labe?
Lauby? I mean, Lauby is
Got that Raiders correlation.
he is a I think
Or
he's
the
strong.
Saints, I mean, the Saints
Yeah.
correlation.
All right, we've got to take a wide receiver. Rondale, Hyatt, Boyd, Bourne, Dortch, Tolbert, KJ Osborne. I would for sure take Dortch here, left to my own devices. Dortch or
Dortch,
Rondale.
I would probably throw Trey Tucker on this team, to be honest.
Bang. I love Trey Tucker.
Yeah, I would, just because of the Saints stuff.
Bang. There we go. Trey Tucker. We did it. I think that's probably the first time I've taken him. This is actually such a good idea. I'm just going to let people who come on the stream determine who my 18th round pick is. That is such a great way to get diversity amongst who I'm taking. I had this.
Yeah, always. Who do you go to in that round? I do take a lot of those year 2 guys, the A.T. Perrys, the Jalen Hyatts, the Trey Tuckers, like the best ball year 2 type guys, because we know we want to bet on year 2 wide receivers. And then, those are the guys that if they catch a touchdown, it's usually like the 30+ yard variety, which, because you can have guys like Yosevas, you can make an example of like Yosevas can catch like 5 touchdowns this year, but they're all probably gonna be like 8 yards. Like,
Yes.
So even if he scores a touchdown, it's not like going to be like best ball, like conducive. Like, if Jalen Hyatt catches a touchdown, he could get in your lineup. Like, he can get in your lineup that week. If A.T. Perry catches a touchdown, he can get in your lineup that week. Trey Tucker catches a touchdown. So like, those are the guys, like, are those like those round 18 darts I throw. Evan Hall's another guy, just because like I'm not betting on Trey Sermon, and if like Jonathan Taylor were to falter, like, he just kind of fits that mold. Like, if I'm chasing a running back, because estimate is going up around.
Yeah, I was taking Evan Hall, and then the Trey Sermon stuff started happening, but I think that's probably a psyop, right? Like, there's actually no chance that Trey Sermon is the second running back on the Colts. It's got to be Hall.
Well, I mean, I just think even if they go to Trey Sermon, he's just going to play poorly and not play himself into this role. Evan Hall was ahead of Sermon last year before he got hurt. So like, I'm just going to bet on the player I think's better.
As Josh Dombrowski says, people forget Trey Tucker had 19.5 UD points in week 15 week 15 last year. I'd forgotten that. So I guess I mean,
are we worried about this dude? Like, and if like Michael Gallup ends up roadblocking Trey Tucker, like, it was never meant to be.
It was not going to happen anyways.
I said this to someone about A.T. Perry. Like, they were like, they got Cedric Wilson. I'm like, listen, if Cedric Wilson's the dude that roadblocks him, like, it was never meant to be anyways. Like, so it is what it is.
All right. Reeb's first stream draft. I'm free rolling you for half of $1.5 million when this is the shipper.
At least it was a Chiefs team. I felt like you and I not drafting a Chiefs team would have been a missed opportunity.
It would have been wrong. So we did here we can go pick by pick. We got super lucky. We got Justin Jefferson and Chris Olave. That is going to be a unique combination. That is going to be a super unique combination in Best Ball Mania. Less unique here in Kelsey Mahomes. That'll be super common. But 4 picks in a row, we go Kelsey, Mahomes, Xavier Worthy, Rashi Rice. To be honest, I'm loving it. I mean, I think that is just an awesome start to a team. Tons of ceiling. And I mean, what a year in fantasy football, Reebs, where you can start like that, true zero RB, and your running back room can have Jalen Warren and Jonathan Brooks. Like, I don't think either of them are going to threaten the top 5 of the position, maybe not even top 10 of the position, but just like very strong weekly running back twos, right? Like that, it's just to be able to get this style of running back room where we have Warren, Brooks, Brown, Chandler, Ray Davis, Estime is pretty good to do in a true 0 RB team.
Yeah, I think the team that the problem this team runs into is obviously like if by the time we get any running back points, it could be too late.
It could be dead. We need the Chiefs. We need the Chiefs to come out absolutely like on fire.
Because I mean, by the time if for Warren to like hurdle the corpse of Najee is still going to take some coaxing, even with Arthur's the kind of rushing influence. Like so you look at the touches, the backfield touches for Arthur Smith offenses, like they're going to have probably over 500 touches as a team, but can he get those money touches? Like they're still going to use Najee inside the 5. Like so, we need Warren to score from 10 plus yards out. Jonathan Brooks could be a ramp up play. So like we're going to need the Chiefs to do a lot of significant lifting, we're going to need Kelsey to be fresh early in the year.
Yes.
We need to drop some hammers on this for sure.
Well, we're also going to need to be right about Chase Brown and
yeah.
This team could have used a pass catcher. This team could have used an Antonio Gibson style guy, maybe to be fair, maybe a Charbonnet style guy, just like someone who
you start us into Ty Chandler. So
I did,
that.
But it would have been Marshawn Lloyd.
Chandler? Who could we have had in place of him?
I would have clicked Marshawn Lloyd instead. So very similar plays. I mean,
maybe Jefferson.
Yeah, a little bit more. I guess like a little bit more standalone value for Marshawn
I probably
Lloyd.
would have taken Mixon where we did, especially in hindsight of seeing that we got Rice coming back. Like,
yeah,
I know
No, you're right. You're right. That would have been the better play. Oh well, he went. I think.
No, you took Worthy over Mixon, right?
Let me look at where's Joe Mixon on this draft?
Right there.
Yes, yeah. I took.
I probably would have taken Mixon after we already took bet on Mahomes, Kelsey, taken Mixon, and then just taken whatever Chiefs wide receiver was there, either Worthy or Rice. Kind of coming back because then we're
probably better. It's probably better.
Having the 3 pass catchers could be it might be an overstack anyways. Listen, you make mistakes. That's why we do these. You do these podcasts to kind of talk through some of the stuff of like where like you make a mistake. I did my SFB live, and I almost had a perfect roster. And if I just would have taken Bijan Robinson instead of Tyreek with my first pick, I think I'd have like the most perfect roster. It's okay to look back at those things and kind of lay these things out. So we're going to draft 50 to 75 more teams the rest of the summer, man. Like
50 to 75.
I'm saying, where are you at? Where are you at on the BBM?
Let's see. Completed drafts. I'm at 39 BBMs. It doesn't tell me.
Okay, so you're gonna be pushing closer to 100. I think it's like a third of the way full right now, right?
Yeah, I will for sure end up maxing this contest. Let's see. Can I can't check. I was gonna look at my exposures, but you can't look at it. You can't look at it online.
You're gonna have to max it ahead of time too. I don't think it's gonna fill like right before the season. I think it's gonna fill.
Correct. Yeah, it's gonna fill. If
you're trying to math out your days of saying like I need to do 3 drafts a day from now until the start of the season, I think you're gonna have to ramp that up. You're gonna have to uptick that because it's gonna fill before then.
I might I might do 3 today. Maybe I will just old Chess Liam is gonna come on the stream.
Well, this is the perfect thing for you to push it. It's how Overzet got to fill it last year.
Exactly. Here we can look at my exposure. 182 teams. Dontavian Wicks, my most drafted player, Chase Brown, Jalen Warren, Jermaine. I mean, how many of these guys did we just take? Burton, Worthy, Fant, Dortch, Debo, A-Chain, Gibson, Rice. Look at that 22% Justin Jefferson.
I'm not out on any of those guys you named. It is the first Chase Brown team I've gotten, so it makes me feel better.
Look, you've got some exposure now to Chase Brown. Let's see my quarterback exposure. Look at that. Mahomes on 15.4% of my teams. I mean, that's how I'm doing my summer, right? And we've got a lot of JJ McCarthy. I'm starting to flatten these out. I had a lot more of May and McCarthy, and I'm getting
some of your rookie stuff pre-draft or no?
Yes.
Jaden Daniels was like pre-draft. Jaden Daniels was such a lock, and then he just like has done nothing but climb since.
So I can look at there's a way for me to look at just my pre-tournament exposure
Because I seen Drake
somewhere.
May was your highest. I didn't know if that was
Yes.
like hopium that he wasn't a Patriot or post-Patriot.
All right, here we can look at my big board stuffs. Drake May 28%, Jaden Daniels 21% in the big board, Caleb Williams 18%.
Yeah, Daniels was such a just the quarterbacks in general on Underdog, the rookie quarterbacks they were undervalued to open before the draft for sure. Because
my pre-draft exposures were pretty strong. I mean, Chase Brown all in, Jalen McMillan. You want to talk about a big riser? People are loving Jalen McMillan right now. It's beautiful.
yeah, I mean that was all pretty solid. It looks like. I mean, except for Wandale Robinson, but that's okay.
Oh,
That's
come on. You're a
Max
Wandale
player.
hater now?
I was never a non-Wando hater.
You just don't respect the dog. You don't respect how much dog
A short wide
that he's
receiver
got in
king.
him. Yeah. You're not respecting short king.
Dude, I've tried to do the Bijan Jonathan Taylor neighbor start so many times, and someone bones me every time on it.
It's brutal.
Like, I get screwed on it every single time. Like I've successfully tried to push that at different ADPs and just can't get it to land.
What are you thinking about neighbors with Daniel Jones? What's your take there?
Yeah, I think it's the delta between him and Marvin Harrison is something that's probably going to look exploitable at the end of the season. I definitely think Dayball is good enough to get him the football, and where he wins is good enough for him to at least stack receptions. And then he's so good after the catch. But Bijan and Taylor both. That's the two cross correlations you get with neighbors, and I can never get that in a row.
I wonder if
he's climbed too, though. I mean, he goes like a 2-3 turn now.
He does. I'm kind of wondering, what if Dayball figures it out? What if the offensive line is a little bit better and Daniel Jones just like kind of hangs around? Like the Giants might be actually kind of undervalued.
So I don't think the Giants offensive line necessarily going to be good, but I definitely think it could be comparable to the 2022 version of the line. I think the veterans they signed are at least like playable dudes over what they had last year. Jermaine Emmanuel, John Runyon, like those guys are better than they don't have to play Evan Neal. Like that's like a dub. And if Andrew Thomas is just healthy, he missed basically the whole year.
Is he healthy now? Like, is he like recovering from a surgery or anything? Is he like fine?
I haven't really seen anything on him, so I didn't ask Stefania. I had Stefania on the show a couple weeks ago and ask about him, but she's already said Daniel Jones, like the ACL injury he had, like there's like no worry for him. Like at this point, like he's gonna be like good to go like right away. So there's gonna be like no like real pullback like we're doing the Kyler stuff from a year ago or the Burrow stuff from a couple years ago. That he's going to be good to go.
The Burrow stuff, I mean, that's you just mentioned that. So the Burrow stuff is so interesting because some of the reporting is that like he still might be a little bit banged up. That this is or not still banged up, but that this injury that Joe Burrow has is something that can complicate like the rest of his career.
I mean, and then the other thing too with the Giants is we haven't seen Daniel Jones play with any wide receiver that's like even remotely
that's good,
usable, let alone good. I mean, you look at the career players he's thrown the football to over 100 times. We're looking at his top targets for his career: Darius Slayton 302 targets, Sterling Shepard 202, Barkley 189, Ingram 182, Golden Tate 118. No one else over 100. Like,
do you know who the leading wide receiver was in terms of receptions in the lone good year that Daniel Jones had?
2 years ago, then?
Yeah.
It had to be Hodgins, right?
No, dude.
Hodgins?
Richie James in the year the year they made the playoffs, 57 for 569 and 4. A guy who couldn't get on the field for the Kansas City Chiefs, who had like just this brutal wide receiver room last year. I mean, just so brutal.
Slayton's been their leading wide receiver, I think 4 of the past 5 years, and he's never had 900 yards in a year.
That is it's like the best ball brain is like, oh, Slayton, he just kind of always has a blow up game. He just kind of always is like sort of fantasy relevant. But he's been in the NFL for 5 years. He's got 19
Yeah.
touchdowns. I mean, remember, that is actually crazy to remember that he had 8 touchdowns as a rookie on that very weird New York Giants team that won like 4 games. I had kind of completely wiped that from my mind that he scored 8 of their 30 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, the concern with the Giants is that just the sample size we have of Daniel Jones right now, I believe, signals that he's not going to be the future quarterback of that team. And if he plays to any of the level that he did last year, which was atrocious, he was worse than Tommy DeVito, even in that offense. Does he even make it through the season as the starter? Do they pull the plug at some point during the season? I think you have to be concerned about that because the Giants are probably staring down the gun barrel of competing for the number 1 pick next year, regardless. So do they just eventually just say,
You
screw it?
You think they're going to be that bad?
Yeah. So like we do like our like unit rankings on the site, and like it's like 3 of us, me, myself, Raymond Summerlin, and Ryan McChrystal. And the Giants came out as like our 32 aggregate team, like grading all the units separately. Their front 7 looks pretty solid, but the rest of the roster looks pretty dire. Their secondary could be the worst in the NFL. Like they're going to be a team we probably pick on because they're probably going to be okay against the run and awful against the pass.
Oh, I mean, that does not sound at all ideal.
And I feel bad. I think Dayball, like the worst thing that for that organization is they overachieved that year 1 Dayball, and they won all those bullshit games in the 4th quarter. Like, and they gave that false sense of hope. We knew there was going to be massive regression last year, and it was.
All right, Reeves. Liam is here. I'm going to let you go. Tell the people, Sharp Football, you're about to enter into the bunker for draft season. Tell the people what they're going to be getting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm doing the draft kit over there at Sharp Football Analysis. You can go read my QB tiers. They're free. The article's free if you want a sample of what you're getting on the site. I just posted them yesterday. I challenge you to find a more in-depth QB breakdown.
I don't accept that challenge. I absolutely don't accept. I have no interest, and I don't think it's possible to win.
But other than that, I hope to come back on. I'm super happy that you're doing this. I hope to come back on, and we could draft another roster and compare it, see where ADP moves. The best thing that I love about Underdog and just the best ball brain coming on is that I'm not one of these people that's like trying to max out all these tournaments. I will do the best ball mania for a good reason this year because of the payout structure, but I do them for the reason of just like you keep a pulse on the draft and like where players go.
Yeah, you know what's going on in the games.
Summer. You literally just know what's going on, and that's what I think is the beauty of best ball's popularity.
Yep, I completely agree. Reeves, thank you for joining us. I'm gonna add Liam to the stage. You're the man. Thank you.
All right, guys, have a good one.
On, brother. Take it easy.
Later.
Liam, what's up, brother? How we doing?
Oh, an honor coming on the inaugural Davis Mattek stream. Looking already more professional than mine too. You got tampered down a little bit.
I mean, yeah, this is what I spent all of last week doing. Getting some help with graphics and everything. Zach Lanners did the graphics. He's the guy who's doing a lot of the short videos for the ship chasing guys, for the ADP chasing, and I did make my own thumbnail instead of paying someone to do it, but I did Canva Pro. I think that's the move. Is you got to do Canva Pro, Liam.
Oh, I'm a Canva Pro member. I make my own thumbnails. They're pretty easy now that I got it down. My mic is on. Is this like a running bit?
No, I think you something is wrong with your mic settings. I think I'm not being facetious.
I'm gonna buy a new one because
show me your microphone, please show me your microphone right now. Put it right next to your face. Put it right next to your.
How am I sounding now?
It sounds better when it's higher up. Is there nothing soft in your room? I wonder.
We got the floors redone, so yeah, I'm in a weird spot. What if I press this button? Am I sounding better when I press this button?
You do sound better when you press that button. What does that button do?
One of the buttons is meant to do for like if you're in a coffee shop trying to like get background noise.
Okay.
Which is the button that is on at the moment. The other button is meant for podcasting. So I don't know. We got the wrong button. What if I turn it around and press the button again? Am I better or worse?
you sound great right now. Like, yeah, you are elite right now. This is.
Yeah, okay, so apparently this
great.
mic's just cheap and I had it backwards. I don't know. I don't know, but
why not?
We're in it. What are we ripping today?
Let's do it. We are gonna enter into a best ball mania. You do not have to Venmo me $12.50. We can let me pull this screen up.
I would Venmo you $12.51 just in case there's any legalese. That's just
oh, boom. We got the 1-3. Good spot for us to be drafting out of. I got it out of the way. I did a Giga Chief stack on the first team here. So we could just take whoever we want. We can just rip it. We can just have a nice good time. I did just get Justin Jefferson at the 1-9 in the first draft. So we're feeling pretty good. The
YouTube algorithm served me up him on you know that guy Destroyer who was like a kicker. He does YouTube content. I don't really watch it, but to be honest with you, no. It was Justin Jefferson like incognito against like the neighborhood running wide receiver routes. It was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean JJ falling to the 109 just further exemplifies why there's like zero reason for him to be taking him at the 103 unless that's the position you want to have this year. Your edge is just Jefferson is much better than every other first round pick. So I'm going all Jefferson. I accept the years I lose, but the years you need to have them, I have the best chance of winning. It's not my preferred way to play it, but it's defensible.
Yeah, look, I'm toning it down. From where I was at. I am still taking him ahead of Chase, to be honest, though.
I be the wide receiver. Why can't Chase be the wide receiver 1? Because to me, he so clearly can be.
Why can't he be the wide receiver?
Who has the better quarterback, Chase or Jefferson?
It's hard to say.
Let's go CMC.
Oh my God! Look at that. Look, we are just getting gifted here. We are getting gifted. I did the star method for the brand on the last one. Here's the deal about the star method. You don't have to do the star method when you're just doing one team at a time. That's
it was never meant to see the light of day of streaming. The star method is got to be like terribly minus. I mean, it's minus EV anyways, because the amount of times you auto draft a player not at your ranks or ADP and you like land Matt Stafford in the 4th round is terrible. And then also like,
but it gives me really unique structure, Liam, to do that. I mean, how many Matt Stafford in the 4th round teams are there out there? Probably not very many.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is the thing. You can defend it that you will have a unique team. Unique does not mean good.
I mean, I wouldn't defend it that way, but you certainly could. You definitely could.
I'm not a star method proponent, but let's hammer in on this Chase thing because I'm trying to save you before draft cycle ends and you end with 0% Chase.
I don't think I have. I don't think I here. Let's. This is actually good. We should look it up. How much Chase do I have? I bet I have 4%.
Oh, God.
I don't. I have none. I have
0%.
I have 1%. I have 1%.
I mean, okay, so let's just defend it. So you are taking who's the normal drafts that go Lamb 2, CMC 1. Who are you taking at 3?
Tyreek now. I wasn't before, but I was taking Jefferson 3rd.
And now you're always Jefferson at the 4. At the expense.
Always Jefferson at the 4 at the expense of maybe you could make the argument that actually I probably would make this argument that now that I've already established this big position through 185 drafts or whatever, I can start to level it out. And what I won't do is I won't push him any lower than 5. I will never. You are not catching me taking Amon-Ra St. Brown. No disrespect, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You are not Justin Jefferson.
So it's mainly coming at the expense of Chase, Amon-Ra, also Bijan, Brees, and Puka, or no?
I would snap. Take Jefferson over them, but you just have.
But are you getting them?
Yeah, I'm just taking those guys naturally.
Okay, so Chase versus Jefferson. Let's just focus there, and I think even Amon-Ra, right? Like this made me smile because I don't think it's too far from the truth.
Look, is it 100% true? No. Is it 0% true? Also no. I hate the Cincinnati Bengals. I really do, which is funny because 2 of my 5 most drafted players are Bengals. Right?
You're drafting Chase Brown. You're drafting Burton,
and even Gesicki a little bit too.
He's getting buzzed, but it's like, how many years are we going to buzz Mike Gesicki?
Right, exactly.
And I don't think Tanner Hudson's going to 0. Like he was serviceable. Even
he led all tight ends in targets per route run for like 6 weeks of the season.
Yeah, we were like stoked to play him in the main event
in DFS. Yeah, we were on our co-owned team. We were like jamming it. All right, we got to take a wide receiver here. I mean, I guess Olave is going to fall twice in a day. Okay, so I'm snapping Debo here. Do you have a disagreement?
I would entertain Jonathan Taylor.
Except we're going to get any running back we want with the next pick. One of these 3 guys will be there. The only other thing would be if you don't want Debo with McCaffrey, which I don't care about.
Well, then that's fine. It's not my preferred way to build, but I do it occasionally.
Who would you would have just taken Jonathan Taylor there?
No, I would have taken. Occasionally, I would take JT, but primarily, I would have just taken like Mike Evans or Neighbors or Cup.
We're gonna get one of these. We're gonna get. To me, those guys are all flat. Like DJ Moore and Mike Evans and Malik Neighbors, kind of all the same guy. Debo is the one who's got a real different ceiling, in my opinion.
I just prefer Debo on like my Lamb teams, but yeah, I think it's defensible on CMC teams.
All right, I've got 0% Saquon Barkley. I think 3rd round Saquon Barkley, perfectly cromulent price.
I have gotten my first 2 shares.
All right, so it's Barkley or Mike Evans.
Let's do Barkley. Because I've been fading Barkley to date, and then we'll get back to Chase because he was going at the 1-2 turn. And I still recognize the upside case of Barkley, right? Like, it's not that much of a stretch to be like, look at what CMC did when he went from the Panthers to the 49ers. And now you can say, like, look what Saquon's going to do going from the Giants to the Eagles. And then you can also convince yourself that maybe they won't tush push as much this year. Hurts has gotten banged up. There's no more Jason Kelce, etc. Not enough for me to like be taking Barkley at the 1-2 turn, but with players I don't like, once they fall,
if A-Chain was there, I'm snap taking A-Chain.
Yeah,
but I don't really like Mike Evans, and it is an insane thing to take Kyren over Barkley when we made the joke on ADP chasing the legendary downside. Like there's like a 3% chance that Kyren Williams is not the starter without injury, just based on merit. When like with Barkley, it's 0.0% probability of that. So let's go back to Jefferson and Chase though.
Okay, sure.
Talk to
me about the Chase. Like, are you worried about Joe Burrow's hand?
I actually was just saying that to Reeves. I'm not really worried about Joe Burrow's hand.
Or is that just like a convenient talking point to be like, well, I can bring that up and then.
No. All the. I mean, it's the thing that's hard is that the Twitter doctors have a terrible track record of diagnosing these things, so it's hard to tell what's real and what's not. But the Twitter fantasy doctor guys think that it's a real injury. Like they are like, this is not. It's not.
Not everyone I've read. Like some of them have been like, this is not a concern at all.
The most recent thing I had read about it was that it's like a thing that you have to like rehab and like do due diligence on for.
I saw Hayden Winks tweet something out, and then the same Twitter doctor, who I don't remember his name, but he seems to like, he's a 49ers fan, so he's a bit biased at times, but he again defended Joe Burrow's hand. If you like go to Hayden Winks' tweet, I'm pretty sure he quote tweeted or responded to it, and he again was like, not a worry for me. And so he's throwing.
I think the team doesn't seem that worried about it, so I'm not that worried about it. I'm not really factoring it into the evaluation at all. The thing that I'm factoring in is that Justin Jefferson has already been in his career far and away the wide receiver 1, like absolutely destroyed the field per game. He averages like 7.5 more yards per game in his career than all these other guys that go in the first round. And I watched Nick Mullins put up back-to-back 400-yard games in this. The thing is it's the cheating Shanahan offense. The KOC offense is the same cheating bullshit that lets Brock Purdy make it to the Super Bowl. So I'm not really that worried about JJ McCarthy playing in this offense. I think it's fine.
Okay, but you really can't dispute that there is downside potential. Where what is the downside potential, Chase, other than him being injured?
Yeah,
or Burrow
none.
being injured?
And Browning is fine. Sorry, we got to
yeah.
decide here.
I think Hurts is like a slam dunk if he's there. He just shouldn't be going at the spot. I know it's tough wide receiver wise.
Yeah, we are going to get buried by the Avalanche, but you know, I'm really glad that we took Debo now.
Yeah, and it's just you shouldn't be able to get the maybe QB1 at the back end
at
of the fourth round.
46 pick. And although probably Hurts and Barkley negatively correlate, but there are universes where they positively correlate.
It's the same thesis of the CMC Debo. We're hoping for alternating weeks.
All right, I obviously would take Hollywood. Who would you take?
Click the wide receiver tab for me.
Hollywood doesn't have a rank in my stuff because the player ID doesn't match.
Hollywood is fine. Yeah.
Wow. It's all coming down. It's all coming up Davis today, brother.
I've not gotten a lot of Hollywood, so I like to get it through you.
Sure.
And I do want to get some of him, but I mean, he was like kind of bad. Like I think a lot of it was just kind of wonky. And
well, he hurt his foot and he kept playing. And by the time Kyler Murray came back, he was like dead man walking. So it was like playing
he's
with Josh
Alec Pierce, according to ESPN Analytics, like that level bad.
I completely disagree. You want to know what I really think?
I don't think he's that level either. I think you saw him sit courtside and you were like, Hollywood go Burr.
No, well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's true, but this is what I truly think. I mean, you actually don't even know this about me. Maybe you do. I mean, he also went to the University of Oklahoma, so it's like it's double Homer.
Don't tell me he's an Eskimo, bro.
No. But yeah, it's with Hollywood. With Hollywood, it's double indemnity for Hollywood Brown. But what I really think is, he was just dogging it for a dog shit Arizona Cardinals team that there was no point for the football games they were playing. That's like relatively accurate to what I think happened.
And there's actually some truth to, like, I think like Hayden Hurst medically retired and then unretired, and maybe that had a lot to do with him not willing to risk his health for the Panthers last year.
I mean, Hayden Hurst, according to what I read, had like concussion brought on amnesia. He like couldn't.
He had amnesia, according to his dad. But I'm telling you, like, he made the cut in my recent article for like low owned, high upside.
No, that's sharp of you. I think like he's a good 18th round pick, especially because that
drafted. Will Dissly is a blocking tight end. He has a 3.7 RAS. That's terrible. Literally cannot be fantasy relevant. But let's finish the Chase thing real quick here, because we jumped around. So to me, not only am I not really worried about the health issues, Chase has flashed literally 50-point upside multiple times.
Yeah.
He gets to play the Broncos week 17, which maybe you could argue is a little bit better for the run game.
Aren't you worried about Chris Harris, brother?
No,
that's the name of the corner.
I'm remembering the Broncos defense giving up 5 million points to the Dolphins and saying, let's run it back.
No, but they have that one corner who's really good, right?
They have that one corner who they're probably going to ship out by the trade deadline.
No. That's not happening.
They just lost their safety. They didn't pay their star safety. But anyways,
dude, we are about to get buried. We are about to get so buried by an avalanche.
We're going to be fine. Now we're getting the solid rumor, which is very logical to me, that Higgins plays outside, Burton plays outside, and Chase plays the slot. So you're getting
a lot of layups there.
You're getting like Cooper Kupp level of like cheat targets, but it's Jamar Chase who can take those. He can literally score on a 7-yard slant, which Kupp just can't do, right? Kupp can get 25 yards, but he can't literally go score.
It's not whatever dumb name corner I said. It's Pat Surtain.
Yeah, Pat Surtain, who debatable.
Pat Surtain too. We gotta take McConkey here.
Yeah,
right?
I think McConkey, and I think we just hope Keon Coleman's there and like buy the fear dip there.
I'm
you
less.
are not going to be streaming and doing the star method. Remove him from the. Remove him.
No,
Remove
I gotta
him.
remember.
Remove him. I will remind you. Remove him. Get him out of there.
Habits are look, old habits are hard to break. Here's the deal. I am actually worried about the Keon Coleman comments because they reflect what I felt about him as a player in college. If it was like, you know what I mean? Where when the concerning coach comments reflect the prospect profile.
But let's dissect those coach comments, because I think you guys have like jumped the shark into reading into this context.
I mean, we are going to take him if he's there. So, like, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Like, I've got him ranked ahead of this, although I probably need to move him down a little bit.
Coach Speak tweeted this out yesterday, and so I'll read it for you.
Okay. I am going to take Keon Coleman. We each you got a Bill, I got a Chief. We have a 1-2-4 build going right now.
He's a no-brainer when you're buried at wideout.
He is a no-brainer when you're buried. I mean, so is Lockett. Lockett is the other no-brainer guy.
Lockett, you're around above ADP on.
Yeah, you don't have to take him. Yeah.
And like the next guys that go are JSN, Jameson Williams, Curtis Samuel. Like Coleman is the last. McConkey and Coleman are the last two. Like, maybe we've landed a top 10 wideout, Yeah. So, okay, here's from the Coach Speak Index. On April 27th, Brandon Bean. We'll bring him along. He'll have to learn the offense. We'll see how many spots. He can just learn the X. He can learn multiple spots and may not be right away, but it'll help us a lot. Okay, really nothing to read in there. It's April. May 28th from Joe Brady. He has a skill set that we felt like we didn't have in the room that continue to evolve. He has traits that you look for and skills that you think you can develop. That's not a negative at all, by the way, to me, what Joe Brady said. That's not like
you want to know the one that
June 14th. June 14th, Brandon Bean. College playbook versus NFL playbook. Big difference.
It's not good, Liam.
Like anything. He's going to have bumps in the road. He's a rookie, and I think we all need to understand that. So that's the only kind of cold water quote we've gotten on June 14th from the GM, not the coach, not the OC. And like, I agree, like the Bills have a track record of bringing some rookies along slowly, but other rookies, other rookies, they've not done that. Like rookies who they think they can play. An example would be
Liam, you got to finish the quote. Were they talking about him dogging it as a blocker? You got to finish the quote. Were they talking about
that's him? All that Coach Speak Index gave me.
Okay. Well, if you don't have Coach Speak Index pulled up, the remainder of that quote is, "This isn't like in college where you don't have to block on run plays," or something to that effect.
Okay, and I mean, keep in mind who he's replacing potentially. Stephon Diggs. Do you think Stephon Diggs was an excellent run blocker? Or do you think he was maybe a little bit more selfish and not willing to do it for the team?
Honestly, I don't. Like, let's go look this up on PFF right now. Let's go look at the amount of
Stephon Diggs did try to block occasionally. He was not good at it, right? Like, it was
all right, everyone in the chat, let's guess how many run block snaps Diggs had. I'm going to guess 109 run blocking snaps for.
It's not even like a run block. It's more of like a wide receiver screen. Is he willing to block for Gabe Davis when that occurs, or Kincaid?
Yeah.
So I don't really care that Brandon Bean said this. And I don't think we necessarily...
Oh my God, I'm way wrong. I was way off. 317 run blocking snaps for Diggs last year with like a 60 run blocking grade. So like passable.
Which is a design of the Bills want their wide receivers to be able to block. And I think a part of why you select Keon Coleman, who's a big dude, is to develop him as a blocker.
I like 317 run blocking snaps for Stephon Diggs is so many. I mean, I could.
Davis at? Was he at like 600?
Let's make this pick and then I'll go look. I mean, I do think we kind of have to take Tyler Lockett here. What do you?
Yeah, I'm happy. I think Lockett. You get some division correlation to boost the advance rate. Slam dunk wide receiver to go here.
Man, if this is the year Tyler Lockett goes to 0, it's going to be so unfortunate for me. All right, how many run blocking snaps for Gabe Davis you think? Just guess.
450.
450. All right, let's check.
If they're listing for 300, Davis doesn't leave the field.
Only 366. So big time credit. Yeah, and Easy is asking, are all Josh Allen
There's
runs?
some weirdness happening there. I watch every single Bills game. Diggs he would block occasionally on like designed outlets, but the dude's 6 foot.
Who took Brock Bowers? Brock Bowers went way ahead of ADP. I mean, that is a bummer. All right, we are on the clock.
I think we take Josh Palmer. That's another swing at upside.
God. I did just say yesterday on ADP chasing that I'm trying to get a 4% exposure blanket to Palmer. So sure, we
set up the double.
Yeah,
Herbert stack. Palmer was like good against man defense according to many. And okay, the NFL runs zone mostly, so not super indicative, but
so Palmer last year, actually last couple of years, was way better than I just had in my memory him like sucking a lot of ass. I mean, he had some very strong games last season after and Kerrane made this point yesterday, which is actually kind of good, which is that he was miscast as the Mike Williams replacement. He was better as the Keenan Allen slot underneath replay. He was not nearly as good when Keenan was active and Mike Williams was injured. So this is going to be an interesting thing. I mean, obviously, my experience in stream teams is being the person being like, no, dude, you got to take this guy that the host doesn't want to. I'm going to end up with some cool, well, maybe not cool, but different exposures as a result of doing these. Like to be honest, if I was drafting there on my own, I probably would have taken Pollard actually and done a 4 running back team.
Pollard's fine, right? Like it's all similar, but to me, some like last swings at upside as far as maybe we don't love their profiles, but they play for good offenses. They could score a lot of fantasy points. Rashid Shaheed qualifies. Palmer qualifies. Romeo Doubs qualifies. Khalil Shakir qualifies. Mike Williams qualifies. And then after that,
actually, if no one was watching me and I was doing this in the safety of my own private domicile, I probably would have taken Dontavian Wicks.
Okay, like I'm not quite with the
analyst. Give me the beat. Well, hey, Dontavian Wicks was the best Packers wide receiver in the ESPN wide receiver score.
He was like one spot ahead of Romeo Doubs, literally one spot.
But that's better. Prove me wrong.
And no, I mean, like Wicks could break out, but I don't know. Like Doubs does a thing. Doubs wins jump balls. Jordan Love's good at throwing those. Like those are just like connection routes.
Star Kindler taking Chase Brown 25 spots ahead of ADP.
You should not have 0% Zach Moss. That is one of the most irresponsible things I could think of.
I really should start taking him because
like literally that's one of the worst things I've heard where you want to know a guy who could just be Raheem Mostert this year in the sense that Mostert did not just go house a bunch of 80-yard touchdowns. Mostert punished us by running really hot in the red zone and converting almost all of his carries where he regularly and that could just be Moss.
All right. We are about on the clock at pick 118.
I think
my top. Oh my god!
Slam dunk is
Goddard. It's got to be Goddard. No, it's got to be Goddard, dude. We have Hurts.
Goddard, yeah, Goddard's solid. Let's do Goddard. I think going Gus and Herbert would have been fine too.
Well, we still can. We have Palmer and Ladd, so there are no other Chargers players selected right now.
No, you won't. I don't think we'll get like Herbert will not.
Well, we took an elite quarterback, so that doesn't matter as much for us either.
I agree.
We can take Drake May.
And Gus Edwards is falling for like nonsense reasons. This is just like a clear indication of fear in the market. It's not because we're more excited about Kamani. It's not because we're more excited about J.K. Dobbins, although there was some fluff on him. It was more to do with he's just not practicing right now. Little meaningless injury.
The J.K. Dobbins fluff is man, that is not going to end well for people.
I'm 0%ing the injured guys at this point.
That's so irresponsible of you. I can't believe. Imagine if J.K. Dobbins is healthy and you have 0.
That's not the same thing, and I wasn't done there. Where we are July 2nd, so I have time to fix. If J.K. Dobbins climbs 2 rounds because he's getting positive reports, I can fix that. If Nick Chubb climbs a couple rounds, I can fix that. If Hawkinson climbs some spots, I can fix that. Moss could literally go to where Rachaad White is, and you would rather burn your hand off than fix that if you've been full fading him today, right? Like, it won't take a lot for it to be like, Moss is the guy. He's the goal line dude. Chase Brown's change of pace. And I like Chase Brown. I want a 50-50 split there, and that's pretty much how I'm playing it. But you want to tell me a running back smash schedule for the fantasy playoffs? How about Tennessee, Cleveland, and then probably the best spot versus Denver week 17?
Cleveland can't be a good spot. Cleveland has to be a bad spot.
No, it's a positive spot because they were attacked more on the ground, like they got decent corners and whatnot. And if they're just like bad, they could just be running out that game. So like I prefer Moss straight up over Ramondre Stevenson because Ramondre is probably better at football.
You're not a Drake May guy.
No, I'm a huge Drake May guy. But the Patriots, I'm the cheap Drake May guy. I'm not the Patriots are going to be the Texans and they're going to just smash. And they're still a 5.5 win total team, 4.5 win total team, whatever they are in the Vegas market. So it's not that likely they're going to break out.
What do you think is the most likely Texans team this year? Or the team, or let's call it the Texans, or let's call it the 2020 Seahawks, where everyone has them totally written off for dead, and they're like the 11th best offense in the NFL.
Well, I think the Seahawks again is like the
Seahawks are actually a chance to do it.
Seahawks again are a pretty good answer there. Like we have to do cheap quarterbacks, and like Geno goes in the 170s.
The chat's saying the Panthers.
Absolutely not to me. Just like definitely no.
It's Canales. People are hip,
but
they're
just not going to be 10 wins. This is not happening. Like they shipped out, like they added pieces, but they shipped out Brian Burns. Like they got worse at spots too.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Panthers because I don't think Leggett is that good. I don't think Brooks is really a difference maker, and I am team Bryce Young too small. I like the Titans. I like the Titans answer a lot.
Yeah, the Titans are pretty solid. Polk should not go ahead of Leggett in drafts, by the way. Like I like Polk. He's gotten positive buzz, but the Patriots wanted to draft Leggett and then couldn't get him, so they settled for Polk, which should tell us something.
The Patriots wanted Leggett.
They wanted Leggett. They wanted Coleman.
Where are you? What's your source? Give me your source.
There's a lot of rumors saying that, and so like obviously I don't 100% know. I was not in that.
I'm going to put it on the record. I don't believe that. That is not a Patriots style player. That's like the reverse of a Patriots archetype.
Well, because they traded down, remember, with the Chargers. They let the Chargers get I think
Ladd.
They traded with the Chargers. They let him get Ladd because the rumor is they wanted both Coleman and Leggett.
Which is so funny because Ladd is the platonic ideal of a Patriots wide receiver, like a shifty inside outside 5'9" slot guy. See, Liam, this is why you draft with me, because we are about to push it.
Naked Tua, let's go.
Imagine if FF Dan took Justin Herbert there. Imagine the smell.
Yeah.
Boom. All right.
No,
dude.
What?
They both have a week 5 bye.
We're eating the 0. We're gonna be.
No, we're taking Bo Nix.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
I hate that, dude. I absolutely hate that. So now we can do whatever we want. We can do whatever we want with this pick.
What's our bye weeks looking at running back and wide out?
9-5-5, so we're doubled up.
Bring up DKB's chats here. He's saying there was credible Patriots reporters talking about how they wanted Coleman and Leggett.
All right. I think we take Jermaine Burton goes.
Dalton Schultz is like a great second tight end and to be done at the position.
No, I think we gotta wait.
I think Schultz is
I think we take Jalen Wright. I think Jalen Wright we could be done at running back if we take Jalen Wright.
I think we go Schultz, because you could get Jalen Wright, our next pick, easily, every time. Do it.
All right, Liam.
Look, Stephon Diggs went there, but Schultz could still have a 6-touchdown season. There's not many tight ends in the player pool. We're getting a piece of the Texans offense. He's a fine tight end.
I think that might be my first Schultz. It's close. Let's see.
Well, you got him 20 picks past ADP too, so that's a good time to get him.
Dalton Schultz. No, one team, $17 worth of entry fees.
I quite like being able to stop at 2 and convince yourself that the 2 have enough upside, and Goddard and Schultz both fit that bill.
Sure.
Whatever. And it's like, we need Tank, Nico, and Diggs to not be the guys.
Oh, the people they got absolutely robbed of us arguing about Chig and Fant, though.
Chig is terrible. You should never.
Fant is also terrible. Chig and Fant are just the same guy.
Fant, I think, is better. I don't agree with the upside case of Fant that other people have been making, where
I got fully sold on it for like 3 weeks, and he was the only guy I could draft, and I kind of regret it a little bit.
Well, to me, it never made any sense, because I like to target tight ends in the late rounds who I can convince myself can be the second or third target in the offense. And Fant is capped at target number 4 in a healthy.
No, he could out target either a Lockett that ages out.
He could tie them,
or a JSN who dies.
Yeah, he could be they could all be, I don't know, 15% or something. But there are other tight ends in the late rounds who I could convince myself are drawing live to be the second target or third target of their offense, right? Like Hunter Henry could just be the first target of his offense. Tyler Conklin could be the second target of the Jets. Like there's downside there, maybe Jeremy Ruckett, etc. But I just think there's better upside bets than Fant. But, Fant's a brand guy. Helped win me BBM too, so I'm willing to mix him in.
Yeah, he's why you won BBM.
No, I didn't need the points. Mike Gesicki would have been fine.
You took him in what, round 9, and you would have won if he got 0?
I would have won because he scored 18 and Gesicki scored like 10, and I won by my team was so much more nutted than anyone that year because it had Chase, Penny, and Amon-Ra that I was just I lapped the field, and it was only 160 people. It wasn't 500 people. So, not as big a final size.
Feels good to lap the field, though.
It felt nice not to really have a sweat after, Nick Chubb would have had to score 70 points for me to lose. That felt good.
Not having to sweat for $1 million gotta be good. Imagine the sweat Kerrane had. Just imagine psychologically what that was like.
I don't even have to imagine it. I called him up because, I had to sit, not to quite Kerrane's stake, but I was winning 2 best ball tournaments with that unquestioned mark of what's going to happen here. Wait.
No, that was a pocket pick, brother.
There is better picks, but
we could take another one. We got time.
I think we could have got him next round.
Sure.
I prefer some players straight up over Gibson, but I do like Gibson, obviously logical with Justin Herbert.
And it gave us a quarterback out if we decide we don't want to eat a 0 in week 5.
Yeah, you could just.
Although Drake May might not be starting in week 5.
I think we go Ray Davis and we're done.
I like Braylon Allen over Ray Davis.
You have ranked Ray ahead, and I think I like Ray over.
All right, you're right. I do. I need to switch that. See, the thing is I bake some ADP into my ranks, so it's not just totally Chase Brown 56th overall or whatever. How Sean Siegel does his rankings, so Sean does his rankings truly just in order of the preference of the players. He's got Jaden Reed at 22 overall or something. And I mean, I am tempted to do that a little bit, but you can't do that. And
I mean, my rankings are meant to draft off of, so I'm baking some ADP into it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I mean, dude, Ray Davis, him and Jalen Wright are two guys who are in the same tier for me. And they're different, where I think you can argue Wright offers more upside, where if Mostert goes down, Achane goes down, both goes down, we've just seen the value of running back in the Dolphins offense. They were a little bit unusually run heavy in the goal line last year. Maybe that changes, you could argue. But Ray seems, and the downside for Wright is that he literally doesn't play all year. He's a 0, right? Where with Ray,
I think that's unlikely. I don't know.
I think it's unlikely too, but that is the downside. Right?
No, it's certainly possible that Mostert and Achane just stay healthy. Really, he's just such an uber contingent play, but he's got very little up
standalone. Well, I don't agree, because he weighs 210 pounds, so he could just carve out the role as goal line back too, right? If the Dolphins are hey, we want a big back.
That's not the Mike McDaniel thing. You know,
probably not, because he was playing Achane at the goal line. But
yeah,
but if he did want a thumper, it would be Right.
Sure.
Whereas Ray certainly does not have the same upside as Wright to me, but he seems so likely to be around a 10 PPR point per game guy.
As your
if he consolidates Latavius Murray and Ty Johnson into one guy.
Well, isn't that what's going to happen? Latavius Murray and Ty Johnson don't need to be playing for a Super Bowl team.
Latavius Murray's not on the team. Ty Johnson is. It's possible Ty is the goal line back, but I think overwhelmingly
we are dead at wide receiver.
Ray will be the goal line back and have a pass catching role. Well, we're selecting wide receivers from here on out. I would eat the 0 at QB, but we can go another QB if you want.
Well, let's just see what's there in round 18. If there's a quarterback who's going to get points in week 5 and round 18, we can decide. We can decide then.
Okay. My vote here is Michael Wilson. If he's
I actually kind of like Michael Wilson. Actually,
I do too. Yeah. I do too. Yeah, flash single week upside.
Scored 2 touchdowns against the 49ers with Josh Dobbs as a quarterback. People forget.
Kyler has supported a lot of deep passing options, which Wilson isn't kind of he's not like a Kirk where he's gonna run by you, but he could just be this
has got to be such a the Hollywood Brown drafter. How often is the Hollywood Brown drafter taking Keon Coleman? How often is the Tyler Lockett drafter taking Deebo Samuel? These have to be such diametrically opposed style guys.
I don't fully agree there.
The Deebo drafter takes Keon Coleman a lot because they don't care about anything other than upside. Shit.
Hold on. I think we go
Devontae Walker win.
I think we go Chark if we want to secure it.
No. I think we take. I actually think Dortch is fine here.
I like Khalif Raymond more than Dortch.
No, but this is a non Khalif Raymond zone. I'll give you Hyatt. How about Hyatt?
No, I prefer Kendrick Bourne. Kendrick Bourne correlates.
Too late. We could take him. We could take him or KJ Osborne in the last one if we want. I don't hate that. I don't hate that.
The 0 at QB.
I don't know.
Week 5, or do you want another wideout?
It's not great. This is not a good wide receiver.
Let's read off our wideout. Read off the team. Let me help you.
Shit. I need to service the audio listeners. People were asking. I will be. I got to figure out. I'm working on contract stuff right now for a podcast feed, but there will be an audio only feed of all these YouTube shows. The team right now, out of the 3-hole. Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, Hollywood Brown, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Tyler Lockett, Josh Palmer, Dallas Goedert, Gus Edwards, Justin Herbert, Dalton Schultz, Antonio Gibson, Ray Davis, and then double tapping Cardinals wide receivers with Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch. So right now we have a 2-5-8-2, and we have to decide, do we take a quarterback to avoid the 0 in week 5, or do we take another wide receiver? How do I make a poll to the chat?
Taking Greg Dortch every time to end your draft is not good as well.
I don't take him every time. I don't take him every time. I got like 25%.
I'm going north of 40% exposure from you.
No.
We should have played that game before. I heard you say 25, but let's hear it.
26% Greg Dortch. That's fine.
Actually, that is fine. That is fine. Yes.
I think he's a legitimately. I mean this in no cap. I think he's like actually a very. I mean, obviously he's a little bit better full PPR on DK, but he's fine. He's fine here.
He's fine. I think maybe it's a little bit worse with Michael Wilson, but it's not the biggest deal. Could get the ping pong weeks. It just seems like like they drafted another tight end high, who is probably going to be like a blocking tight end. They could,
but yeah, he's like a pure blocker, like super athlete. But he had like 14.
No, but the point is, if they're running 12 personnel, they're not having a slot wide receiver on the field.
Dude, no team runs that much 12. Like, what do you think the maximum amount of 12?
I think the Bills led 12 last year
with like 22% of their snaps or something.
But Dawson Knox got hurt, so. They had to kind of.
I can look this up. Sharp Football Analysis will have this for us. Most recent I can get is 2021. The team that ran the most 12. Well, it's a bunch of teams that ran a maximum of 24%, and there's something wrong in the data because it said the Dolphins ran 61% 12. I mean, that can't possibly be right.
It sounds like they needed a little bit more fact checking. All right. Are we going May here or wide receiver?
I don't know. I really like this is a spot where I wish a sim could tell me what to do. I mean, you can't take a 0. We got to take May.
You can take a 0. You can take a 0. We're giving up 20 points. We're just saying that we have drafted league winners.
All right. Yeah. Then we're taking Bo Melton.
No, we're not. No, we're
not.
All
right. Give me your round 18 wide receiver.
We're going to go with Kendrick Bourne. Drawing very live to be the wide receiver 1 of the Patriots.
Bourne or Osborne.
We could also take Osborne went 1 pick ahead, so pay a little attention here.
Damn, hateful.
And I think Osborne is a worse pick than Bourne. I understand recent reporting, but
done, sold.
My guess is that Bourne could. I think Polk will be the number 1 target amongst wide receivers in the fantasy playoffs, but if Bourne could easily be the second.
I think that seems reasonable. I like your logic. I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, look, and he's not practicing yet, so we know the market is just like he's not practicing. I don't know,
All right, I'm trying to find the real answer to this 12. And the site I have now only has it listed by first down. They have first down personnel, which isn't that weird? Why would that even be grouped? Why would that even matter?
I don't know. Here, I'll look it up too. Name this bad boy.
Okay, let's name this bad boy. Make sure that Liam gets his credit. Oh, it's not completed yet.
You got to refresh that, guys. 12 personnel.
I'm new to the game. All right, completed drafts, NFL season, Best Ball Mania 4, shipper with
12
Liam.
Personnel was used on 20% of all offensive staffs last season. Second to 11 personnel at 60%. By the way, the Cardinals have always been kind of 12 heavy.
Well, because they had Trey McBride and Zach Ertz. They had 2 really good tight ends.
But now they drafted a tight end and wasn't he like the 3rd drafted tight end? I'm getting 12 personnel rates. I'm getting the Patriots at 40%.
That tracks. The worst offense in football at 40%.
Titans 34, Packers 32, Falcons 29. Yeah, it seems like the lowest end was like the Rams and Texans and Dolphins each at 9%. Ravens.
All right. Well, so the offensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals came from Cleveland and Minnesota, which would have been heavy 12, particularly in Cleveland. Cleveland would have been like
Minnesota was at 27%, and
Cleveland. Look at Cleveland in 20. Can you find that for 2020 and 2021 for the Browns? Because that was when he was the tight ends coach.
No, but we know that the tight end, like they had, God, what's that one guy's name? Like that dude played
Harrison Bryant, and then they had another
played
one.
a decent amount.
This is going to drive me crazy if I don't remember the other guy. Austin Hooper, Njoku, and Harrison Bryant.
Austin Hooper was a fade every year. He was a great player for other people to be selecting. I think we unburied our wide receiver room.
We did, but
we can at least convince ourselves of it.
We should have been more aware of what we were doing, and I should have just not called Justin Herbert. We're gonna miss by Herbert, 14 points.
Well, when you get Herbert 10 picks past ADP, and to me, Herbert is still a swing at elite quarterback. He's just cheap. I think you just eat the 0 and say, what if CMC scores 400 points? And so you could advance any combination of players of him. What if Antonio Gibson is a league winner? What if Ramondre goes down? So it's like super easy to advance him. It's not always you're going to just like 20 points is going to decide it. Does it happen? Yes. But last year, if you drafted Mostert, it was hard not to gap. If you drafted Kyron, it was hard not to gap, where you could eat these zeros. We know it's going to be more unique. Just show our wide receiver room real quick.
All right, so the wide receiver room, I actually do think we got a little bit unburied here. So we have Debo.
Let's talk about the upside, right? The upside is like Debo's Debo. Hollywood is Chiefs wide receiver 1. Ladd McConkey and Keon are their team's number 1s. Lockett remains the number 2. Palmer's the number 2. It really doesn't matter if Ladd or Palmer.
We got some unexpected upside here. Do you know who the 49ers play in week 5, the week that we need points?
Week 5?
The Arizona Cardinals, baby. We got the Michael Wilson, Greg Dortch, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey correlation in week 5 when we need it.
Well, Wilson and Dortch were saying we've landed the 2 and 3 wide receivers in the Cardinals. Bourne were saying we landed the 1 or 2 wide receiver in New England. Like, we got a lot of top options for teams, even though we took tight end both highly-ish, QB highly-ish, and running back high. So I think we built a crime in the team. Let's talk about the drop of Xavier Worthy before we get out of here, because I want to know your opinion on that. Clearly,
he went at 47 in this one, so he didn't drop in this one.
But okay, but
that's the room selecting. Look, Vinny, we didn't want to take a 0 at quarterback. It just happened. It's probably not ideal.
I disagree with Vinny because almost any advance rate, points you sacrifice, you can make up for uniqueness. And
so people are going to think you're just galaxy braining that and making an excuse for it, but it is actually insanely true. Like, how many teams? So there's 660,000 entries in Best Ball Mania. What raw number of teams, like not even percentage, like just raw number of teams are going to have Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts both on them? I would guess less than 5,000 raw teams, just like actual, like you just
way less, probably sub 1K.
That's crazy to have
only Hurts and we can go back and look at the BBMDB and do some pairings to figure it out. But you have to isolate for only Hurts and Herbert.
And we also have another weird thing with McCaffrey and Barkley that is going to be an uncommon.
Who both could be league winner type running backs, like where they're highly drafted, but like they could literally just be the number 1 and number 2 running backs on the season, in which case it'll be hard not to advance naturally. But let's talk about Worthy a little bit because he went bizarrely high in this draft, but he is falling. I've been
scooping that Dipperino
in the 5th round, and I've been scooping him as he falls into the 6th and 7th. What's your mindset there?
My mindset is that him having a hamstring thing in rookie minicamp is not the time to press the panic button. Now, if it's preseason week 2, he hasn't played, Andy Reid's like, look, we're trying to, like, if at any point the way they're starting to talk about him reminds you of the way that they are talking about Kadarius Toney, where it's like, sure, hope we can see something from him, or we've got a package for him, then I'm going to be like, eject, press the panic button, get me out of here immediately. I can't have any of this. And trust me, I know the warning signs. There. So I'm taking advantage of the dip now. I think the other thing why he's falling is that Rice is coming back up, and it doesn't make sense for 3 Chiefs wide receivers to go, back to back to back. So I actually, if Rice doesn't get suspended or it's like a 2-game suspension, I believe Rice will probably flip worthy.
If everyone's healthy and playing, Rice
should go first.
What's the wide receiver target order to you?
As wide receiver target order, let's assume
not just like quantity of targets, like, try to quantify a higher depth of target in your rankings, so like if Hollywood may have like 60 less targets, but maybe
you want Rice first, then Hollywood, then Worthy, assuming full health, assuming no suspension. The thing that could cause me to be wrong about that would be that Kelsey actually like legitimately was just playing injured last year, like actually like never really recovered from the thing that we did kind of memory hold this, that we thought Kelsey's season might be done for like a week before the Lions game. Like they were thinking he might be out for the year, and then he just ended up playing all year.
Well, I mean, you can do the opposite too, right? Like against the Bills signed multiple linebackers off the street who Kelsey beat up. So it's like, he didn't do that against their starting linebackers. He did that against AJ Klein, who was on a road trip to Key West, and the Bills were like, hey, we lost all our linebackers. And next thing you know, he's covering him and getting torched, of course, So it's like, did he run a little hot in that way? I don't know about the other team's defenses enough to know what Kelsey did there.
I mean, my Chiefs fan gut take was that Kelsey was not ever 100% last year, that he never looked right. He never looked good. He never looked that good to me. Now, that might just be because the dude is 34 years old and like he's cooked, Now, let me tell you this. I don't believe that. I think that's unlikely to be true. And I think tight end, and specifically the role that Kelsey plays in that offense, is kind of, I think he can lose athleticism and still be what they need him to be. He can be the zone beater or whatever. But let me tell you, if Kelsey is cooked or approaches cooked, Rice is like going to go to the goddamn moon. Like Rice is going to get like 111 receptions or something.
The counterpoint is if the Chiefs are a more efficient deep passing offense,
it's really bad for Rice too.
That's bad for Rice because not only is Rice not that, right? Rice was kind of a byproduct of this Mickey Mouse, really short A-dot offense Mahomes threw. And maybe that's because teams play like cover 2 at like a way overwhelming rate against him. I don't exactly know. It seems logical. But if you are throwing the ball deep to Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy, and they're actually catching the ball, unlike MVS, that inherently is like taking away catching opportunities from you to march down the field with, and they could go score on those. So now the other team gets the ball and they're not doing as many checkdowns. So I don't know. I liked Rice. I like his speed, but he is this like,
I want to play it. I want to play it all 3 ways. I want to play it.
You're Mahomes. Paying for it though, right? Like, there's ambiguity in other offenses. Just compare the Bills to the Chiefs. Similar ambiguity.
I like Samuel. I like Ray Davis. I like Dawson Knox. The one I don't like is Kincaid. I think Kincaid, I know you don't want to hear it. I do really think Kincaid.
No, I like you pushing this. I think it's a bad take. I think please push it.
I really do. This is not a bit. I do think Kincaid is less likely to win you $1.5 million than Kyle Pitts. I really mean it.
I like Pitts pretty similar to Kincaid, actually. I think they both could be tight end 1, but first round draft capital, ESPN analytics, the same as Travis Kelce last year. Kincaid seems the chalk option to lead the Bills in targets. Getting the number 1 target of Buffalo at tight end, very valuable. But like, it's not really logical that we take every single Chiefs wide receiver before any Bills wide receiver, right? Like that's not likely to be correct when like as far as like
it's not likely to be correct in how the actual results fall. like in terms of how they finish. But that's not the game. That's not really what ADP is trying to predict.
But it is an indication for us of potentially overvalued spots and undervalued spots, right? When you're getting elite offenses at a discount and you have to pay for ambiguity, it just makes it a little bit tougher to roll the dice on the Chiefs when it's like, why take Hollywood when
I have a question for you. Where does Dalton Kincaid go in the NFL draft if this game never happens? October 15th, Utah plays the University of Southern Carolina. Dalton Kincaid has 16 receptions for 235 yards. And
did you look up the highlights of that game?
You want to watch them right now?
I think the bigger question with Kincaid is what would he have tested in the if he ran the combine, because we didn't get that. And that's actually another cap in his feather. He was injured this time last year.
He still was a first round pick, and still, I mean, he played all right.
He was a first round pick and produced, so he didn't get a full offseason as a rookie, and now he's healthy year 2. Like,
I'm always open. I'm going to do another draft. Do you want to do another one, or do you got to go?
I got to eat, otherwise
we can keep chatting, but I'm going to do another draft.
Jump into it
when you bail.
I get proportion of the payouts based on how many rounds I stay.
Sure.
Early way to the first. No, I'm kidding. No, I mean, let's just talk about the tight ends, because when we talk about what is 2025 ADP going to be, Kincaid, McBride, Laporta, they're going to be there. You know who might not? Kelsey and Andrews. In particular, they could.
My worry meter on Mark Andrews is at a good 0. Oh, an influencer 101. Let's go. You love to see it.
We can't go CMC again. We gotta go Lamb.
Do we, or do we just take CMC? Do we just take the GOAT?
I have Lamb ranked as my 101. I think running back, just the wide receiver market alone for early July.
Yeah, but at the 2-3 turn, you get 2 wide receivers you like a lot of the time. Although you get it.
Great, Adam Lamb. Stop at 6 wide receivers. You can draft 8 running backs.
I gotta be honest with you, Liam. I'm not gonna listen to you, and I'm just gonna take Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, as far as first round picks go, the only 2 that could just like lose a step this year are CMC and Tyreek Hill. All the other ones are young. We have no systematic concerns.
There is just a hair, just a shade, the smallest shade of risk that Nacua could come back to like a 24.5% target share and not a 29% target share.
And even that will make him perfectly fine if he runs a little bit hotter on touchdowns.
It would make him
the first round. It's not.
It would make him perfectly cromulent, but would not make him a league winner. Would not make him the guy. You just did an article about this. You just did an article on Beat Best Ball about how good CeeDee Lamb was and how he was. What was he on? 7 of the 10 top 10 teams on drafters last year, and McCaffrey was on none of them.
Yeah, and that had more to with the players Lamb was commonly paired with, Amon-Ra,
AJ Brown,
and how bad the players CMC was paired with. But it also did have to do with the fact that CMC was a running back. And so when you can get so many guys, Mostert, Achane, Kyron, Rashad White, David Montgomery, like so many. Deontay Foreman gave you
off the top of your head, how many broken tackles for Rashad White last season?
Don't know. Don't even care.
8. It's not even one a game.
White is
it's not even one a game.
He's a high floor option, He's a high floor option.
What if the floor actually isn't that high because he might just get benched because he's not very good? What if
pull up Bucky Irving's Raz for the viewers. Pull it up.
It's not good. I'll tell you right now.
I'm not worried about that guy.
I don't think Rashad White's RAS is that good.
Rashad White, I think actually, let's pull it up.
Here's the deal with Rashad White.
This is a 9.87 RAS. By the way, it's perfect really RAS good. Is 10.0. So that would be pretty good.
It's really good. So I disregard that immediately. Here's the thing about Rashad White. I really liked Rashad White as a prospect. He's exactly in line with what I like as a prospect. He was super cheap. He caught passes. He had a weird profile. He went to the University of Nebraska Kearney, which I didn't even know had a football team. Now, here's the deal. Rachaad White was not great in the passing game. He was fine in the passing game. He was like I would call him like Joe Mixon-esque in the passing game.
I think White's rushing inefficiency had to do with his O-line, which, like, I think the Bucs made steps to try to improve that.
Look, I could very easily be wrong about Rachaad White. I don't even have to squint and see how I could be wrong about Rachaad White, but I think he's extremely unlikely to be a guy who kills me. Like, what is the scenario?
No, he's not. He's not. But and so there is something to be said where you could swing for upside every pick, because I think like that's generally how I build, where it's like I swing for upside.
I don't even do it with every pick, but I think his floor is quite lower than other my competitors.
I don't think the risk of Bucky Irving. Okay, first of all, White is not going to play the same amount of snaps he did last year. Like, that was too much, just like Kerrane. He played too much last year. But let's deduct him 10, 15%. You're still getting a really high floor option as your RB2, which is enough. Like, and what I literally had this thought last night as I was drafting a 5-5-5 team for an article I'm going to write. But I think when you select a White.
See, this is why we do what we just did.
Let's go Metcalf and Cup.
I'm gonna go Neighbors and Cup.
Okay. I like Neighbors too.
I'm kind of light on Neighbors right now, and Reeves was just on before you, and he's pro Neighbors, and I don't have.
I'm very pro Neighbors.
Like, not very much.
It seems like he's a chase level talent.
I don't know if that's in reference to you or me, but either way, I kind of like it. I don't even think that's terrible. I don't have 0% Metcalf, but I prefer. I like to play it through Lockett. That's my thing.
Metcalf, though, if someone's gonna be like, Metcalf could return 1-2 turn value if things just kind of break.
He'd have to score a lot of touchdowns. He'd have to score a lot of touchdowns because the volume's not going to be that high relative to guys who's going around.
Only limited to one side of the field. Maybe things change. Like the Pete Carroll, like that era is over. Like let's see what Metcalf gets with the real.
If he combines his 2020 and his 2021 season, where he had the crazy ADOT in 2020, 1,300 yards with the 12 touchdown season from 2021, then absolutely.
Yeah, and so like I'm not like slam dunking Metcalf at 2-3 turn, but I take him kind of throughout the third round occasionally.
This guy drafting at the 1-5. I mean, this is how you're going to win Best Ball Mania. This is the team that's going to win. The guy that starts Jefferson, Waddle.
Wait, Davis, what was his first round pick? What position did he go?
Wide receiver.
Well, we could have done that. But
we could have. But here's the deal: you want Christian McCaffrey. It's like, I know it's so.
What's your exposure to CMC and Lamb? And then to finish my Rachaad White point, the point is this.
Yes, please.
When you select a high floor, but not quite the ceiling running back, I think you can inherently draft less running backs and just accept that in PPR land, maybe White is again around like 15 PPR points. And so he's regularly hitting your RB2. And you only need to fill one other running back spot. So you hope to hit some ceiling options there. And you're taking his 13, 15 PPR points, maybe 10 to 11 half point to the bank all day.
I think you're.
That's why I draft Bucky Irving, but we've done this before with 4th round rookies, and they don't all hit.
I mean, we've done this a million times with a million different rookies. Yeah. Look, I think. I mean, hopefully I draft enough teams this now that like I'm doing this streaming thing. Like, hopefully I draft enough teams that.
What number BBM is this for you?
41 or something like that. 41. Yeah, I think 41. I consciously wanted to save some more for when training camp and everything started. And now it's like great because now I'm just going to be able, I can rip for a day on a stream.
I think this is like a really good time to be drafting because like people get bored where
they do dumb shit because
they start doing
bored.
weird. Like there's a difference between like I do some borderline unique stuff, which is definitely like thin, but there's some people do like doing like really bad stuff. And then again, like we're going to get a blurb or two on some of these guys and you can kiss their ADPs goodbye, you know, like Hayden Winks brought up Rico Dowdle today. And I totally agree. Right. Like I think Moss, Rico, like any of these like ambiguous running backs, you get a blurb or two on them. Goodbye to their ADP. They're now in the 10th round.
The Buccaneers coach said like one slightly positive thing about Bucky Irving, and it took him from like round 18 to round 14. Like it wasn't even that positive.
You remember Sean Tucker? No, well, I think the clear example is Braylon Allen. Braylon Allen was
it was one athletic article.
It was the low-owned, high upside guy I was drafting, and then all of a sudden he's now just a chalk 16th round.
Hey, some of us had 60% Braylon Allen in the big board because they know ball. But
yeah, but I bet you didn't in BBM because you're like, oh, I don't know now. He's part of the Jets. Is it him? Is it Abanikanda? Is it this Isaiah Davis guy? Who is it?
Let me address this comment here real quick from Michael. Just charge us for the channel. No new job necessary. That is happening. There's going to be a membership, and I'm not going to launch it until tomorrow, but there is a product to send you guys to that is live. I just haven't promoted it yet, but there's going to be premium content and all that stuff. So hopefully a new job is not necessary, or maybe this will be the most short-lived YouTube channel of all time.
I'm gonna be taking notes from Davis and applying them to my own channel. All right, we got to go Kincaid here.
God, Liam, no.
We got to do it. Did you want to win BBM or not?
Let's take Lamar. No, Lamar, Mark Andrews.
Kirk and Kincaid. And Kincaid.
No. Lamar and Andrews. I know you're full of shit right now. No.
Kincaid.
No. Liam, I will refund you your
Talk to me about the tightrope surgery and why that's not a concern.
Because I'm not a medicine man. I don't care. The tightrope surgery is not. I mean, it's the same thing.
I can't wait for Kincaid to bury you and all like Andrews. By the way, for anyone out there, there's certain players who all content providers push. Andrews is comfortably in that bucket.
The cabal loves Mark Andrews.
They do.
Be more right about that.
You could simply take anyone but Andrews, specifically another elite tight end, and you're not going to be competing as much with people who just watch stream content and kind of like copy the player takes there, right? So because like if you see Davis and Pete and Pat and JJ and then like the NBC guys all being like draft Andrews, that's like. Okay, maybe he's a really good pick.
No, you're not wrong about this at all. You're really not.
But it's a really easy way is to like maybe I'm competing with a softer crowd with Kincaid. I really don't think the bet is that different. We know that Josh Allen almost always will throw for more yards than Lamar Jackson. Josh Allen will almost always throw for more touchdowns, except for extreme Lamar years. Andrews is another year older. A diabetic coming off of injury.
Oh my God. We're not going to the type 1. We're not going to the type 1.
That is a concern for some NFL players as you get older. So I'm not like, that's a legit concern.
He's 28 years old.
That is older, brother. As someone who's 31, that's older.
28 is peak.
Kincaid is in his second year, so it's like,
and he's 25.
Okay. And Mark Andrews got significantly hurt last year.
I didn't even want to get into a Dalton Kincaid debate with you because I think he's a good pick. I think picking him there probably would have been good. But the ability to do the Lamar Andrews thing, I mean, is that the number one? What's the number one ceiling combo of quarterback pass catcher? Josh
and Kincaid.
I would say
Mahomes and Kelsey. Those
Mahomes, Kelsey. Josh, I would actually say Josh Coleman maybe has like the true ceiling because Coleman could catch like 14 touchdowns. If Coleman is a first round talent, he could catch an insane amount of touchdowns. And Hurts and AJ Brown.
I think Kincaid is the chalk way to play Buffalo, where he's good. He's good friends with Josh. If Laporta didn't have the year he had, where, by the way, Laporta just ran really hot on touchdowns. Like, didn't necessarily like blow the doors off of.
I'm just not into Sam Laporta in Best Ball Mania 5.
I don't draft him in the 3rd round, but once he falls to the mid 4th, which he does, I mix him in. You just want parts of the Lions where they play 12 dome games. Like that's pretty appealing right there.
Sure. So Dave is also correct. I mean, I did just set myself to get buried by the Avalanche 2 drafts in a row, which he's right. It is. Taking any wide receiver there with Andrews would have been.
I think going to Lamar Andrews pairing, if Kirk was there, would have been really bad, because Kirk is almost never available in the 4th anymore. And you can get the Lamar Andrews pairing where we did every day of the week. And it's super chalky.
But that is, I think that is too narrow of a way to think about it, because I just want, I want to have.
You want to build the best of the chalk combos. I get it.
I just want shut up. I just want to have a bunch of Lamar and Andrews. I just want to show up with a bunch of those.
How often are you taking Lamar and Andrews at the opposite turn then? That's what I would be doing if I were you, if I'm trying to build good Lamar Andrews teams. I'm not trying to have CMC on every single one of my Lamar Andrews teams.
Hold on. We're sweating here. Oh, let's go.
I've been trying Jr.
Yeah.
And Christian Watson.
Yeah. I've been trying to get a lot more of Christian Watson. I did a podcast with Mike Clay. Actually, I think it was the last Sports Grid Fantasy Football podcast that they got published for free. And he was like, I think people have lost their minds. Christian Watson is just the number 1 wide receiver on this really efficient offense.
I said that same thing to you like 3 weeks before Mike Clay, and it was just
and I was probably like, Liam, shut up, dude.
Yeah, we were like, shut up, you like this deep ADOT player, but someone else hits you with it, and you're like, oh, whoa. I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. All right, so the team that we have right now, we are drafting from the 101. Started out Christian McCaffrey. Considered going CeeDee Lamb. I looked when Liam asked. I have 11% Christian McCaffrey, 8% CeeDee Lamb. It's honestly probably mostly just because of the way my picks have landed. Looks like I think I've done 187 underdog drafts and post drafts. So McCaffrey first, did Malik Neighbors and Cooper Kupp on the turn, passed on Mike Evans, passed on Devonta Smith. I pass on Devonta Smith there quite a bit of the time, because you're like, what is the probability that Jalen Hurts is ever there at the 4-12? I don't know. Someone smarter than me would have to do the math, but I'm going to guess you're not getting him there very often. Cooper Kupp, I'm a big Cooper Kupp bull. We did that big long argument about Puka and Cooper Kupp on ADP chasing yesterday. I think the odds that they earn similar targets is much greater than the market is estimating. I really like Cooper Kupp. I think Cooper Kupp is a really strong pick, good offensive environment. I'm also a big Stafford guy, and I like having a backdoor ability to get my quarterback there. Then we've got Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews at the 4 or 5 turn. I mean, Liam, that is just. I know you don't like it. I think it's just money in the goddamn bank.
I do that pairing. I'm just asking you, how many times have you gone at the 3-4 turn, taking Lamar and Andrews? I'm going to guess 0%.
No, definitely more than 0% of the time. I'm pretty aggressive on those guys.
Because, okay, if you just think Lamar and Andrews are the guys I need, they're going to beat up the Texans, it's just like the spot you need to win, and you pair them 100% with CMC or Lamb just because that's kind of like where the ADPs shake out, that is really bad to me. Like, why would you limit yourself that way when you could also pair him with AJ Brown, Puka, the other side of the draft board?
I mean, I would have to call on my friends from Establish the Run to give you a more convincing argument to why you shouldn't do that. But my guess is that it's probably related to opportunity cost, that you wouldn't want to do that, because then you are sacrificing a lot of other players that project for a lot of points.
Okay, just use logic, brother. Pretend this was DFS. You don't need your friends to Establish the Run for this.
I always need my friends.
If you saw that the combination in a DFS tournament was Lamar, Andrews, and CMC correlated at 95%. Would you enter the DFS tournament with Lamar, Andrews, and CMC, or would you purposely try to choose any other player than CMC to pair them with?
1 second. We need to make these picks, and then we will come back to that.
What pick number are we at?
We are at pick 96 and 97, and we have 1 running back, 4 wide receivers, and we are set at quarterback and tight end. I think we take James Conner probably.
Yeah,
James Conner or Mostert.
Like much, but
I don't really like him either. So let's take Mostert.
Okay.
Mostert, and then we need to make another pick. We can either take Lockett to kind of shore up our wide receiver situation.
Let's do Njoku and call it a day at tight end.
No. I think that's bad because we need to set up optionality with our secondary quarterback that we don't have right now.
We have a ton of optionality. Stafford, Daniel Jones. Go Jordan Love. Go Jordan Love.
No, I did Njoku.
I think Love is a fine pairing with Watson too, and being done at quarterback.
Do we get a Baltimore Cleveland in the playoffs, or do you know off the top of your head?
No, I got week 17 down. Baltimore plays. They play the Steelers. They play the Texans, and do they play the
Dolphins?
Dolphins?
The Browns.
The
Browns play the Dolphins in week 17. FF Doom, great point. I mean, CD Amon-Ra St. Brown was the chalk of all chalk, and it was.
I mean, that's what I lead off in my article, the free article I wrote about roster combos. Is sure it was chalk and it worked, but it's going to get to a point where, I mean, that's not predictive, you know. And there are I don't really know the optimal amount of okay, if I know the field is doing this at 20%. You know, but it's going to get to the point where the field's doing it too much. So, yeah, by the way, guys, Davis cannot monetize if he doesn't get to 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Bindles, 1,000 subs by tomorrow. I mean, that would be beautiful. Imagine if we got to 1,000 on the debut day.
Whoever keeps on writing Bo Melton, stop it, because Davis almost threw away our last draft because he wrote that. He was like,
I didn't almost throw it away. I'm the one who got people hip to Bo Melton, dude.
Brother, what about Malik Heath? He had the same numbers.
To be honest, I don't know anything about Malik Heath, but I've done a very surface level dive into Bo Melton. I got some good trivia that we broke out.
I drafted Bo Melton
yesterday
on a drafters team. It's just what if it's this guy? Wait, let's finish the tight end discussion though, because I don't think we really finished that.
Yes, no, we didn't at all. So we're doing. Well, what tight end discussion are you talking about?
Mainly about the I'm gonna guess that you are just going Andrews at the expense of McBride, Kincaid, Laporta. Maybe you're going Kelsey too.
So I take Andrews and Kelsey naked occasionally, though not a ton. Whereas I don't take McBride and Kincaid, yeah,
and Laporta at all.
I don't take Laporta at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're fading the 3 tight ends that are most likely going to be the face of the NFL in either starting this year or next year. Where it's that's probably going to be our big 3. Brock Bowers will probably be there as well.
What if Brock Bowers is the big one on his own? Have you thought about it? Have you considered it?
I mean, I don't think any of them are going to separate to quite that degree. But it's possible. Kyle Pitts, too. Kyle Pitts is the mystery box where this is either the last year we're doing Kyle Pitts or he could be tight end 1.
It's so true. It's either he gets shipped to the shadow realm and he's drafted as the tight end 24 next year, or he's a second round pick.
Yeah. And so, what's the logic of fading Kincaid?
It's not like I think Kincaid is bad.
It's just you like other players, I guess.
I just like other players. I mean, I take other players where Kincaid goes. And I mean, I'm literally drafting off my rankings here. You guys are seeing where I have players ranked. I've got Andrews ranked ahead of Kincaid. It's not to say I'm going to do, it's July 2nd right now. I will do, we think 700 more drafts probably than I've done right now, 300 more drafts, 500 more drafts. Like I'm not going to flat. And it's not like I have 0% McBride, 0% Kincaid. Like that's not how it is.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I don't know, man. Josh Allen's just always going to be around 30 touchdowns. He's always going to be around 4,000 plus passing yards. You know,
yeah,
and
I really like Curtis Samuel too. So
I like Samuel.
So I probably should take more Allen.
I like Shakir too. What are we looking at? We're looking at ADP right now.
Yeah. Doesn't really change it that much. Okay. Well,
I thought Brian Robinson would have been a nice pick.
So we could do Judy to set up Watson.
Do that. Let's do
Gus Edwards. I like.
Yeah, let's do Gus.
Polk, I like.
Let's do Gus, and let's. How do you feel about Mike Williams? Is Mike Williams
no chance? No chance. Let's do Polk. So we need a. Is that a week? Oh, it's a week 14 bye.
It's a little rich for me. Do you like Brandon Cooks if you don't like Mike?
No, I'm taking Polk.
Okay.
Gotta stay true. I'm balancing my range. I have
You're not this is you balancing. Your balancing is just grabbing a player 20 picks ahead of ADP that we could have taken the next round. You're sacrificing an 11th round pick.
I'm not though. I'm
fine because there's a lot of question marks in this area.
Yeah, I reject the premise of sacrificing because this is already to the point of the draft where you're, if we're talking about auction dollars, what are these $2 players? $4 players.
You are sacrificing ADP 10, 11 players. Like that's not really
okay. Well, you just told me that I should be taking Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson like a combined 25 spots ahead of ADP to create the combos.
I think I know. I didn't say you should do that always. I said if you are 100% drafting them at ADP and you are never forcefully mixing up your combos, that is bad if it's going to be such an overweight position for you.
Well, that is, I mean, that's what I'm doing with Jalen Polk is that I'm taking.
You're getting unique in the back end. Yeah, that's fine with some week 17. It's just
and if we were using the draft caddy or the easy sheet or the sidekick, we would have just gotten week 17 correlation boost there with Edwards and Polk.
I don't care about the caddies, but.
No, I forget that you are. I forget that you're the grump about the draft hackers.
Yeah, I'm the one who protects the ecosystem versus just going along with the flow.
It's not. Oh, dude, we could have a whole conversation. We could have a whole conversation about that. The thing that you're not realizing is the same thing that poker pros didn't realize, which is that the HUDs actually help them over the long term.
I don't need them at all. Like
no, they didn't help you. They fill the games. They fill the games. It gets more people to play.
That's not really a problem at all for best ball. So that's like that's not the same thing as
what if it created a cash game environment so that it was a little bit safer of an investment.
I do tournaments.
Well, you're rich, brother. So it's
I understand. Like, look, they're friends of the industry, so. It doesn't really do favors.
I need to respond to Paulinho 89 here real quick. Judy would have been cromulent, but he's not a guy I really like. And I took him.
Liberal reading by you. First off, he said cumulant.
Cumulant. I took him in the first draft with Reeves, and I'm not trying to make my stream debut all in on Jerry Judy.
Yeah.
There are some people
though to say like, oh, best ball will fill. If we have plugins,
it's not about that. It's about you. There could be the access to people who would be playing would be greater.
Okay. I think
you want to take. Is Bateman already gone? Do we not have to do that? Please tell me he's already gone.
I'm not drafting Bateman a lot at all.
Yeah, no, I've got him ranked 196. I've got Devontae Walker ranked higher. We can be done at second quarterback. We can take Stafford here.
Did Tua go?
Yes. Yeah, we can take Stafford here and be done, right?
Sure. What pick number are we at?
We're 144, so like right at ADP.
Yeah, okay. Let's go Stafford.
Stafford and then Burton.
Sure.
Do you want Here, let me star him.
No, I don't like Dotson.
We could take. Yeah, there's no one else there.
I like Moody's defensible, but
no, he's not. You a Mooney over Rondale, bro?
Unquestionably, and you should be a Ray McLeod over Rondale, bro.
Oh,
that was the recent blurb.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
That was a recent report that Rondale Moore is behind Ray McLeod, which is down bad.
That I am choosing not to.
Did you even read it, or you're just?
I don't even care. That to me, like that. You want to talk about an earthworm idea? It would be the idea that Ray McLeod is going to be a serious offensive player for any NFL team. Ray McLeod was not good in college. Ray McLeod is such a non-factor that when you go to his,
what has Rondale Moore done, brother?
He's like a fine player.
He squatted a lot at a small stature. I thought that was fun.
I had totally memory wiped this. How did this even happen? Ray McLeod had 66 targets for the 2021 Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, how, like, what was going on? How did that happen?
What? Oh, the year with the Steelers where
he had more targets than James Washington, Juju Smith-Schuster. What was happening with this team? That Najee Harris got 307 carries that year. They won 9 games. Man, Tomlin is the GOAT. Point being, I don't care about the Ray McLeod update.
Yeah, but the NFL doesn't seem to care about Rondale Moore, so that's not good.
I mean, Rondale's good for one spike week a year.
Let's pull it up.
Do not fact check me on that. Absolutely.
Rondale Moore game logs.
Rondale Moore. This is what I do know about.
You guys don't know Davis. You have to fact check everything he says because he just makes things up and it hopes that the crowd will just kind of roll through it. Okay, you did get one 16-point PPR game last year, week 3, a 10-point game, a 12-point game, and that's it.
Okay.
But that was beside a like Hollywood Brown and no one offense.
Okay, but adjust your prior. Open your eyes.
My prior is that Rondale Moore was good his rookie year, by the way. That's
what if Evan Silva's idea that Rondale is actually a running back comes to fruition and
like
he gets
3 years ago?
No, he was playing running back snaps last year. Rondale had, I think he had like 20 carries last year.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 20. He had 28 rushes last year. So he gets something like 39 rushes and 64 targets, but scores 2 long touchdowns on those.
So Tyler Algier just ceased to exist?
No, Rondale plays like a souped up version of the Tutu Atwell role from the Zach Robinson offense. That's what you're drafting him for.
This is not what I like when I read Ray McLeod news. It's 49ers wide receiver Ray McLeod is ready to catch a career in entertainment.
If you go to Ray McLeod's Pro Football Reference page, it brings up his return statistics before his receiving statistics because that's
okay. Here we go. From Ari Kozlaw, Falcons correspondent. Ray McLeod reportedly saw first-team reps in Falcons minicamp, according to ESPN.
That means nothing to me. That literally
not a lot to act on. I mean, Ray's not draftable, but my point is I don't know.
Rondale Moore is the size of a high school field hockey player. True. Fact check. I am fact checking that. It's true. And Tim Holstead is saying Tutu is a better player than Rondale Moore. That's also true. If we can,
I think Tutu's a better pick than Rondale Moore.
Yeah.
Like DeMarcus Robinson played well, but it wouldn't really be surprising for him to go back to 0.
All right, I got to take a running back here.
No, let's take.
We need a running back.
Okay, we'll go one running back. Robinson.
You're saying DeMarcus Robinson to me?
Yeah.
No, I am ideologically opposed. I'm very familiar with
Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson again. I also like Luke McCaffrey a lot.
Should we take Bateman? He's here with Lamar. Should we take Bateman?
I would love to get my first share of Bateman through you.
God, I don't even like this. This is like I don't. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I would have preferred DeMarcus Robinson or Michael Wilson there.
Okay. This is my duty. This is my duty as someone who is intimately familiar with DeMarcus Robinson's game. So DeMarcus Robinson has been in the NFL since 2016. 2016 he's been in the NFL. He has 2,500 career receiving yards and 20 touchdowns in 8 NFL seasons. Do we want to guess on number of games that DeMarcus Robinson has his top 5 receptions in those 8 years?
Don't really care, but go ahead. 9.
He's got two 100-yard games in 8 years. I'm not doing it. I'm not.
Here's his, from week 13 to week 17. Here's his fantasy game logs. PPR points. 4, 5, 55, 1, 15.5 points. 3, 10, 46, 1, 13.6 points. 2, 3, 44, 1, 14.7 points. 6, 6, 82, 1, 20.2 points. 6, 10, 92, 13.2 points. The Rams are also the league leaders of running 11 personnel, meaning 3 wide receivers on the field. So
you think this is convincing me, but it literally
he is kind of like a jag, but you can box score chase.
Define kind of a jag.
Like he's like not impressive, and that's why I think Tutu Atwell is actually like a defensible pick.
That's what I was trying to get you. That's what I was trying to get you.
No, but what I'm saying is I would rather draft Tutu than Rondale Moore because we at least saw it with Tutu.
Like, I would be stunned if DeMarcus Robinson ended up being a very important pick in Best Ball Mania.
I mean, he scored 4 touchdowns in a row. 4 weeks in a row.
So did Davis Allen. Like Tyler Higbee had like multiple 3 touchdown games. Like
Davis Allen, I don't think is the worst pick in the world.
Like, I gave Colby Parkinson like real.
Yeah,
money.
I'm just not into Colby Parkinson career receiving yards of like 600.
That's just DeMarcus Robinson is Colby Parkinson, but eligible at wide receiver.
No, that's not true. Let's pull this up.
I'm telling you, dude, he's got 2
Marcus Robinson, 2,500 career receiving yards.
I'm telling you,
Parkinson, career receiving yards of 600 yards.
I'm saying that they are the
less.
same. I'm saying that they are the same. What are we doing here, guys?
Send him the link. Get him in there. Send him the link.
I will. Let's see if he wants to hop on. He probably won't. He's probably busy. But here's the deal. If DeMarcus Robinson, I will hold my hand up if DeMarcus Robinson is the guy that beats me. I mean, truly, like it's whatever. What can you even do when DeMarcus Robinson beats you?
I don't think he's like. I'm not going crazy on him, but he's a pretty nice pick when you need wide receiver production on a correlated Matt Stafford team. Like if you're not taking Robinson with Matt Stafford, why not? You know?
Yeah. All right, here, pick a wide receiver. Pick a wide receiver.
Well, Luke McCaffrey is a slam dunk over that group.
Yeah. I unironically like am kind of into Nepo baby Luke. Yeah.
Well, I really don't like Jahan Dotson, so it's pretty well. And I've talked about this on my channel, but like part of the reason I'm so into him as well is like he almost certainly is the wide receiver 3 at worst. Like there's literally no one else who it could be. Click the running back button. Do not do it. Do not do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You think
we
you
go
think you can rule me on
Foreman,
FJ,
Roschon, or
I like Foreman.
Okay.
Foreman is actually we probably needed a late season style guy there because we have McCaffrey and Mostert. So we actually probably needed a rookie
I was going to say Will Shipley as the third one.
Yeah, I should have done that. I was too quick on. I mean, Estime was a better pick than either, but
I don't think I don't think Estime is close to a better pick than Will Shipley.
You have not been following the drumbeat.
What NFL team does Will Shipley play for?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Which NFL team does Audric Estime play for?
The Denver Broncos, where the running backs are going to see the Denver Broncos are going to get 900 targets.
Or they could win like 4 games. And hold on here, not done because
4 games. Come on.
Well, their win total is literally set at like 4.5, 5.5.
I would bet.
How about this, Davis? Who went higher in the real NFL draft? Will Shipley or Audric Estime? What's your guess?
I'm guessing because you're asking it's Shipley, but
boom, bingo, well ahead. 4th round.
4th round versus 5th round.
Yeah.
About the same. About the literal same.
Yeah, very similar, but still.
Okay.
It's kind of funny.
This is fun. My favorite thing to do is go look at Pro Football Reference and just like extrapolate things. Do you know how many targets the Denver running backs saw last year?
A lot.
It's nuts. 58 for Javonte. That's 3rd on the team. 56 for Perine. That's 4th on the team. 36 for McLaughlin. That's 5th on the team. And then the fullback had 8. It's insane. It's insane, the Sean Payton offense for the
but you
backs.
need touchdowns in half-point PPR, and the Broncos could literally be the worst team at scoring touchdowns this upcoming year. That's in the range for them.
Yes, they could. Yeah, no, that's totally true.
Like the chalk answer there is Panthers, Broncos, Patriots.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't disagree. But yeah, Estime is more likely to be the Mark Ingram, obviously, than the Kamara. McLaughlin would be the Kamara.
Are we going wide out or running back here?
I don't know.
What's our running back room?
McCaffrey, Mostert, Edwards, Allen, Foreman. With McCaffrey, you probably don't need 6 running backs. You probably want another wide receiver. And we have Polk, Burton, Bateman, McCaffrey. So like not a lot of guaranteed wide receiver points amongst those bottom 4.
I think it's a luxury pick either way. Can you click
we
on
could take Tutu. Take a short king.
Fun.
Yeah.
That'd be fun. Let's do it.
There we go.
What's the running back tab look like though? Because we got some question marks at our running backs for sure.
Bigsby, Keaton, Madison, Lauby, Guerrendo, Ali, Gainwell, Perine. Yeah. Bang. Short, king, summer.
2 drafts. It was a pleasure. Oh, brother, I entered a slow by accident. I hate it.
What you never do slow drafts?
No. Well, like unless I have to for like a high stakes, but like I tried to enter a BBM5 fast and I don't know how. I entered a slow, and so now I'm going to Ireland this upcoming weekend. I'm gonna have to deal with that draft.
What are you doing in Ireland?
Going with the extended family for, just like clearly I have Irish heritage, and so going for the first time with like me, my cousins, my parents, my girlfriend, gonna be over there for 2 weeks, and maybe I can draft DraftKings over there, but if not,
I think you can, because doesn't
yeah, but he's in the UK. I don't know if Ireland's the same.
Strachan, well, brother, I think Ireland's part of the United Kingdom. I actually don't know that. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know how it.
I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know post Brexit how any of that works.
Well, also the Irish and the English have a history, we shall say.
Yeah. Maybe you'd have to go across the border. Liam, you didn't know you were going to stay around for 2. Stream Shipper Part 2 with Liam.
Make sure you add 2 there. Well, this was fun, brother. Happy you're in the streets. I'll definitely have to have you back on my channel soon.
For sure.
Yeah, being in a handful of slows is absolutely the worst. 100%.
Has to be a 0 or a million. Interrupting your day for 5 still play. That's so true. Yes, you either need to be. You need to click 15 or 20 of them at a time. Look, I'm not meaning to get canceled. I don't know how the Irish Republican United Kingdom, I don't know how that legality works. All I know is from soccer, and it's all crazy, right? So like some of the United Kingdom sports cross over into England and some do not. Like in soccer it isn't. So like the Irish Premier League is like its own thing, but in like rugby, they're all together in one.
DraftKings suspends operations in Austria, Germany, Ireland, and Malta. from January 2023. So DFS is not the same thing as best ball, but I'm assuming it's a no.
Yeah. So you gotta be deep in.
I'm gonna just do some strategy pods, and so like gonna try to have some people on to just do some more like greater talks about the market, etc. Those type of things. They're always fun.
Like you're gonna work while you're over there.
Well, I'm definitely gonna write. I'm definitely gonna keep my rankings updated. Usually do that once a week, and then I want to get like 2 pods in, something like that.
Okay. Well,
you're doing another one.
Oh, yeah, wow. I'm gonna do another one. This is advice that I had gotten. You gave me this advice, which is that the hour long stream game is not the game to play. You either need to be doing the concise 20-minute videos, heavily edited, like what Peter's doing on the Deposit Kingdom, or you got to just grind the streams. You got to just grind them.
Yeah, and like I've debated, like when I come back, I'm gonna have like a streaming schedule for the first time, something I've never done, amazingly. Yeah. And then also, like clearly it's way more GTO for growth to be like, these are the 10 running backs you need to win. Like that's like kind of like the Salvetri style more so than
man. This. I had a call with Holka this last week. If you are interested in, I don't know your preferences on that stuff, but if you are interested in getting into some of the real crazy growth stuff, you should have a call with Holka.
I should partner with someone like that, because someone could take like my success in best ball and like easily.
He wouldn't even need it.
That's like the grandest like sell. It's like the masses to be like, this is how I won 3 best ball tournaments. Like, look at my house.
By the way, we're gonna get another shipper in soccer pick'ems. My first two sponsored UD pick'ems. We're gonna get an easy shipper. I got the 1-2. They are blessing me. They are blessing me, my friends.
Go Lamb. Or go CMC again.
Oh, I will take whoever's there. I'll take whoever's
All right,
there.
guys. I'm gonna head out. Davis, congrats, brother. See you later.
Yeah, later, man. All right, guys. It's just me. It's just me in the stream. We're gonna go over here. Look, it's gonna be a little bit of a growth pattern here for me to fly solo for this entire draft. I might need you guys to help me. I did send the link to Peter, so maybe Peter will hop on. Maybe actually here I'll DM the guys in ADP chasing and see if anyone wants to join. But I did take CeeDee Lamb at the 102, so that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice when the room makes that decision for me, as you guys can see from the ranks. I think this is the way the first round should go. I think St. Brown at 4. I really don't think it's that good. I think you are giving up a lot when you are taking Amon-Ra St. Brown at 4, because what is the realistic touchdown upside for Amon-Ra St. Brown? I think 10 last year is about as good as it's going to get. That's on 164 targets. One of the things that is true is that I think it's kind of likely that Jameson Williams, if he's any good at all, can significantly impact St. Brown's ceiling. And maybe I'm wrong. A-Rod says here the volume. I mean, look, yeah, the volume's good. Johnny Footballs does note, the real important thing, which is that St. Brown is going to be a better pick on full PPR, 106 and 119 receptions in back-to-back years. But the touchdown distributions for the Lions are going to be pretty skewed towards the running backs, I think. Last year, Gibbs only had 1 receiving touchdown. David Montgomery had 0 running back touchdowns. But we saw how clearly that near the goal line, they go to the running backs. It just ended up being that distribution. CMC is the 1-1. I mean, Rams, Miami, Detroit. He'll be the highest projected non-quarterback all 3 weeks. I mean, Lundar, you make a great point. Obviously, he is the 1.1. The degree to which Christian McCaffrey is better than every other player in fantasy football, I think, has been a little bit. I just think we sort of forget how insanely good he is. He's like the only guy who you can come close to projecting for 400 points in fantasy football. No one else. I mean, Lamb, maybe you could get to 350 or something, but then you're kind of having to project the team to be a little bit better to a degree that they are not. I mean, they are not going to be a better team on offense this year than they were last year. No shot. Yeah. So I think ADP mostly has it right, other than Jefferson being behind Chase. And I know Liam disagreed with me on that, but I feel pretty confident that Jefferson is a better play than Chase. I mean, Justin Jefferson, you want to talk about the most unassailable resume you're going to have? 1,400, 1,600, 1,800 yards. Then last year, 1,000 yards on 100 targets in 9 games. Is it a hot take that CMC should be the 101 in Superflex formats? Now that is for sure a hot take, because you are giving up a ton of points from Allen and Hurts, and honestly, even Mahomes and Lamar, and maybe Anthony Richardson in that format as well. All right, so I'm about up on the clock here. I started CD. This is perfect. This is going to give me a chance to take Devin A-Chain for my very first time here on stream. A-Chain is easily my favorite second round click, and definitely my favorite third round pick. I mean, if Waddle was here, I would have taken him, and I might even get sniped here. So maybe I won't even. Oh, please don't time out on me, bro. Angel Heart. Oh, he doesn't do it. He takes Barkley. So we got A-Chain, CD Lamb, Devin A-Chain to start. I mean, that's about as good as a draft is going to get to me. You take a guy who can be the number one, actually should be the number one overall wide receiver, and no one thinks this, but come on, Devin A-Chain can totally be, and bang, we got DJ Moore, who I really love. I did that thread last week about DJ Moore. Highest possible ceilings this year go to CMC, Lamb, Jefferson, and Bijan. I mean, I think you got to open your mind a little bit more, because, like, truly, guys, I'm just asking you to imagine, what if Devin A-Chain did get full workload? Like, what if he did actually get 18 rushes and 4 targets a week? The only games where he got double-digit carries last season, 18 for 203, 4 targets, 4 receptions, 30 yards. That was the 4 touchdown game. Then against the Giants, he got 11 rushes for 151 yards, scored a touchdown, 1 target, 1 reception, 14 yards. Injured. Came back against the Rams, against the Raiders, got injured in that one, only played 3 snaps, missed the next week. Then full snaps against Washington, 17 for 73 and 2, 3 for 30 as a receiver. Only plays 46%, 39%, 55% of snaps. Then against the Ravens, 14 for 107, 4 for 30 and a touchdown, 10 for 56 and a touchdown against the Bills. I mean, truly, if A-Chain can handle it, why can A-Chain not do what Chris Johnson did? If you guys maybe are newer to fantasy football, maybe that'll seem crazy to you, but there was a fella by the name of Chris Johnson who went to Eastern Carolina in college. He's the only guy who really stylistically reminds me. He's the guy who only stylistically reminds me of A-Chain. In 4 years in college, he had only 624 carries. He had only 1 season with 1,000 rushing yards, only 1 season with more than 176 carries, and he had 37 receptions that season as well. He came into the NFL, 251 carries, 4.9 yards per carry year 1, but then year two for CJ2K, 358 carries, 2,006 yards, 14 touchdowns, and had 50 receptions for 503 yards. I mean, he was unbelievable. He really was. And I mean, look, I'm not saying this is close to the most likely thing or anything like that, but A-Chain definitely has the ceiling to be the number 1 overall player in fantasy football if he gets anything like that. I'm not even saying he can or he will, but it's definitely possible. Now, Dave Gladstone, he makes an interesting point. It's the Pollard scenario. I mean, maybe. I mean, maybe this is. I have been thinking about it. Like, maybe we are drafting Devin A-Chain as the Pollard and Mostert is the Zeke, and we're drafting the Pollard ahead. I mean, it's possible. I don't think it's the most likely thing, but it definitely is possible. Also, I'm realizing there's a way for me to turn on ambient music here, but I'm not confident enough. Not confident enough in my stream abilities to turn on the ambient music, so I'm just gonna keep chatting I'm just gonna keep chatting while we go through this, and we'll see how it goes. I didn't have the board up either. I'm about to be on the clock again with a Christian McCaffrey, Cooper Kupp, Devonta Smith start, and as of right now, knock on wood, all of the quarterbacks are there. Josh Allen goes, Kelsey goes. I'm past the AJ Brown drafter. Could we get the thing that I told Liam you never happen? That it never happens when we're about to get Jalen Hurts at the 4-5 turn. Yeah, my border is wasting a lot of space. I don't know how to fix this. Mr. Greg Wheels. I don't know how to fix this. I got to find a way to zoom in. There. That'll be better. This is better. There will be a way for me to actually zoom in the Underdog window, but I don't want to do this in the middle of a stream and break something and not be able to get back in. But I'm knocking on my wooden desk right now. Can we please get Jalen Hurts here? Angel Heart might be about to rip my heart out here, but I'm really hoping that he doesn't auto draft Jalen Hurts. He doesn't. We get Jalen Hurts. That's big. That is big. And now I can take Hollywood Brown. I can take Xavier Worthy. I can take Keenan Allen and set up the double Bears. I might want Dak Prescott here. Might take Hollywood. Yeah, we're value hounding. We're value hounding there. That's nice. And maybe this will actually happen as some of the more casual, and Keenan Allen goes. So takes away the double thing. I've got the same bye week for both of my wide receivers. I don't love that. I think I am going to take Hollywood here. And Hollywood's not showing in my ranks. I need to fix that. It's a player ID thing. I gotta ask my guy who helped me with the rankings to fix that. So wow, what a shocker. I'm just backdoored into it. I gotta take Xavier Worthy. Sorry, everybody. We're doing it again. So I don't have Devonta Smith, but we will do a little star method there for Dallas Goedert. I think Naked Hurts is Naked Hurts is fine. I mean, Jalen Hurts had 14 rushing touchdowns last season. There was that great stat going around that I believe it was 27% of his fantasy football points came from 1 yard away from the end zone. And I'm wrong. He had 15 rushing touchdowns, 13 rushing touchdowns the year before. And the year he wasn't even really that good, 2021. I mean, he was fine that year. They won 9 games. He had 10 rushing touchdowns in a year that he got injured and was 8-7 as a starter, and only had 7.3 YPA. That was the crazy Miles Sanders year where Sanders had 0 touchdowns. But yeah, Naked Hurts and pocket passing wide receivers is totally fine. You can stack the Cowboys. I can take Dak. Yeah, I think all of that. I think all of that's fine. Front half of the board is so OP versus the back half. I disagree with that a little bit because look at what our dude Chicago Spartan is building here. So he starts out with Brees, so he knows he's got to avoid oh, dude, I can't get buried by the Avalanche. Devontae Adams, Malik Neighbors, Amari Cooper, Rashi Rice. That dude is not getting buried. That dude's not getting buried by the Avalanche. That dude has a good team for sure. I think this is a pretty strong start. My preferred draft slot. I mean, look, guys, not to get envy of the other team, but look at the guy drafting at a 5. Slamkos, Justin Jefferson, Deebo Samuel. You can quibble about Metcalf. Maybe he could have taken Kyron there. I probably would have taken Kyron if I was drafting there for him. Maybe Neighbors, maybe Diggs, but Jefferson, Deebo, Metcalf, Andrews, Lamar. That's a super strong team. Where is Bindles? Is Bindles in this one? Are you guys saying, or is Bindle? I don't see. Maybe I'm missing it. But Xavier Worthy in the 5th round, pick 50. I did when I was just streaming there with Liam. I looked to see if there had been news, like, is the hamstring worse? Did Andy Reid say something bad about Xavier Worthy? None of that came through. None of that came through at all. I think Xavier Worthy is basically the same pick today that he was a month ago. We just feel a little bit more confident that Rashi Rice is not going to get suspended. And Liam said that it wasn't logical for all the Chiefs wide receivers to go in the same round, but I'm wondering if it actually is, because you're basically just handicapping the odds that one of them, the one of them goes away. The guy drafting in the 3 hole, Angel Heart. I mean, you want to talk about a dude getting buried by the wide receiver avalanche. He starts out with Tyreek. I wonder if he's auto drafting. He almost must be auto drafting to do Tyreek, Barkley, Henry ahead of ADP. I suppose Pacheco a few spots after ADP, ETN after ADP. Maybe, who's he going to take? Who's he going to take here? Is he going to take Rashad White? Is he going to take, if he takes Ken Walker, there's no recovery. But yeah, Stephanie, she agrees with me. It's Rashi Rice rising that is pushing him down, because the correct order for the Chiefs wide receivers to go in is for Rice should be first. Rice should go ahead of Hollywood Brown. Rice should go ahead of Worthy, assuming that they are all healthy. But it's kind of hard to say, because we just don't know. I mean, like, not to pull full soccer day, but we really don't know what the Rashi Rice outcomes are going to be. The lawyer bros don't seem that concerned. And then NFL insiders are starting to suggest that we might not see him suspended until 2025, which is basically what happened with Kamara. On the clock here, we've got A-Chain. I could take Rashad White to make the haters happy. Keon Coleman's kind of last of the Keon Coleman is kind of last of the tier. I am going to take Keon Coleman. Wow, Keon Coleman twice in a day. Liam comes on the show. But I mean, look at the gap in wide receiver tiers after that. And there was no tight end to take there either. Pitts was gone. Kittle was gone. So this is kind of why you don't like drafting on the turn, because you get blocked out there. So we got Hurts. I'm trying to set up Dallas Goedert at tight end. This is fine. Yeah, we will take Ken Walker here, or Rashad White, or David Montgomery, or Aaron Jones. It doesn't really matter. All right, we are on the clock. Easy. Take Ken Walker. Ken and A-Chain, different bye weeks, very different style players too, kind of like that. So we are through 7 rounds. Took Jalen Hurts 7 spots after ADP. We got Devin A-Chain. We got Ken Walker. The wide receiver room: CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman. Do a little star method here, and we are going to add Dak Prescott into the queue. Also realized that we did set up a little bit of week 17 correlation there with Dallas and Philly. I haven't been hitting the week 17 bringbacks quite as hard this year. I mean, I'm obviously doing it to some degree, but I had been pretty adamant about it. Also, not going to lie to you guys, a little bit harder to do while we are streaming, to keep everything up 100%. I kind of get why you might want to be drafting with these idiot streamers who are giving away EV, the keeping the StreamYard going, checking on the YouTube comments, reading the comments, keeping everything straight. Cause it's a little bit harder than I thought. I really got to give, Overzet and Spags and the ETR guys, I got to give them a lot of credit. It is not the easiest thing in the world. How do you feel about quarterbacks in the same Week 17 game? I know that Herzig really doesn't like it, and that some of the ETR guys have done the math on why it's not that great. The way I think about it is, I definitely wouldn't do it for quarterbacks I didn't like, if that makes sense. So let's say I get backdoored into a Purdy thing. So let's say I have Debo and I get Purdy and I have Jameson Williams. This is very unlikely to happen because I don't really draft Jameson Williams, but theoretically, in that spot, I really wouldn't do it. I would like specifically avoid getting Jared Goff and Purdy on the same team because I don't love those guys' range of outcomes. And I think the odds of them being the guy you need in any individual week, not just week 17, but week 15, 16, or 17, I think is quite low. But if it was Jaden Daniels, Kirk Cousins, what are we doing here? Did we get a victim in the star method for AJ Truck drafting at? He did. He got star method, guys. We have another victim of the star method here. AJ Truck drafts Bijan Robinson. He does his Q. He stars his guy. So he takes. He goes. I guess the order would be London, Pitts, Cousins, Mooney, Rondale. What happens? Star method at its worst. You get Kirk Cousins at the 79th pick overall. If it wasn't autoed, it's terrible. I got to imagine that Kirk Cousins over CJ Stroud is bad. Shady advice. Who he would know. He would know the math. Said he's never understood the math part for what it's worth. The way I understood the week 17 game stacking thing is that effectively you're limiting your expected value because you are only giving yourself one out at having the game that matters, as opposed to having multiple outs at the game that matters at quarterback. So let's say it is this Philadelphia-Dallas game that goes off in week 17. I'm like double counting quarterback scores in a way that doesn't help me because I can only use one of Dak or of Hurts. You can't use both of them. Again, I mean, the scores correlate, but you can't use both of them. But what is that worth in the context of a draft? Like, I don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, because then you are blocking your opponents who also have Dak Prescott because you also have him. So if that game goes off, you can just use whichever score is the highest, but then you're sacrificing having, I guess you would be sacrificing having the late round guy or sacrificing, in the case of Dak, you'd be sacrificing having Brock Bowers or Raheem Mostert or Tyler Lockett or whoever in that range. Yeah, but the quarterback outcomes are correlated, but you can only use one. What number BBM is this for me? I think this is BBM number 42. This is my fourth one today, I believe. Just got on stream and started ripping. This is going to be nice. I am going to be, well, where does Goddard normally go? Goddard normally goes at 114. I don't pick again until 119. It's basically my last chance to correlate Hurts. You know what? I'm fine with naked Hurts. I'm not going to take Dallas Goddard too far ahead of ADP. I mean, if Dallas Goddard is the one who buries me, Dallas Goddard is the one who buries me. I am pending what our friend Angel Heart does here. I think I am going to be taking Brock Bowers. We can get back to the quarterback stacking discussion here in a second. Angel Heart takes Brock Bowers. All right. Good stuff, dude. All right, that's a little tilting. I'm not going to lie. All right, we got a week 17 situation there. Lockett and DJ Moore. We're going to take Tyler Lockett. Don't love that. Not going to lie. I do not love that. If you condition on having one already, you care about the probability that your second quarterback outscores the one you have when it matters. Yeah, I mean, basically, Duvey says it here, which is the best case is the highest scoring quarterback versus the second highest quarterback. It's definitely not worth it when they're expensive. Again, I mean, Shady would definitely know would know better than me on what the correlated boost of, like, let's say having a cheap guy, like having Geno with Caleb, right? Maybe having Geno on the same roster as Caleb is, maybe there's something there. Again, I don't know. This is looking like maybe our first 3 tight ends team of the day because we got none right now. I am just gonna go ahead and take Dak though. I don't care. After all that discussion, we got unstacked Hurts, and we've got Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. It's also the correlated outcomes are the risk of the game busting and neither score being usable. Yeah, so that's a big one too, where so one of the reasons why it might be good is the field is not doing it a ton. So you're taking these quarterbacks who play in the same week 17 game. Maybe the field is not doing it a ton, so they are relatively unique in the final. But if that game busts, you're dust. You're totally dead. And that is a big reason why you wouldn't want to do it. That's why you would want to have, Tua and Daniel Jones, or you would want to have uncorrelated pieces because you want to have multiple outs in the final, particularly at quarterback. I think at quarterback, you particularly want to have multiple outs. I think Kerrane's winning team is I think Kerrane's team is the best example of that, where he had Brady and Daniel Jones and ended up not using, I can't remember if it was he ended up not using Brady's points or ended up not using Daniel Jones's points. Either way, they both had 30 points. And combinatorially, it ended up being super unique, which is what Artillery Frost is saying. But does it matter if they are unique combinatorially if only one of their scores matters? It matters for advance rate, right? Is more what it means. But it was, yeah, he didn't use dimes. But Dimes scored. Didn't Dimes score a ton of points in Week 16? Maybe, I don't know. This is it's a lot to think about, right? And I'm also trying to think about it without having the numbers pulled up ahead of me. So someone was in a draft with me this weekend where I took naked Goff and Kyler, but I actually had Gibbs and Connor. So that's definitely an accident. It probably means that I was tilting. Probably means that I wanted. If I took Kyler, I definitely ended up taking Dortch, and I actually take Gibbs and Goff together a ton. I mean, Gibbs only had the one receiving touchdown last year. I'm selling the shit out of that. I think Gibbs probably scores a bunch of receiving points this year. D says my best lineup had Hurts and Dimes that year, and Danny ended up carrying, got top 50. I mean, yeah, like that is why. That's the whole ping pong theory of quarterbacks, which I buy into. We are sweating getting the lone man in our queue. Sorry, guys, I have not had the draft board pulled up right now. Through 9 rounds, we have Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. Hurts is naked. Dak is stacked with CeeDee Lamb. In the running back room, we've got Devin Achane and Kenneth Walker, DJ Moore, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, and Tyler Lockett. I'm going to have to learn a 3 tight end build, buddy, which is fine. I mean, I'm hoping that we were able to get Dallas Goedert here, but if not that big of a deal, because we could take Will Shipley, we could take Aeneas Smith, we could take Johnny Wilson, or we could just say we don't care and we are going to have 2 quarterbacks in the same game. As I just sat there waffling about it for 15 minutes, I think where I ultimately landed is that it is bad if all you care about is maximizing how much money you can win in Week 17. What do I think about Demarcus Robinson? He seems to be the biggest lightning rod player right now. I mean, I just don't like Demarcus Robinson. I watched a team that employed Demarcus Robinson for the first 8 years of his career. He basically didn't do anything. He basically, there we go. We do get Dallas Goedert after ADP. And let's take a correlated Rico Dowdle here, if we can. But yeah, Demarcus Robinson, I don't care. I think that Demarcus Robinson is very likely to regress to what he was for the first 8 seasons of his career versus the guy who randomly exploded for a month for the Rams. I mean, I don't think it's that dissimilar. Who is that Eagles guy? You guys know the guy I'm talking about. The Eagles guy who went nuclear in the COVID season. God, he went to Stanford. Travis Fulgham. Not that different than Travis Fulgham to me. Like a guy who just went nuclear, looked really good, whatever, ran hot on touchdowns. But it's not like Robinson was earning a ton of volume. We do take Rico Dowdle there. Running back room, Achane, Walker, Dowdle, I think, is the pass catching guy there to match with Dak. Yeah, Demarcus Robinson has never had 500 yards in a season, and that's really all I have to say about that. Very unlikely that we get a 9th-year breakout out of Demarcus Robinson. Actually, this is a good question. Demarcus Robinson has how many career receiving yards? 2,500 career receiving yards. How many career receiving yards for Tutu Atwell? How far separated are they? Okay, more than I thought because he had a red shirt. So 781 yards. Actually, startlingly similar, where both of them basically had a red shirt season. Zeke has the passing down back. What makes you think it'll be Rico? What makes me think it will be Rico is that he's the one that can move at this stage of his career. Now, it is true. Don't get me wrong. Ezekiel Elliott, great pass blocker. One of the actual great pass blockers. He really doesn't get enough respect. Let's pull up some of his pass blocking stats, and they're definitely going to split. Definitely going to split some of that. I mean, I don't mean to indicate that Rico is going to catch like 80 passes or whatever. But even Zeke, well, actually Zeke had an awful pass blocking grade last year. That's pretty interesting. He had a 37.1 cumulative pass blocking grade from Pro Football Focus. He allowed 2 sacks. He allowed 3 hits. Let's see here. And allowed 4 hurries. I mean, I don't know how PFF grades that, but that is crazy to me because he had always kind of been like the GOAT. Let's see, like his last year in Dallas. Yeah, 61.1 pass blocking his last year in Dallas. 2021, another bad You know what? I'm disregarding that. I know from watching the game, Zeke is a really good pass blocker. That just is the way that it is. So I think Doobie is probably right. Dallas, I think, does know they can't give him his traditional volume. I mean, I don't know about keeping him healthy for the push. Zeke will definitely score some touchdowns. I don't know if he's going to score 10, but really, I mean, if I just look at a profile of someone like Ezekiel Elliott, he's a guy who is going to turn. He's actually, his birthday is next week. How interesting is that? And I got to make my pick here. Let's not get too long-winded. Where are we at on the board? Okay, we are good at quarterback. We're going to take 2 later tight ends. I do need a running back here, but it's not a great spot of the board for running back. Whew. All right, this is a tricky spot. All right, let's take Burton, who I like. We need another 3 rookie wide receivers with the vets. We could maybe even be done. We could take Jalen Wright with A-Chain. Could take Jaleel McLaughlin. Could take Gibson. Spoiler alert. No, let's switch it up. Let's take Kamani Vidal. That's just to mix it up. That's honestly that's just enough to mix it up. I am gonna try and balance out my exposures a little bit. We can do some exposure chat. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow on the channel. But a lot of Antonio Gibson at that spot. Probably too much of Jaleel McLaughlin at this more expensive price tag. I really got the ass end of that run there because I would have preferred Lloyd. I would have preferred Chandler. I would have preferred. Not like it's not like I'm breaking any new ground saying I would have preferred the guys to go ahead, but I did not love that. This is also the other key point. Giving Zeke 20 touches a game, it's not going to be a real life winning formula. And these coaches want to win games. And Noah's saying Zeke will get 10 to 15 touches a game, but imagine the red zone touches Pollard did nothing with last year. I mean, yeah, I don't think Zeke is going to do anything with them either, though. That's the thing. Zeke success rate last year, 45.1%. What do we think Tony Pollard's was? It's actually a good question. Pollard's success rate, 50% last season, actually was the second highest number of his career. Receiving success rate, 43.3%. This Zeke's, 40% success rate for Zeke as a receiver. Not that success rate is end all be all, but I think it's one of those numbers that applies. It applies to kind of how coaches are going to evaluate guys, and you want Zeke you definitely want Zeke in some short yardage situations, and you definitely want him in those pass blocking situations. But I think Dowdle is better at everything else. I mean, I think Dowdle is going to be a lot better as a pass receiver, like it being explosive. I mean, we actually saw Dowdle be more explosive as a pass catcher than Pollard was last year, which no one had on their bingo card. Like, I mean, look, we were all drafting like Malik Davis and shit last year. No one, like Rico Dowdle, I think people maybe don't realize this. I mean, Kerrane didn't realize this. Dowdle has been in the NFL since 2022. He was injured or he's been in the NFL since 2020, injured in 21 and 22. Last year was the first year he ever really got on the field. He played at South Carolina, never had more than 700 yards in a season, never had more than 7 touchdowns in a season. I mean, I'm not saying he's this great player. It's it is the weirdest thing. The Cowboys, who know they're going to need to run more this year with their weird wide receiver room. Cooks is a year older. They let Michael Gallup go. They're like trying to count on, Jalen Brooks and Jalen Tolbert. I mean, maybe Kevontae Turpin does play more. Kevontae Turpin this year's Devin A-Chain. I mean, I would not be surprised actually if we saw him play more. That would actually be something that I think that's pretty possible. I suppose we'll see. I don't know how I feel about this Vidal pick. I don't really take him. I don't really take him a ton. This is why I didn't take Antonio Gibson, because I knew I'd be able to get him here. The running back room is probably done. Maybe we take another one in round 18, but we got A-Chain, Walker, Dowdle, Kamani Vidal, and Antonio Gibson. Definitely do need a. Well, you guys are gonna get to see it. We're gonna get to do Liam left, Rich left, and now I'm just gonna get to take all my favorite guys, assuming that they don't get sniped from me here. But we are gonna do Fant, and then we are gonna come back around, and I'm gonna get to take Chig, maybe get to take Jonnu, maybe get to take Dawson Knox. The Fant stuff. I mean, Fant was a little bit better than I remembered the last couple of years. My memory of Noah Fant is that he's basically. How do I explain to my girlfriend that I would rather draft teams than watch a movie with her? I mean, to be honest, like, brother, just tell her that she would rather watch, Below Deck Mediterranean than draft a fantasy football team with you. It's pretty straightforward. Although Below Deck Mediterranean, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it's not that bad. It's actually fine in terms of the reality television shows that you're gonna be watching with your significant others. It's fine. It's fine. We also are dangerously close to 1,000 subscribers. Lucky number. We got 888 subscribers right now. So that means we are, let's do that math, 112 subscribers away from being able to get monetized. So I'm just saying, we get monetized, we can get you guys in the private Discord. We can do some cool stuff. So let's go ahead and get to 1,000 subscribers, and then we can start making YouTube shorts. And I can convince myself that I'm employed and that I have a job. I got a couple questions in here about streaming. Like, when will I be streaming? I mean, the answer is I don't really know right now. Like, today, I was like, I'm gonna get on. I'm gonna do the one with Rich, and then I was like, I know that I want to do a long stream, so I should get on with Liam. Liam just happened to be available. So I said, Liam, you want to hop on? And he did want to hop on. So obviously I can't promise that's going to happen every single day. In fact, it probably won't happen every single day. Actually, let me go further. It's definitely not happening every single day. My streams are very likely to be during the week, very likely to be 9 to 5, during the daylight hours. But I definitely will be doing a minimum of 2 streams per week, probably more, probably 3, and they will be longer streams like this. They're definitely not going to be hour-long streams. They're definitely going to be, something like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours. I'll be inviting multiple people on. I'll be knocking out a ton of drafts. I mean, one of the things that I really want to do is I really want to be doing like multi-table drafts. I want to be doing I want to be doing like these 10-second drafts and things. And I'll have to figure out how to do that again. Learning as a stream bro, I'm gonna have to figure out how to tab over. Dylan Gibson asking, what if I just get a job? Dylan, what if I told you this is the job? What if I told you that I'm betting on myself, which is what's happening. Actually, after we get done with this draft, I will show you guys what I am trying to make my draft. By the way, I might have spoke too soon about us getting a winner in the Austria Turkey game. We need a third shot from Marcel Sabitzer to win our pick'em entry. And they did just score. So Sabitzer has 2 shots right now. We need him to get a third shot to get that pick'em. So I'm sweating that. I haven't watched any of the. I watched the first half of the Netherlands game against Romania, and then we've been on the stream since then. So I haven't got to watch any of this game. This is nice though, because we are gonna get to take the guy that Pat Kerrane just said on ADP chasing yesterday is the most likely guy to be this year's Puka Nacua, Javon Baker. We're going to take him at the wide receiver 83. Bang. We got the Chargers Patriots correlation there. Do I take Jalen Tolbert on this team? I mean, I actually think Jalen Tolbert is a dog shit pick. I really don't think he's very good, but whatever. 900 subscribers, guys. We are 100 away. Hit the noti, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. And the more subscribers we get, the more likes we get. I mean, if this does well, I can do this all the time. Like if this is something that succeeds, there's really nothing limiting me from being on more often. I'm gonna wait for round 18 to decide if I want a third tight end, because none of those guys there really matter. There's not really a Philly guy. There's not really a Dallas guy that matters here. So guess what? Actually, I'm not going to do, you know what? I'm going to do it. I took Greg Dortch. I took Greg Dortch as a treat. So when this does well and when this succeeds, which it is going to, the more of you guys that subscribe, the more you guys like it, then the quicker that we can get to where we need to go. I mean, look, if this channel has 5,000 subscribers, if this channel has 7,000 subscribers, like I can be doing this shit every day. I mean, I can do, there's really nothing limiting me from doing this all the time once we get the monetization streams turned up. So that's the direction that it's heading. But someone please alert me if Marcel Sabitzer shoots a shot in the Austria game, because I would like to win that pick'em entry on Underdog, which, by the way, I mean, shout out to them. None of this would be happening without the guys at Underdog to take you guys behind the scenes. I mean, I've been having a lot of meetings. It's like, what am I going to do? Where am I going to work? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? What is my life going to be like after leaving SportsGrid? And without the partnership with Underdog, none of this is happening. I'm not drafting on a Tuesday afternoon. I am not setting up a YouTube channel. We don't have the cool mustache graphics. So huge shout out to our friends at Underdog Fantasy. They know how to engender loyalty. It's a great product. They know that we want to draft for $1.5 million on a Tuesday, July afternoon, and it's good. It's good. I'm very glad for them in the space. This might be the best team we've drafted yet. We got Jalen Hurts after ADP. We got Dak and CeeDee, A-Chain, Walker, Dowdle, Kamani Vidal, and Antonio Gibson in the running back room. The wide receiver room, CeeDee Lamb, DJ Moore, Xavier Worthy. We got the Keon Coleman pick. We got Tyler Lockett, Jermaine Burton, Javon Baker, Greg Dortch. Probably that's a little bit rookie heavy. I think we need a vet. This is like a Kendrick Bourne, Tyler Boyd style room. We need some points. We need some points, I think, probably from our 18th round wide receiver, which is not that comfortable of a position to be in. I mean, ideally you'd like to be done a wide receiver here, but I let myself get a little. I was a little bit of a slappy. The Baker pick a little slappy. The Burton pick a little slappy. It's not exactly what you want. We got. I would have taken a third tight end if there was like a really strong one, but there's not. This would be. Yeah, I would have taken Chig here, but what can we do? Hyatt could be good here. Rice could be okay here. He's a bring back to our New England stuff, but he's like a very clear 0 possibility. Could also take DJ Shark. We could definitely take DJ Shark. Is there a Cowboy to take? Schoonmaker. We could take Schoonmaker. Don't think I have it in me. I'm gonna take Kendrick Bourne. No, we're gonna take KJ Osborne. We need the early season points. We're gonna take KJ Osborne and Greg Dortch. All right, there we go. We got it done. Got to refresh the screen. That's what I learned from Liam. I did not take Schoonmaker. So that was BBM number 2. Let's name this one Stream Draft 4. Beautiful. It's beautiful draft. All right, what did I do wrong here? Lamb, A-Chain, Moore, good. Hurts, had to do it. I could have taken Jaden Reed. I could have taken Rome. I would not have taken Calvin Ridley or DeAndre Hopkins over Worthy. So I guess I would have gotten real buried by the Avalanche if I took ETN there. Didn't need another quarterback. I think that was definitely the right pick. Coleman was for sure the right pick because the next 3 wide receivers are like the Jameson Williams drafter and the JSN drafter. They are so dead. They are really not having a good time. Walker, again, a no-brainer. Lockett, a no-brainer. I mean, I could have taken Palmer. I could have added on to the 4% blanket. Dak, definitely not a no-brainer. Sutton would have been cromulent. Pollard would have been cromulent. Shaheed would have been fine there. Probably would. Actually, that really would have gotten me out of the Avalanche. I would have been really set at wide receiver. Goddard, slam dunk. Dowdle, depending on who you ask. Sharbs would have been fine at setting up the handcuff. We did that earlier. Would not have taken Kendra. I think Dowdle was the right pick there. Burton. Burton versus Downs. Like, Downs is definitely the better median pick, but who has better upside picks? It's definitely Jermaine Burton, and it's not particularly close. This team didn't need. Maybe this team did need Adam Thielen. This team with Coleman and Worthy. There definitely are some weeks where Thielen would have been the wide receiver 3 on this team. Took Vidal over McLaughlin and over Wright. I hate taking Jalen Wright with A-Chain. I think the move is you want to take Wright with Mostert and bet against A-Chain, and closed it out with look, these are absolute pocket picks. Gibson, Fant, Baker, Dortch, Osborne. I take these guys a lot. Any teams that did great in this draft. The one hole did pretty strong. Deontay Johnson there, I don't love. White, that's a good pick there. Naked Burrow is bad. Naked Caleb? Yeah, no, not Naked Caleb. He got Keenan. Edwards, Downs. The one hole is fine. True 0 RB team here from the 4 hole. Montgomery, Watson, and Love. Let's see here. Noah Rosen, where are you at, bro? Noah, what's your username? I did take Burton right in front of the Naked Bro dude. And you know what? I don't regret it. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. And shout out to my guy who helps me, to Manor Phil, who helps me with my rankings. He fixed the Hollywood problem. So that's actually here. This is actually a good transition. Let's see if I can. There we go. So this is what I'm gonna be announcing tomorrow. This is gonna be the new thing. This is gonna be what where all the premium fantasy stuff goes in the future. So the Patreon is going to be added on to effectively, where the old tier still exists, the TakeCast tier, where you get bonus episodes, ad-free episodes, and the TakeCast Discord. But the new tier is going to be all fantasy football all the time. It's exactly what it sounds like. Rankings, best ball rankings, dynasty rankings, weekly articles. And then the thing that used to be the Sports Creative Fantasy Football podcast is going to now be the Davis Mattek Fantasy Football podcast, but it's just going to be on this RSS feed. So I'll be like announcing that basically tomorrow. I'm shouting out all of you who are here 3 hours and 34 minutes into the stream that we got that going on. Let me check and see if Marcel Sabitzer has shot another one. He is not. Marcel Spitzer still stuck on 2 shots. But yeah, this will be coming out tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of written content out there with it when it comes out. But that is something that you guys have to look forward to. So just got a question about who my top exposure players are. Drafts completed, exposures. Let's go look. So at quarterback, we are Drake May, Patrick Mahomes, JJ McCarthy, Brock Purdy. Weird for me to see Trevor Lawrence there. I wouldn't think that, but that's one that actually makes a ton of sense in the context of drafts, because I find myself panicking without a quarterback sometimes, and I do the Evan Ingram, Trevor Lawrence fake onesie. Liam, you didn't make the thumbnail. You didn't make the thumbnail because I made the thumbnail before I even messaged you. So, my apologies, buddy. I promise that you will be on the next one. Lowest exposures. I mean, we can look. Like I have $32 of Nick Chubb teams. I've got 1.6% Stephon Diggs. Looks like 2 totals Amir White teams. So who else? Mooney. I got 0.5% Mooney teams. Who else don't I like? I don't have any Romeo Dobbs. I don't have very much Jaden Reed, 1.1%. These are all drafts. These are all drafts, not just Best Ball Mania. There is a way. I could filter it by $25 level, which maybe would be interesting. Aaron Kenny, dude, you were speaking my language. 15% of Patrick Mahomes really might be too low. Patriots players must be high with that much May. I mean, I assume they probably are, but they're really more. Yeah, a lot of Gibson, a lot of Polk, a lot of May, a lot of Henry, a lot of Baker, a lot of Ramondre, a lot of not as much DeMario, Osborne and Bourne as I thought they would, particularly because you can get Osborne and Bourne in the last rounds. Liam, I don't know how to add on to. I do not know how to add on to a thumbnail once it is already made. Here, yeah, 20 tournaments only. Let's see, Best Ball Mania, apply. 42 teams. There we go. So these are my Best Ball Mania. These are my Best Ball Mania exposure. So a lot of Burton, a lot of Worthy, a lot of Gibson, a lot of Jalen Brown, Hollywood, Fant, Wicks, Rice, Cooper Kupp, Chase Brown. Actually, that's weird. That's weird, right? That Chase Brown is so highly drafted in my stuff, but less highly drafted in Best Ball Mania. I wonder what the function of that is. Burton dropping since Higgins re-signed. I mean, so like theoretically, yeah, I did move him down in my rankings a little bit, but you guys can see how functionally in a draft it doesn't really matter, right? Because he's just at a range where the guys around him are such bad picks. Like Jermaine Burton goes right next to Adam Thielen, and who's the other guy that he goes right next to? He goes next to like a total loser. So Aren't I worried about Charlie Jones? I'm not worried about Charlie Jones. I am a little bit worried about Andre Yoshibas. I'm also worried about Marcel Sabitzer taking his third shot. I'm really hoping that happens by the time we get done here. I used to be a flat exposure guy. So Brian Hooper did this analysis last season. I'll tab over and see if I can find it somewhere. But Brian Hooper did this analysis last season of like basically the how would you say it? Like the nittiest drafters in all of Best Ball Mania. And I was one of them. I really would have to go back and find it, but I had a really low standard deviation between where I drafted players and their ADP, which means that I basically kind of just took what rooms gave me. I didn't have much more than 25% of any player, and even those number of players were quite low. I was drafting a lot of teams that were very similar to what my opponents were drafting, because if you're sticking very closely to average draft position, that's what you're doing. You are sticking very close to ADP, which means that you end up having a lot of guys. You end up having a lot of teams that look like what your opponents are drafting, even if you are taking player stands. So this could be true even inside of exposures that look like this, where if every time it's close, I'm taking Antonio Gibson, or every time it's close, I'm taking Hollywood Brown. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that I'm having differential teams. Your Brandon Me, who wasn't around for last year, feels so player takey, so that sounds wild. Now, I mean, the thing is that I still had player takes last year. I kind of was just drafting like a coward. Our heavy player stands career GTO over flat exposure, it would really depend on who you would ask. It would depend on if you want, well, actually, it would depend on who you asked, and it would depend on how you calculated GTO, because I think for best ball, there's almost no way to calculate game theory optimal. We don't have any idea. We don't really have any idea what is game theory optimal for best ball, because we played 5 slates, and what is going to be more variable than projection inputs for a 17-game NFL season? I mean, I don't know if any of you guys have ever done NFL DFS work or NFL projections, but the assumptions you have to make are insane. I mean, you have to make insane declarations, right? That or even something as simple as, okay, I have decided 60% Gabe Davis was the key to winning BBM2. Vibes match the required frequency. So something as simple as, I have Xavier Worthy projected for a 19% target share in the Kansas City Chiefs offense. I have Hollywood Brown projected for 21% of the Kansas City Chiefs offense. So the issue with that projection is it's linear in the way that you input it in the projection model, but it is not linear in the way that it works for best ball, because Xavier Worthy might have a 9% target share for the first 4 games of the season. Then he might have a 12% target share. Then he might have a 19% target share. Then he might have a month where he's at a 26% target share, and it all equals out to 19% of the targets. And oh, bang, bang. This is good news. This is good news. Did we win? Did Marcel Sabitzer, did he score? Did he score or did he shoot? This is important. I'm checking the commentary. This is big. I think we got a shot. I'm gonna take it. So that is another winning slip on another winning pick'em entry on underdog.com. You'll love to see it. Question here from the chat. From Doobie, the Value Hound and the Live a Little mindsets are just paths to uniqueness, right? Is that a reasonable way of thinking? You're just not going to get that much uniqueness if you are doing the Value Hound thing. So if you're doing the Value Hound thing, Lou, it does not have to be on target. It's just a shot, period. So any shot is going to give us a victory. So please keep me updated on that. So the Value Hound and Live a Little mindsets are the live a little mindset is definitely a path to uniqueness. So in that draft we just did where Liam was castigating me for taking Jermaine Burton, or not Jermaine Burton, Jalen Polk on the wrong side of the board. I mean, that's exactly what that's doing. I mean, one, it's definitely player taking, but it's also creating uniqueness. What you are doing with value hounding, with value hounding, what you're doing is you're actually saying your opponents don't know ball. Your opponents are pretending that they know ball in a given draft room. Your 11 other opponents in one Best Ball Mania room, but they actually don't know ball. And the ball knowers are the people who are the million people or the 100,000 people who created the ADP. So a great example of this would be you are in a draft and a player who doesn't have an injury, a player who doesn't have any news pending, say Zamir White, no news, no new Raiders player, coach is the same, offense is the same, no one got hurt, nothing's wrong, and Zamir White is 18 spots past ADP. 18 is a lot. Let's say he is 11 spots after ADP. I am now seeing 3 shots from Marcel Spitzer, so let's go. Another winner. You are saying your opponents are actually idiots and that they should not think that they shouldn't take Trey Benson. They shouldn't take James Conner. They shouldn't take Chase Brown ahead of Zamir White because a million other drafters have said that Zamir White is a proper pick in that context. So it's a good, I think you could win. I mean, I think you could draft the Best Ball Mania 5 winning team in the Value Hound mindset, but I think it's harder to construct unique teams. And I think it's definitely harder to win without player takes. It's definitely more difficult to create. It's more difficult to get to quote unquote the team you need value hounding than it is to just be like I remember the guy who won the DK Millie the first year that they did it on DK. He took 75%. He took 75% Chase Brown. He or not Chase Brown, Jamar Chase. He was like, you know what, Jamar Chase in the 5th round, that's who you need. So I'm just taking him in the 4th round, taking him wherever. I just refuse to leave a draft without this guy. And it was pretty good. That was a pretty good pick. Liam says, no, I was a bit against Polk because we would literally get him with our next picks, aka 2 rounds ahead. It inherently sacrifices the round of players we give up for Polk. Still unique, but not always. I mean, it's definitely not unique. It's also not unique because Jalen Polk is going to rise in cost. Jalen Polk is going to get more expensive, so it's not going to be unique. The score has Khalif Raymond ranked wide receiver 122, behind the likes of Jacob Cowing, Calvin Austin, and Brendan Rice. I mean, I don't really draft Khalif Raymond. Let's see here. So do I have any Khalif Raymond in Best Ball Mania? Yeah, none. I'm just not interested in that style of player, really. At what round is value hounding no longer real value? Like the 14th round, probably. For skill position players. I mean, you could value hound. You could value hound like Tua or something and play him naked, I suppose. That's definitely a little bit of value hounding. I don't know what the point of the thing is that I think you're getting at is that there's no point in it, to which I definitely agree. Any plans for Dynasty pods? Yes. The Dynasty content is going to return. That will be on the Patreon page that I just showed, where all the premium content is going to be. I mean, there will be some premium, not premium. There will be some Dynasty content here. It'll be, as you guys can tell, I'm pretty long-winded with this stuff. I don't know how long-winded I'll be with Dynasty stuff, but the premium Dynasty content is all going to go on patreon.com/Davis Mattek. So that's the big change, is that all of that paid stuff is going on a new tier on the Patreon. Are you scrolling the F down in 17, 18 or waiting for August and September drafts? I mean, honestly, I'm just drafting players that I like right now, and I don't really care how often they're being drafted. So an example of that would be Audric Estime. I don't really care how often he's being drafted. I don't care if he's the running back 80 or the running back 60. I just want him on some of my teams. According to Sacrilegious, the difference between 1 and 12 is bigger than the difference between 36 and 26. That is absolutely true. So doing something like what I'm doing with Justin Jefferson, taking him ahead of Jamar Chase, that would be crazier than auto drafting Matthew Stafford in the 5th round using the star method. That not only is that mathematically true according to Sac, but it also is, that to me is intuitively true, because I am blocking myself off from maybe the guy who could score the most points in fantasy football, because I think Justin Jefferson is a better bet to score more points than him. Olave, Ayuk, Adams, Jalen Waddle. I mean, I like Adams the most out of that group, then Waddle, then Olave, then Ayuk. Yeah, that all feels pretty flat to me. What else we got here? I skipped over a couple questions. Damad Bowler, it's probably not how you say that. How do you typically feel about drafts that you do over the last couple of years in this dead period between the end of mini camps and full training camp starts? Do you prefer to slow down a bit? So I definitely do prefer to slow down a bit at this period. Like, I'm not really jazzed to be drafting right now because there's not new information to be reacting to. I'm not doing like a crazy amount of content or a crazy amount of drafts right now. Obviously, one of the things that changed is I did literally just lose my job. So you would think, that means you have much more time on your hands. I actually don't have a ton of time on my hands because most of what I've been doing for the last 2 weeks has been doing job interviews and talking to people and gaining information. I thought I would do a ton of drafts, but like I was so busy I was on a float trip on Friday, and then on Saturday I was busy, so I didn't get to enter one team in the 10 second clocks, which is sad to me. But to your point, generally speaking, I don't like drafting in this period. I think I probably do the same thing I'm about to accuse other people of doing, which is purposely drafting bad teams. Purposely just being like, oh, I should draft. Actually, what Liam was saying, I should draft Lamar and Mark Andrews on the wrong side of the board just to get a Drake London, Marvin Harrison, Mark Andrews, Lamar Jackson, Kenneth Walker team or whatever. The 10-second clock was hell. Way more snipers due to panic. I mean, my guess is that most people in those drafts probably just drafted right off of ADP or drafted right off the ranks. Seems like we got some discussion here on Twitter. Josh Norris is he's telling me that I'm wrong about Chess Liam, or he's telling me that I'm wrong about Demarcus Robinson, and sadly he's wrong. Damad Bowler, tell me if I said your name wrong, but that's where I'm at. I think that Liam is probably right. This is a good time to be drafting. ADPs are going to change. I mean, I think I'm ahead on a lot of guys whose ADPs are going to change, but also, I mean, you guys know how blessed we have gotten with no serious injuries in preseason. I mean, last year there were none. It was Cooper Kupp and Kelsey, and then the Jonathan Taylor holdout. And the year before, do you guys remember what happened in 2022 for fantasy football? Tim Patrick tore his Achilles. That was it. We got to the season with no top 100 player suffering not only a serious injury, but just like no injury at all. I didn't have any Tim Patrick, so Meatwad, I apologize. I apologize to you. Does Best Ball Mania fill before depth charts this season? So this is such an interesting wrinkle. Underdog's never had to deal with anything like this, but Best Ball Mania is way more filled than I think they would want it to be. I wonder what their plan is. Maybe now that I'm a partner, I can ask. But right now, it is July 2nd, so we're not even to the 4th of July. Best Ball Mania is 33.3% filled. If they get more normies than anticipated, like more your bros, it's not looking great. I mean, look, we might be doing 4-hour streams every single day just so I can fricking get my entries in. That's definitely possible. I mean, I'm actually hoping that ends up working out for me, that I can do working and drafting at the same time. Drop a ton of puppies. I mean, look, I would love what if put your wind horse on. What if we get 10-second clock puppies? What if that was a test? What if we simply did a test and we got a $100,000 to first or $50,000 to first contest with 10-second clocks? I mean, if anyone from Underdog is still, if they're checking in on me 4 hours into the stream, what if we did a draft that had $100,000 to first, that had a 10-second clock, and you just made it huge? I mean, so many entries, like an unbelievable amount of entries. Something I've always wanted is for them to push a $5 draft to the absolute max. Like, how many people could they do? I mean, I would love it if there was a. Oh, this is another thing that I've been thinking about. I don't think I've launched this take on any show or podcast or anything. But what? Oh shit! I lost my idea. Damn, there's too much. Oh, this is what I was going for. The 150 max thing was an old law, not a rule, a law that DraftKings instituted after the Ethan Gate thing. It doesn't have shit to do with Underdog Fantasy. It does not have anything to do with Best Ball Mania. There's no reason why 150 max has to be what it is. They could do contests where you could draft 500 times. I actually believe the official law from New York, which it's definitely not a federal law. I think it is one contestant cannot have more than 1% of the entries. And I think the 150 thing was based on the size of some of the DK contests. Like it totally was nothing. So I would love to see them do some version of this, like a $1, $3, $5 entry where you could have an insane amount of entries and where the total number of entries was absolutely ridiculous. Because one of the reasons why I want to do that is I would love to do what Justin McMahon did, where I auto drafted. So J-Mac, he's richer than me. So he auto drafted in Best Ball Mania last year, and Herzig auto drafted puppies 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, I would love to do that, just like basically player take versus player take. I think all of that would be pretty cool. We're gonna check in on the champions. Bang, we did get it. We are shipping it. We got our champions entry. You love to see it. Yeah, I think we the NY law would presumably allow to max entries in a UD fantasy contest as well. So yeah, that's definitely true. 100% that's true. But it wasn't ever, as far as I knew, the law was not actually the 150 max. That was like an extrapolation from what they got from the lawmakers. It was not like the lawmakers knew what was going on DraftKings. It was basically DraftKings was playing the regulation game. Like there is no reason that they couldn't have contests over 150 max. For my understanding, there is no like it. Yeah. Okay. So it is. Yeah. The law is 3% or 150. So there you go. If I guess I didn't remember if it had explicitly said 150, which is so funny that was the number that they arrived at. Like, obviously it could be changed. We got a lot going on politically in this country, but one of the things that I'm running for is that contests should be over 150 max size. I should be able to enter contests 300 times if I so desire. Do we know how many players are in the entire ecosystem? We do not. I'm sure someone has a guess. I have no idea. I mean, maybe I could get it. I don't know. Or if I ask, maybe then they wouldn't want me to ask. But all of that's pretty interesting. Where are we at subscriber wise? We up to 931. Dudes, can we get 69 more subs? I mean, come on. If we get 69 more subscribers, then we are going to be rocking and or rolling here on the Davis Mattek YouTube channel. Let's see what else. What else do we got? A-Rod has a Mahomes, CJ. Is that CJ Stroud? It probably is. Nico, Diggs, Hollywood Rice, Kelsey Schultz team in the Schnauz. Had to draft Nico in the first and Diggs in the second. I mean, that right there is like the DFS mindset. That's sort of interesting because you would like that team that you just mentioned right there would be a sick DFS team, but it's not a very good best ball team because you're giving up a ton of points from Nico to, well, actually, how many points are you realistically giving up from Nico Collins to Garrett Wilson? Maybe not that many. Maybe there's a lesson in there. There's a lesson in that. Will, what do you mean? What do you mean? What's the highest projection I've ever seen? Like highest projection for users on Underdog or highest projection for fantasy football points or whatever. I don't know what you're saying. But yeah, I'm about ready to highest best ball score I've ever seen. Highest best ball score I've ever seen, like in 1 week. Honestly, I don't know. I don't pay that much attention. I was kind of the ruler of the the FBI coming, but thank God Peter talked to who he needed to talk to at the FBI and got rid of them caring about us talking about best ball seasons, best ball teams in the regular season. Because spoiler alert, we are going to be talking about best ball teams on the Davis Mattek Fantasy Football channel in the regular season. Is having 0% Kamara going to bury you? I hope not, because here, let's do a little exposure check. No Alvin Kamara for me on underdog.com. How many players on one team like Green Bay do you think you could stack? I think it's 5. 5 is probably the most because you could do Love, Lloyd, Reed, Wicks, Musgrave. That seems fine. You run it. Obviously, the thing is there's 5-year players are gone out of 1 week. So you go from 18 to 13 players conceptually if you don't have any other. What are they, by week 9? So you run into a problem there. Although Sacrilegious just did an article on Legendary Upside about God damn, my brain is going out. Oh, about team stacking, on how team stacking is basically going is underused, like not including the quarterback. How much Derrick Henry do you have on Underdog? This is actually a good question. None. Looks like none. Thought I might have some, but none. I do have 16% Hunter Henry though, so got that going for me. Teams picking at the 12 spot should be reaching on ADP. The cliff after the top 11 guys is enormous. Aim for uniqueness instead of chalk ADP. Yeah, this is probably the best. This is pretty much the best strategy point anyone could give you all year, which is that in 12, you just got to go nuts. Jacob Sanderson just wrote a great article about this on Thinking About Thinking, where he just went super deep into like what is going on out of 12? What should you do strategically? Why is it so bad? And I really recommend you guys read that instead of thinking about or listening to what I have to say about it. But yeah, the TLDR is you should be doing shit like drafting Chris Olave and Nico Collins. You should be taking Jonathan Taylor and Deebo Samuel. You should be doing weird shit out of the 12 because that Gibbs, London, Gibbs, Harrison, that start is like super duped and it kind of stinks anyways. If entries weren't capped, at what percentage would equity be capped? This is like an earlier comment that I skipped over and didn't really understand, which is that $5 unlimited entries with a weighted prize pool dependent on number of entries, unlimited amount of entries. So someone could theoretically enter this contest 1,000 times, but someone could enter it once and their one $5 entry would be worth 1,000x more than the 1,000 $5 entries. What is your Rome Odunze exposure? I don't know. 7%. Yeah, that's right about right. I might like him a little bit more, but I like DJ more. Benjamin May said, I'm maxing weekly winners, all focused on week 6. How pilled would you be on a top 3 games of a given slate for this draft? Oh, Dallas, Detroit, brother. That one is a smash. Baltimore, Washington, also a potential smash. Less into Tennessee and Indianapolis. I don't know. Maxing weekly winners. That's actually so sick. Is maxing doing 150 max, going all in on 1 week and just being like, week 6 is my Super Bowl. Maybe we'll do some weekly winners here on the show. Is JSN or Christian Watson a scarier click? JSN. Dude, JSN stinks. That's the thing about Jackson Smith-Njigba is that he is he's not very good. Well, he might be good, but he was not very good last year. Christian Watson, demonstrable. Let's hear it. This is basically my favorite thing is looking at Pro Football Reference. I mean, Christian Watson, when he has played in the NFL, he has been really good. I mean, he's just got a bunch of games with a bunch of touchdowns, 4 for 107 and 3. Did Jason even have 3 touchdowns last season? I bet he didn't. No, he did. He had 4. So shout out to him. Am I still at 0% Joe Burrow? Almost no way I'm at 0% Joe Burrow. I like Joe Burrow more than that. 2024 season, Joe Burrow. Nah, I got a 4%, got a 4% blanket on Josh Palmer, not Joe Burrow. No, I'm not. I just took him on stream twice today. We took him twice. I upgraded him. I upgraded him to a 4% blanket. What's my Ryan Flournoy exposure? God, I hope I don't have any of him. God, that is embarrassing. That is embarrassing to have 2 Ryan Flournoy teams. JSN wasn't good because of the 3 wide receiver sets in Seattle, like the lowest in the league. It's actually not it. It was his ADOT. I mean, he just wasn't getting to run. He wasn't getting to run good routes. Man, that's gonna stick with me. Having 7. What if I had $7? What does that mean? Does that mean I drafted Flournoy and a poodle? That means that I must have drafted a Dak Prescott after ADP team. I drafted a Dak Prescott after ADP team. Jake Ferguson was gone. Brandon Cooks was gone. And Jalen Tolbert went ahead of ADP somehow. So that's how you end up. That's how you end up with $7 exposure to a 25-year-old who went to Southeastern Missouri State. But yeah, the JSN thing, it's all related to where he was being targeted. Was the Uruguay goal offside? Yeah, I think it was. But who cares? Who cares? The United States didn't deserve to win that game. We shouldn't have even wanted to win that game. We gotta get Greg out of there. We gotta get Greg out. That's the move. Worries me as a Bears fan with our new 3 wide receiver sets and Waldron coming over. Do we have Everett on the field for 12 personnel? I mean, that would be crazy. It would be crazy for Rome Odunze to not play because of Gerald Everett. I mean, that would be NFL coaches do insane shit all the time, but it would be playing Gerald Everett over Rome Odunze would be like Shane Waldron gets fired mid-season and replaced level bad. What's your advice for navigating slow draft hell? Greatest advice I can give you on this is you have to set a time to go and do it. You can't just do it every time you get a notification. Let's make some slow draft picks here. So it looks like I have a puppy that I have to pick on. I need a quarterback. There really is not a good one available for me here. This is probably a good Herbert backdoor team. Do not need a running back. This is really not ideal. Okay, let's take Justin Herbert, and then I am going to star myself. Close your eyes. I'm going to star myself Quentin Johnston for later. And I'm also going to star myself. This is an Evan Ingram team. Star myself Hayden Hurst for later. That's another good advice for you. Star players for yourself for later when you're doing that, and that is it's going to save you a lot of heartbreak. That is self-care for a best ball bro. All right, we've got a Jahmyr Gibbs, Travis Kelce, Garrett Wilson. No quarterback we need here. Week 5 bye. We could take Aaron Jones or we can take Ramondre. No need. Boom. Easy. That's called setting yourself up for success. Nice and easy there. We're on the clock for another one. I know anytime you start Quentin Johnson, you may as well commit to the Brennan Rice bit. Here's the deal. It's not a bit. The Brennan Rice thing is not a bit. Not a bit. Brennan Rice is actually he's going to, I mean, he's probably not going to hit, but can you imagine if he did? Can you imagine if he did hit and you heard me say on ADP Chasing that he had a very strong chance of being next year's Puka Nacua and you just ignored it? Can you imagine that? You'd hate that. Damn, I am kind of in jail here. I need a running back. I have Pacheco, so you don't want to take Mostert. I want to double up the week 6 buys. Yeah. My rank is Mostert or Pollard. I can get any of these quarterbacks on the next pick. I don't need... You know what? Leone told me to take more DeAndre Swift. But Brick told me to be less nitty. And I already have Tyreek. You know what? I don't care about bye weeks. Raheem Mostert. Welcome to the team, Raheem. Okay, that team's good. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, fellas. I think I kind of wanted to stay on until I got 1,000 subscribers. How many do we have? 948. Damn. You know what? Let's try and stay. Let's try and do it. Let me tweet this. Let me tweet this link out one more time. And Neil Orfield says that I have the incorrect take on DeMarcus Robinson. Let me text my wife and see what she's got. No, you know what? No, I can't be doing another draft. I can't do one more. That would be insane. I think that we should leave it. I will say that 2 things. I will be back on the 4th of July because my wife works 4th of July, so I won't have anything to do that day. But I will also save some slow drafts on that day, and we can do. And the Patreon will be live. I actually really need to work on that tomorrow. Not saying it's 0% that I come back, but I do hope that we get to it. Okay, I need to tweet this link. Oh, here we go, fellas.
You sure you don't want to do one more draft?
Yeah, let's do one more.
Let's get you to 1,000.
You in?
Let's do it.
Okay. I sent the link to Pete, and he said no chance. He said no chance.
You've been on a while. I threw it on to see if it looked like you were down to do one more. But...
I was about to log off, and then I refreshed the YouTube page, and I'm 48 away from 1,000.
You're too close to stop now.
Okay, I gotta tweet that you're on. It's streaming is interesting. After Liam left, I was like, shit, dude, can I do this? Can I really stream by myself? Do I even know how to do this?
Streaming, yeah, it's solo streaming is tough. It's
pretty gnarly. Yeah. Let's see, where do we go? Oh, the 1-9. We did on my very first one, we did get Justin Jefferson at the 1-9.
How did that happen in these rooms?
It was someone snapped Bijan at 1-3, and then someone drafted Bijan ahead of ADP.
Well, you said Bijan twice.
Someone snapped Bijan at 1-3, AJ Brown at 1-4, and then St. Brown at 1-5.
Okay, so I was wondering if my Garrett Wilson prediction came true, but I guess
no. Well, I think
it's everyone but.
I don't know. Go back 4 hours and 13 minutes and figure it out. But at some point it happened. Okay, let me send this tweet. All right, we're 6 picks away. We're good. What have you been doing today? You've been working? You've been writing?
I wanted to write. I didn't really get much writing done. I did a bunch of stuff, basically not life related things on the to-do list, which feels good to get them done. But it's then when you do, after you did them, you're like, I basically did nothing because I didn't want to do any of these things today.
Yeah, I need to sign up for healthcare.
Yeah.
And I haven't done that. That was on my to-do list for today.
That was one of the things. I
Yeah.
canceled because we've switched plans, and then we canceled, and the company was like, you didn't cancel? And we're like, yes, we did. And they're like, we disagree. Here's proof.
we disagree.
Here's proof. And it's like, yeah, call us back in 30 days and we'll see if we agree then.
Short-term health insurance, one of the biggest scams in North America.
It's not an ideal system.
But well, what are you gonna do about it? Can we get gifted Justin Jefferson twice at 1-9? No, he just went. He just went.
Wow, look at that. It's a real shame.
Damn.
So you're going to want a running back here, I assume.
Yeah. Welcome to the Terror Dome, buddy. I'm the one who gets to click the buttons.
I mean, these are great running back. I do think that one of the clearest paths to winning it is just build strong teams around these two running backs, because it's going to be hard. They're not going to have as high advance rates as they should because the wide receivers get snapped up, and so some of these Bijan teams are going to be just really weak at wide receiver. But if you build smart teams around them, I think it could be a big edge.
Well, it's more, I don't even know if it's smart teams. It's just what are the ranges of outcomes that ends up happening with the wide receivers who frequently go with them. If Nico Collins really outscores Amon-Ra St. Brown, then yeah, you're really going to need Bijan Robinson, because Bijan Robinson's going to score a lot of points at running back, and you're not going to be dead at wide receiver.
I guess, but I think it's going to take more than Nico. I think you're going to need one. You're going to need to keep
Nico.
Do you want to go Nico or Waddle? Waddle's nice.
Let's do Nico. Here's the thing I always hate about taking Nico Collins. I like Nico Collins. I think he's a great player. I want to have a lot of him in fantasy football. Yeah. But I don't want to take round 6 CJ Stroud. Have almost no interest in taking.
Oh, I like round 6 CJ Stroud, and you can push him to round 7 if you're the Nico guy, because you generally are going to be the way it's breaking now. You have the front half of the board protected, so you can push him around if you want.
Yes. Yeah, you can, and you don't. I mean, obviously, you don't have to. It just means you need to be more. You need to be more mindful of your quarterback stuff. You just got it. I mean, look, it's very easy to just go log into a draft and just take wide receivers and then take Mahomes and then take Xavier Worthy, and then you just already you have quarterback figured out. You kind of already have quarterback figured out at that point.
We gotta see the combinatorial exposures, the Jacquard similarity.
So no one. Look. You are no. Everyone is banned from checking my Jacquard sims this year.
I can't see. The first 6 rounds is just a straight line, just Chiefs.
Actually, none of my 3 most drafted players are Chiefs. So shout out.
One of my 3 most drafted. I think my second most Rashi Rice is my second most drafted player, I believe. So how do I have more Rashi than you?
Actually, this could possibly be the biggest heel turn in American history. This is like Benedict Arnold. Chase Brown and Jermaine Burton are my 2 and 3.
Whoa!
I mean, you want to talk about turning your back on your city.
That's wild. Wait,
Yeah.
so who's your number 1? I feel like I should know this.
Bro, I know ball. Dontavian Wicks.
Oh wow, Dontavian Wicks, a backup wide receiver who's rocketed up into the 10th round. We simply must draft.
Well, I was getting him early.
No, he was a good pick. He was a good pick originally. I'm quietly. Let's just say I'm not talking up Dontavian Wicks these days. If you've noticed, the price has changed.
I'm still talking him up, but he is now ascending to where I have him ranked. So it's harder for me to get him every time. Like I've got him positionally ranked, or I've got him ADP ranked like 10 spots ahead, but like the room is now coming to meet me where I'm at.
Right.
Yeah.
I was like that with a few of those guys in the range.
We are about to have maybe not. We might have a weird spot coming up where the click is far and away Kyren Williams, but you don't want to take 2 running backs in the first.
This is what rounds. I'm saying with the Bijan pick. It's actually extremely difficult. It's so easy. Just take Bijan, then just hammer receiver, and then you actually try to hammer receiver, and you get distracted.
But like, how much better of a pick is Kyren than Diggs and Pittman? Like, it's like actually insane.
But I don't think. I mean, if you went wide receiver, then yeah. But it's when you didn't, and then because we're going to play this game the whole rest of the draft. Like how much better is like Ramondre Stevenson than Cortland Sutton?
You know what though? I'm not taking 3rd round George Pickens. I'm not doing it.
All right, we can do it. Let's do it.
Like that would actively be bad.
Yeah, I mean there is a line, right? And I think this is probably the line.
I think George Pickens in the 3rd round is the line where it's like,
where do you have Tank Dell?
He was gone. I would.
Oh, he was gone. Okay.
I would have snapped him. Yeah. I have Dell ahead of Diggs.
Okay. All right. I was surprised he was gone.
We are 977 subscribers, so let's get this to 1,000, so I can go make chicken cutlets and hang out.
Listen. Get to 1,000, star every chief, and go make chicken cutlets.
I did the star method bit for the very first draft, just so people could see how it works. And we got star methoded Ty Chandler instead of the guy we actually wanted to take. He was fine. It was correlated.
I think Pickens now. Yeah.
See, so that's why. Right. That is why you do that.
Yeah. There is a breaking point, and I think Pickens is behind the breaking point.
So the chat is saying that Amari Cooper is the hack, and I think Pickens is more likely to be the hack of like the guy. I mean, they were both the hacks last year, in the sense of that you like literally needed them in week 16. Although there were entire pods with neither of them, which is hilarious.
Yeah, because they neither was like huge. Advance rate guys. So, I mean, yeah, Pickens is scary. I think, they could both be the guy, I guess, but Pickens is definitely a little scarier to me just because like he could have like a 30% target share, right? Like, and then at the end, he's got Justin Fields throwing the ball. Like, there's no one else there. I mean, Freiermuth's really the only guy who can like even get open a little bit right now. They're talking about Calvin Austin as the wide receiver.
I was going to say, you'd maybe be more worried if we were sure that Roman Wilson was a human person who was alive, but the evidence is dwindling that is true.
I did have a guy tag me. He's like a big Steelers fan, and he was like, "Yo, man, like this is kind of how the Steelers are. Like they don't really talk about rookies."
That's true. That is true. Yeah, that's real.
So we could be overreacting in June,
How low were you both on T? I saw y'all saying he was bad at football the other day. I mean, not
that was more
low.
Sam. That was more Sam.
Yeah, and it's also for me. It's just the T Higgins thing is kind of a bit. I don't really think he's bad, but it's a funny bit.
For me, it's fully a bit, and it's not even my bit. It's Sam's doing his bit where he compares T. Higgins to players coming off.
It's like
players coming off good years.
So this is actually, it almost all comes down to 2 games for Higgins in 2022, where they kept him active when he was injured. So it ruins his per game career numbers. He was active for a game where he played 1 snap and subbed out, and active for another game where he caught like 1 catch for 4 yards and then immediately subbed out, and Trenton Irwin was playing a hit. I know this because I started T. Higgins in a main event in one of those games, and we just needed like 8 points to win a league, and he did not get it.
Wow.
It was you. It was you. It was me, you, and Pete.
Yeah, I think I remember that one. Yeah, I felt that. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, God.
So I've got a lot of personal animosity in his direction.
Well, you handle it a little more gracefully than sacrilegious with Jerry Jeudy, I have to say.
Yeah, is T. Higgins a good football player? He is.
I think he is, yeah.
He is.
I think he's a little pushed up, like slightly, but yeah, I mean, he should be like in the middle of the 4th round.
Yes, sure. Yeah,
Totally
I mean, look, he's a perfectly cromulent 4th round pick. He's like, if I was to be a non-slappy member, I'd say he's a much more appropriately priced Jalen Waddle. But because I'm an official member of the Cabal now with the YouTube channel, I'm worried I might get demonetized for saying that.
Well, I mean, you're about to get demonetized for taking Nico Collins over him. I just have to warn you.
All right. By rankings, it's definitely worthy. I did just check my exposures, though, and I've got like 2% Jaden Reed. And I would maybe like to add more on that.
I'm down.
Yeah, I think that's a good. And because we've got optionality at quarterback, but like I said, I don't love clicking that button on CJ Stroud. So perfect. And now Brick can get more. Look how much lower I have Calvin Ridley than ADP.
Yeah, it sounds like you put time and thought into your rankings.
It sounds like I know ball.
Some people just love Ridley. There was a comment the other day.
It's insane. He was an 8th round pick in the big board.
This one comment was just like, great pod. I agree with so much of what you guys said, but you're dead wrong on Calvin Ridley. He should be a 3rd round pick. I was like, all right. I don't know why, but
sure. Where do you think that comes from? Truly.
I don't know. I think it's because like so much of the sample of games that we have from Ridley, like a higher percentage of them is from when he was good, like in 2020, than for any other player.
There's excuses for all of his bad games too.
Right. But he didn't play that many games. He was bad in 2021. He didn't play that many games though.
All right. Stroud.
Yeah, we could do Stroud. We could also do Rashi, and then we could try to push Stroud.
Try and push it.
Yeah. Let's get ahead at receiver a little bit.
God, I love it. I love to push it. You never know.
I mean, what? Tank went ahead of us.
They're here. Ridley still has the juice.
See? But this is what I'm saying. So 2020, he was great. 2021, he's banged up, bad season, but he didn't play the full season. 2022, he's suspended. 2023, there's all this like, oh, he was overthrown. He had that one good game. When everyone's watching, by the way, when everyone's still paying attention to fantasy football, he was awesome. And then he kind of tails off. Everyone didn't see that part. What
an insanely good point. That if a guy smashes like twice in the first 5 weeks, you're like, dude, he's GOAT. Why would I not take him? Meanwhile, your friends who are not degenerates are going to show up and be like, Amari Cooper, dude, what? Why would Amari Cooper or George Pickens be going here?
The guy's never had a good game on the road in his life.
Ridley played the wrong position last year. This is what the people who think they know ball will say. They talk about wide receiver positions as why.
Yeah.
Me included with Quentin Johnston, by the way.
I don't know, man. I mean, the Ridley stuff, like, here's the thing I don't like about it is that he's not that expensive. Like, he's not like in the 3rd round, right? He's in the 5th or 6th. And wide receivers are more expensive than ever. So it's almost like he's in the 6th or 7th by like 2 years ago standards. So maybe even the 8th by like 2 years ago. So, okay. So now I'm like making a huge stand against an 8th round wide receiver who like, I basically think should be like in the 10th round instead of the 8th by 2 years ago. And now I think he should be in the 7th instead of the 5th. Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. Am I being too precise? Am I like, this guy's not like that bad a pick? Like, I'm like, how dare you spend like $19? So you ought to go for 14.
I mean, he's not.
Is that my
he's
whole season? I don't know if I. So
he's not like the worst pick in the world, but it's trending into a dangerous territory, particularly because he might not even be the best wide receiver on his team, and his quarterback might stink.
I don't think he's the best wide receiver on his team, and I don't think he has a very strong case for being the best wide receiver on his own team. Like Hopkins was good last year with this quarterback in this situation. And is a better receiver over his career, like easily. It's not even close.
We extremely did the right thing pushing it on Stroud. We would be in a prison I like to call Jameson Williams prison right now.
So what you do here is you take Ramondre and you just set up the Drake May in round 7. That's how.
Do we take Warren to correlate with Pickens and Rice?
Well, you can push Warren, and then did Najee go? Because you can also get Najee as a backup to Warren.
We are on my rankings, so you got to scroll down a long way to get to Najee Harris when you're on my rankings tab.
I do love Jalen Warren; he's my highest drafted player, but I'm trying to take a little more Ramondre because I think he'll rise a bit.
Yeah,
and also just when you don't have a quarterback, you're always thinking about Drake May for me.
Yeah, I did. I think Jared Smola tweeted this out today. The guaranteed money every running back got. Maybe it was Ian. But it did just remind me of one of my favorite facts about fantasy football this year, which is that Antonio Gibson got more guaranteed money than Austin Eckler.
Yeah. Brian Robinson, maybe a good pick. People
might
hate clicking him. Hate clicking him.
Yeah. I've been starring Brock Bowers on this stream all day and haven't gotten him. And
there's a correlation between those two actions.
Well, but what's going to happen now is one of these two teams is going to take Evan Ingram, and I'm going to feel stupid taking Bowers ahead of Ingram.
Oh no. We can do whatever we want.
Can we live a little? I've not lived a ton in these. I'm too afraid. I have streamer brain. I don't want the chat to make fun of me.
Just imagine Jacob Sanderson and his disgust at you taking Evan Ingram over Brock Bowers, the best tight end prospect ever.
It's so true. Can you elaborate on the Warren Chase Brown love? I mean, it's so obvious. We are betting against the shitty entrenched starter and saying that either that player will be poor or that the guy that we like will just play very well in limited snaps.
Well, I think that's what you're doing with Chase Brown, but I don't think that's all we're doing with Jalen Warren.
Warren might just be better.
Warren finished 4th in rush yards over expected last year, NFL Next Gen, which is my favorite rushing set of stats because they have success rate over there. He was good in success rate with a 40% success rate, which is solid. But he was a very explosive runner. McCaffrey led the league last year, then Achane, then James Conner, then Warren, then Breece Hall, then Kyron Williams, then actually Zach Moss, which makes me a little nervous with the Chase Brown stuff because I'm trying to take more Moss actually than I was. Warren is also 215 pounds. He's like a kind of bowling ball style runner. He's not like a small passing down back, but he is a passing down back in the sense that he can be used on all 3 downs. So you're getting like, and this is kind of the breakout profile that we like, right? Very efficient. He's taken a couple years to work into a role because he was a UDFA, overlooked, but has been great basically every single game he's been on the field. He's been good. And he's got receiving ability, and he's got enough size to operate on every down. You get the contingent value if Najee were to miss time, but you also just get like by pretty much every metric, he's been better than Najee since he's been in the NFL.
He also probably shouldn't have been a UDFA. Just if you really want to go there, like it's like yeah, sure he was, but he was like a good college player.
Yeah, and sometimes I think the size stuff. He is short. He's like 5'8", but he's another COVID prospect, dude. That's what it is. Oh, okay. I mean, we see this at running back too. Like guys get overlooked, and then when they come in, and if they're still on their rookie deal, like I want this player in his second or third season, ideally. Yeah. You know, I want him while he's still like maybe by year 5, year 6, like Warren's actually someone who is a pretty shaky bet. Or if like we get the Pollard breakout this year and then we have to pay a second round price tag for him next year, that's when we should have some reservations. But when you're getting him in that pick 90 and he's coming off one of the most efficient rushing seasons in the league and 2 years of impressive receiving numbers, and he's, you know, with Najee Harris, who was pretty good last year after being bad for his first 2 seasons. But you got Arthur Smith, who's going to run the ball a ton. There's plenty of volume here. So, like, if I get the 1A back in Pittsburgh and he's really good, that's a win. That's a win because of how much volume they're going to have. So, and he's the one who catches passes. Seems pretty good.
It does all seem pretty good. I mean, Arthur Smith could ruin it for us, but the thing about Arthur Smith is that actually his proclivities mean that they're both, they help us. Yeah, it's actually kind of ideal for us. All right, we are a smidge in wide receiver jail here. Shaheed by ADP, Dontavian Wicks by my ranks. I don't know. This is like these 9-10 turn picks are just so miserable.
They are, and that's like you're really in trouble if we didn't take Rashi Rice, like you almost like
it'd almost be like, let's see if we can get this one thrown out.
Seriously, go make chicken cutlets because
it's over. Should we just take Burrow, set up the back door, Chase Brown?
No, you can't take unstacked. We gotta take receiver, I think.
Shaheed or Wicks.
I mean, we can't get Love, so my vote would be Shaheed, but.
Yeah, after doing that exercise that we did yesterday on ADP chasing, I was like, dude, who is catching the ball for this team? Bub Means, bro. Bub Means and A.T. Perry are creative players.
I mean, it's wild. Like Juwan Johnson, I think was going to have a pretty big role, and now he's going to miss maybe at least part of the season with the foot injury. So maybe he plays week 1, but it's like Shaheed's good, man. Shaheed's been good.
Yeah, we are just going to be in jail at quarterback. I don't know what we're going to do here.
Yeah, what could we possibly do?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the structural plan. I mean, this team actually Jaden Daniels would have been nice.
Yeah, he would have been nice, yeah. But he wasn't even available at our last pick.
No. What are you thinking? What are you thinking next here?
Well, one move we could do is take a running back and be done. Yeah, just stop at 4. The other move would be to like take a swing on like a A.D. Mitchell. Oh, he just went. Or Wicks. We could just take Wicks.
We could, but we can't. That limits our stacking stuff. Our stacking stuff is thin right now. I think we take. This sucks.
I think we take Robinson and we're done at running back.
Okay. Yeah. I like that. Do we all we have one overlapping bye week, so we might take a round 18 running back. But not ideal. Not ideal. So we're
hanging on at receiver. But I think
we're
barely hanging on a receiver, but we're not like it's not horrible.
No, I mean, we just need Nico Collins and George Pickens to ping pong 60-point weeks. This right here, this completely highlights why you take Bijan Robinson and you're just like, shit, I just can't win.
Yeah. I know, it's so hard, man. It's frustrating. And then like what are we supposed to do? Take George Pickens, who we got in the 4th and the 3rd?
Who we got anyway?
Sucks. Yeah.
Like, all right, let's not take Kyron, let's take Pick. And then so will we do Pickens Kirk? Is that what we do?
I guess that sounds horrible. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that sounds way worse than doing what we did.
But then it's like, well, maybe the move is to take Puka instead of Bijan, which actually doesn't sound that bad. But it is annoying.
I mean, so the 2v2 is who scores more points? Bijan and Pickens. No, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, Bijan, Kyron. Or no, that doesn't work.
No, it's Bijan. It's Bijan, Pacheco,
Yeah.
Or, sorry, Bijan, Pickens, or Pacheco, Puka.
Yeah, Pacheco, Puka is like light years.
It's not
light
even
years.
close.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you I guess the truth of the matter is you do just have to take Zay Flowers or T. Higgins or whoever there, and you just say,
I think Flowers is who we should have taken instead of Kyron.
This is Chris Mazzone says the trick is to take Bijan earlier so that your third round wide receiver coming back is
actually pretty smart.
Is DJ Moore. The issue is then you don't have Justin Jefferson. So
right.
Then what do you?
But
do?
I do think that, like, if Bijan is the dude, right, then he's not going to be as represented in the Week 17 final and even in the playoffs generally as much as he normally would be, because the environment is going to
there's going to be a bunch of terrible teams that have him on it.
A bunch of terrible Bijan,
but bunch of Bijan, Saquon Barkley, Zay Flowers teams, and it's just going to be like, okay, you're dead, like dust.
They got the gift, right? They got the gift of every single week this dude hit your lineup, but they like paired that gift with like 4 other running backs that sucked and they didn't need. And they didn't have the wide receiver fire.
The Bijan drafter is taking Joe Mixon like a shade ahead of ADP.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. On the one hand, I'm like, I guess I should just take Puka. On the other, I'm like, maybe
right,
it's a
we are on the clock.
Jalen Polk's pretty interesting, I think, here.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Liam castigated me for taking Jalen Polk ahead of ADP.
What?
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite clicks in the whole player pool. I love Jalen Polk.
Yeah.
This
is a great team for us to take Brennan Rice or Javon Baker, our respective candidates for this year's Puka Nacua.
I like it. I don't have much Rice. We could pencil him in for sure.
I would be surprised if you have any. I'd be surprised if you're Rice.
I doubt I've drafted him once. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have not. I've not drafted him once. I had drafted him in the big board.
Yeah, he was a good big board pick.
Yeah.
Because he was rumored to be a third round pick, and it didn't end up happening. Liam wants it to be known that that's a disingenuous representation of the interaction.
I've drafted a lot of Polk, he said. Okay, so what was the interaction then?
I just took him ahead of ADP because I don't care. This is perfect. I was gonna take Jermaine Burton about 90 spots ahead of ADP, and we're gonna get him anyway.
We could take Cousins and to backdoor him, and that way we're not like too locked out.
I think Bijan and Kirk probably correlate anyway.
Yeah.
And there we go. We could do a little star method for Rondale. You love to see it. Make sure he's the only guy in the queue.
Did Darnell go?
It's not in my player pool.
He's not the very next.
Liam was telling me. Liam was telling me that he's reading some buzz about Ray McLeod, and then I pulled up Ray McLeod's Pro Football Reference page, and it lists his return statistics before his receiving statistics. No. Though I had completely memory hold that he somehow ended up with 66 targets in 2021 for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Ray McLeod, the rare remember that guy who's still in the league.
He was the Debo replacement for the 49ers last year.
49ers. Who's he with now? Is he with the Steelers?
He's with the Falcons.
Oh, right. He started with the Steelers. That's why I had Steelers in my head.
Yeah. Do you play redraft leagues? Your only best ball? Redraft, baby. We'll be doing. Are you guys doing your deal with the NFFC again?
We're gonna do like a whole high stakes thing, as usual. Still working out the details, but we'll be in the high stakes streets.
Sick.
Ship
Love
chasing.
to see it. Yeah. Oh, dude. The chat. AP just buried me. Soon Rondale Moore's page will only show return stats too. Let me tell you.
If you wanted to bury Davis, you should have said Xavier Worthy. That's how you get Davis.
Can you imagine how bad that would play out for me in all formats? Like, how much money would I stand to lose if he plays a healthy 17-game season and has 17 receptions and 5 rushes?
How hard are you going to be sweating the new kick return rule? Week 17. Come on. 1 kick return, baby.
I mean, I think the answer is I won't have it advanced any team.
Yeah, you want to got Week 14, I should have said. Week 14.
My God. Did Jermaine Burton lose an appendage or something?
I don't know what's going on.
He's still on the board, bro?
Wow.
Something weird is happening. People are taking quarterbacks really early in this. Aaron Rodgers just went. I guess we took Cousins a little ahead of ADP. Goff went early. What can you say?
I like the Cousins move. It keeps us.
That keeps us afloat. All right, we are up. Burton did go.
Demario Douglas is kind of interesting. I would
Demario Douglas is kind of interesting.
Or Hunter Henry. We could use the tight end too.
No, do we need to set up another backdoor quarterback though?
I mean, we don't have to.
Let's take Hunter Henry.
Yeah, let's take Hunter Henry.
It's just he plays on like kind of an interesting team.
Yeah, just sort of. I don't know exactly what interests me about him, but it's just it's kind of intriguing.
It's kind of intriguing. Now, how do you feel about handcucking Ramondre?
So he's not my favorite guy to handcuck. My favorite is Zeke Dowdle, and you just take both like right at the same time, like 11th, 12th round. My second favorite is Gus Edwards Vidal. That's a good one.
Gus Edwards Vidal is really good.
It's very good.
McLaughlin and Estime
that
is
works.
So strong because that just betting on Javonte going to 0. What's a handcuff? It's exactly what it sounds like. You just take 2 running backs on the same team.
It's just a handcuff.
I don't
change the name.
I don't know. I don't know what's confusing about that. Obviously. So, do we just take May now because the risk of
the room is about to really
the risk of not getting him like sends this team to immediate 0.
We would just be having a bad time.
Yeah. All right, we got to 1,000 subs. We got to 300 concurrent views. So Kerrane, thank you for your service. Would you be willing to take Connor and Benson on the same team? That to me, I think is a no. I think that's too expensive.
A no for me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sort of like what's the thesis of the play? And like even with Javonte, like I've taken Javonte and Jaleel because the thesis is like it's a committee and the Broncos are better than people think. Which I guess you could make that case for Ramondre and Gibson. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of Ramondre's upside is like he's just the guy there, and Gibson is his backup. So I have a harder time seeing them both hitting together. Honestly, today I took Zach Moss and Chase Brown because I think they might be kind of in a shared role to some.
Oh, they might. Rookie streamer not having the board on. So they might be awesome together. Like they might be like. Moss smashes in the games they win because he just has like 23 rushing attempts, and Brown has like 6.5 receptions per game in games they lose or whatever. Like they might like purpose because they're the third guys on that roster are Travion Williams, and I don't even think Chris Evans is even on the roster anymore. I think they non-tendered him.
I could also see them doing like a hot hand thing where like Moss sort of,
that's almost the more likely thing is that it's a hot hand.
Which could be very frustrating in, regular redraft, but for best ball, it could actually be kind of nice given both prices if you have both. So, and I'm kind of thinking maybe something similar for Dallas too, where like maybe they're like, let's give Rico a little bit more, and then if he fumbles and they go back to Zeke because they trust him or whatever, like they could kind of bounce around a little bit, and they're both so cheap. So,
man, imagine if Ezekiel Elliott is who you need in 2024.
It's kind of set up where he could be because. Getting running back points as cheaply as possible is kind of the name of the game. And like, could he score 10 touchdowns? I kind of feel like he could.
Zeke, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
He could score 10 touchdowns with like 570 total yards.
Sounds great.
Sounds great.
Let's do it.
Ship it. Yeah. I mean, I think I definitely don't have zero Zeke. Like I would take him in the right situation on the right team. Like he's a really good pick next to like Jonathan Brooks.
Brooks, yeah. That's because I take Jonathan Brooks, and that's
Trey Benson. Trey like a slow burner. Something like that. I don't know. It's like there is absolutely no upside. There is no chance of a running back 4 season. We're like,
no, zero.
Rico. We're on the clock.
Yeah.
We need a wide receiver probably. Joe, perfect. J-Mac.
Yeah, let's do it.
And I think, Baker's still on the board too if we want to do that.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Where are you at on what are you doing in the 18th round right now?
I'm not doing like anything that crazy. I'm mostly I'm like tacking on correlated guys. Sometimes I'll take like a Greg Dortch or Darius Slayton because I have a lot of rookie receivers and I need the extra, kind of veteran guy to help along the room. I take Drake May a lot. I take Bo Nix. Some of the guys, like a Javon Baker sometimes in the 18th, I'll grab him. The running backs I like have moved up. Braylon Allen and Tyron Tracy are not normally available in the 18th. So I'm not taking running backs as often as I was.
Do we want Baker and Jalen or Carr and Shaheed or Fields and Pickens?
Do we have anything else we want? Because we could potentially push the quarterback part of it.
Rondale, Javon Baker. That's a lot of Patriots, though. It's a lot of Patriots.
Yeah, we could just grab Baker Mayfield if you want. Get the starts going.
All right. Yeah, because Drake May, I mean, look, no disrespect to me who's drafting these teams, but he might not be starting till like week 8 or 9.
Right.
But if this team does get to week 14, you never know. We have people admitting they have an 18th round Marquez Valdes-Scantling share in 2024.
Oh no, Nick, you're logged in on the wrong account. This should be like best ball, bro. 8567992. I can't be sharing your real name there.
No, that's really not ideal. Oh man, Jalen Coker, that's the Holy Cross guy, right? Alan Lazard, in what universe, dude?
I'm going to scroll all the way down. So here's my 0%. I've drafted Evan Hall in one mini
That's
schnauzer.
Fine. There's nothing to be embarrassed about.
I drafted Trey Palmer in a BBM.
He woke up angry.
I drafted Will Dissly one time.
I drafted Will Dissly like 10 times.
I drafted Traylon Burks just for memories.
That's embarrassing.
I've drafted Tank Bigsby.
Did you draft Traylon Burks before or after the new head coach was like, yeah, better learn special teams, buddy?
Both. But I am at 0%. I mean, I have like $13 of Traylon Burks. Okay. I do have $14 of MVS. I've drafted MVS.
How because you just saw hit him with the gritty, post his exposures, and you were like, I need to short this any way I can. Okay, this has to be a lie. No one. Keenan Reynolds is not in the NFL. This is not true. This is not true. Keenan Reynolds, I was excited about him once upon a time. It can't possibly be true.
So I have a name that is extremely gross, and I actually am at 1%. So I've drafted this dude more than once. Nelson Aguilar.
I mean, that's just like the Bateman stinks. Devontae Walker stinks. I don't think Devin Duvernay is even more on the team anymore.
Yeah,
I get it.
Like, what if he's an outside wide receiver for Jackson at the end of the year?
He probably it will be. I mean, that's probably the most likely scenario.
Did you just talk me into 2% Nelson Aguilar?
Yeah. I definitely have a minimum of 1 Eric All teams. That's definitely true.
1% Tillman. I don't think that's even gross. The Beats think he's a starter.
Yeah, he might just play.
That might just be really sharp.
I had someone trying to sell me on Robert Tonyan the other day. And I mean, one, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But then I did remember that he did randomly have a 33-point game once, like 4 years ago.
So I think a gross name that we're going to eventually hear is Gerald Everett. He's getting a little run with the Bears as a rotational backup to Cole Kmet. I would like to see if people are willing to draft him.
We did this about 4 hours ago on stream, but playing Gerald Everett over Rome Odunze would be a fireable offense. I mean, straight up.
Yeah. Shane Waldron said, hold my beer.
Yeah. All right. We are about up on the clock. We have 3, 4, 7, 2. We got Kirk stacked. We got May super stacked. We got Baker stacked. I'm open to another running back here. I like Estime, and I do really want Rondale on this team.
Let's just grab Rondale because we don't need the. That's what we want, right? If we don't come away with Rondale, we're going to be bummed.
Yes. All right. So we got. Let's see what if people think we got. I was just doing exposures before this, and someone asked me as a joke if I had Flournoy, and I pulled it up, and I did actually have a Ryan Flournoy team. Okay, let's see if we recovered from the avalanche. Nico, Pickens, Reed, Rice, Shaheed, Polk, McMillan, Moore. I mean, it's not ideal. It's not what you want, but I've seen worse.
I think we got there. I think we dug out. Like, we're limping. We're going to be limping around.
More limping.
Yeah.
I mean, you just really. I mean, this team just needs Rashi to not be suspended. If Rashi is not suspended, it's perfectly cromulent. More. Oh God. Not more Demarcus Robinson. The people need to stop. They got to stop with the. Are you part of this? Are you encouraging this?
I mean, I'm willing to take him.
Yeah.
But
what do you want to do here?
We can grab Estime.
Bang. There we go. 5 drafts, 1 stream. Everybody, we did it. No. Why are you willing to take Demarcus Robinson? Do you know who he is? Are you familiar with his game?
Because I think he is a starter, and
we're talking about a year 9, 30-year-old. This guy's gonna break out at 30?
No. He's not gonna break out. But you're like, there's a big group of wide receivers where you're basically like, I would really like if you score like 3 touchdowns in early season weeks where I have a bunch of rookies who aren't doing anything. Like Rome Odunze is not getting targeted yet because it's week 3.
Yeah.
Like,
he's the get me to the starting line of the sprint pick.
Yes. Yeah.
I
mean, like, Garrett Wilson, obviously a star, didn't get on the field like a ton in those first, weeks of his rookie season. And he had an awesome rookie season. But like a lot of these rookies, even if they're stars, are not going to produce like right away. So I think there's some value, utility in these guys who have starting jobs, especially if you draft a ton of rookies like I do. Like if you have 6 receivers and they're all like solid veterans, I have no interest in Demarcus Robinson unless 2 of those guys were Puka and Kupp and I was doing some big Stafford overstack.
I ideologically refuse to concede. I would rather take KJ Osborne to get me 13 PPR points in week 3 than concede to. I mean, obviously this is an emotional thing for me because Demarcus Robinson was a Chief for his whole career.
Right.
This is so far deep in the annals of ship chasing history, but we have co-owned teams together forever. And we did like a 15-minute bit of just me, you, and Pete just laughing and arguing because I was doing contingent bids for one of our team. And at like 19 wide receivers down the list, I put $1 Demarcus Robinson when he was a Chief. And it was just this like, Davis, what are you doing? And I'm just like, you guys don't understand. And the point is you guys were right. And I was wrong to do the $1 bid on Demarcus Robinson.
By the way, so Garrett Wilson, I pulled his game log. I completely forgot. He in week 2 of his rookie season, he had 14 targets, 8 receptions, 102 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But then he had 10 targets the following week. But then he had targets of 6, 4, 5, 5, 7, and then so it was kind of like week 8 where he started to emerge again, which happened, I think, with AJ Brown. Didn't he spike early and then he like went away?
He had 100 yards in his first ever game and then went back to not playing for like 3 more weeks. And then he had 2 touchdowns on 43% of the snaps. We just did this yesterday.
Right. But not with Garrett Wilson. We're just
is Jordan Whittingham draftable? I mean, here's the thing. If Jordan Whittingham is draftable, then A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy are even better than you think he is. They think they are, because that would mean they kept an NFL wide receiver on the bench. Kerrane, did you go to Izzy Abanikana's funeral after the big board closed?
Oh, man. Izzy Abanikana. I have so much Izzy in the big board. I was like, listen, I mean, this guy's a locked in running back too. He looked good last year. He was a good prospect. And I just had no idea the Jets felt this way. It is so over for Izzy.
Man. The double running back draft, the Braylon Allen combined with the Isaiah Davis.
And then the Braylon Allen looks great. Izzy is here sometimes, not all the time, but he is occasionally at the team facility. It's rough.
It's insane. All right, I didn't even go over this team. I gotta share the screen again. Rookie streamer, dude. I don't even know what I'm doing. Okay. I think we did all right. We did start with Bijan. We took Nico Collins, and then we did take Kyren Williams over effectively George Pickens, right? Effectively.
Well, I think Zay. I didn't realize you had Zay. You were low on Zay. I like Zay.
I had Zay low. Okay. So sure. Zay Flowers. It could have been Zay Flowers instead of Kyren Williams. I don't know if that makes it too much better. We did take Jaden Reed ahead of Xavier Worthy for balancing the range. Took Rashi Rice. Took Ramondre Stevenson. Wonder what we were up to there. We did take Brock Bowers ahead of ADP. Shaheed ahead of ADP. Robinson after. Polk ahead. The Cousins pick, that was nice. That set us up pretty, because Cousins fits well with May, because he's going to be front loaded where he might even be starting at the end of the year. May should be back loaded. So McMillan with Baker, Rondale. This is for a Bijan team, to be honest, they're just never going to feel that good. So pretty cromulent of a Bijan team.
The Derek Carr versus Baker was kind of interesting because Carr, we had actually the bring back with Bowers. So
I didn't even really process that. Yeah.
So that he might have been a slightly more interesting pick, but it probably doesn't matter. And also, if McMillan's hitting, it's probably at the end of the season, so maybe we get a spike week from him and Baker or something. So, but it didn't hit me until just now that we actually had a bring back on that.
Yeah, but very cromulent. All right, we just hit 5 hours. I am gonna wrap it up. Kerrane, tell the people about Legendary Upside.
LegendaryUpside.com. We got best ball rankings updated daily. Go check it out. Some great content from Sacrilegious, Daniel Raz, and myself posted recently. We also have Dynasty content, Dynasty rankings updated every Monday. Steph Miller helped me out with those. So yeah, check it out.
Everyone, definitely make sure you're doing that. I will be not live tomorrow. Probably will be doing a show on the 4th of July, because why not? This is America. We're all off work. It'll probably be Thursday morning. The more consistent streaming schedule after that. Everyone, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you for liking. I appreciate all of you guys. And I will be back soon.